His divine sense wouldn't respond to him properly, he couldn't manipulate atmospheric qi, and though he could access the holy type qi hidden within his inner world, when he tried to touch on the others, they inexplicably completely ignored his attempts. He suddenly understood that his cage was flimsy because it didn't need to be sturdy. This world itself was the prison. To make matters worse, the speed at which these black figures were moving, they were definitely all Dao experts. Dozens of figures dashed for Dian. But that was when he suddenly realized something else. Since even his soul was useless, and even with his inner world, he couldn't manipulate his own qi. Didn't that mean that they were handicapped in the same way? Dian's malevolent aura multiplied several times over as he held onto Little Precious tightly. Be careful. Don't kill the kid. Hey, my qi isn't working. Does it matter? There are more than 50 of us and only one enemy. Just focus, the informant is handling everything else. Why can't we kill the kid? It doesn't matter. Kill her and drag her body away. We'll hold her corpse hostage. That unblemished whore will never know. Ha ha ha. Unblemished my ass. If she's so pure, why is the precious thing she's been guarding this whole time a kid? She's even got a gigolo hidden away here and everything. Don't be fools. The unblemished one's power is far beyond our imagination. If it wasn't, why would we need to take such underhanded measures with the powers our backers have? Don't harm the kid. She will definitely know if we do. Dian's bare feet glided across the soft grass. His expression was cold, as though he was a cornered beast protecting its cub. 50 figures swarmed him from all sides. Despite their loose lips, their actions were executed with precise professionalism. Any thoughts Dian had of them underestimating him due to his cultivation were thrown out of the window. If the world knew that 50 Dao experts attacked a middle celestial with the utmost seriousness, it would become the mortal plane's greatest joke. Yet, here they were, doing exactly that. Several sets of fists careened toward Dian, their sharp whistling making Little Precious's earlier attempts sound like a joke. At that moment, 5 pairs of golden wings sprung from Dian's back, tearing his white silk top apart to reveal a toned torso. Losing what she had been holding on to, the poor little girl panicked slightly, quickly crawling up in Dian's embrace to wrap her arms around his neck. Her little face dug down, hiding behind Dian's broad shoulder and chest. Spreading out 3 meters each, Dian's wings pierced outward, slamming into the coming fists with a metallic clanging sound. Ugh! Dian bit down on his cheeks, refusing to allow a sound to leave his lips. His wings bent at awkward angles. Their sturdiness couldn't hold up to the body prowess of true Dao experts. Though sprites had weaker bodies compared to other races, the difference of cultivation realms was far too large. However, Dian forcibly flexed the muscles in his wings, flicking them outward to snap the broken bones back into place. In the next instant, the only qi he seemed capable of controlling her acted once more, healing him. Dian shot into the skies, leaping out of the encirclement. A strong anti-flight array bore down on him, forcing him to descend. Never had Dian seen one actually capable of limiting his wings. Dian was immediately swarmed once more. The 50 black figures had suddenly lost their personalities, becoming nothing more than machines. It was as though they didn't register the oddity of Dian's wings. While others may have been shocked, not a single one of their expressions even so much as flickered. Attacks rained down from all sides. Dian began to lose track of how many of his own bones had been shattered, only to be mended in an instant. Dian knew the truth. Had it not been because they didn't want to kill Little Precious, he would have long since died a gruesome death. The Dao realm, it represented what most cultivators strove after all their lives. Many didn't hope to transcend or even to become higher existences. This was the root of a cultivator's power. Dian kicked outward, grimacing as his legs snapped beneath the attack it met. Almost instantaneously, his plant leg was assaulted. A sturdy, well-timed heel collided into the side of his knee, snapping it inward. Though Dian couldn't send his divine sense outward, it roamed his own body freely. He could see the tendons snap and the cartilage of his knee spasm and break under itself. His knee slipped in relation to itself. The pain was indescribable as he fell backward. It wasn't until now Diane truly understood just how much he relied on his divine sense. Though it was true it had been sealed before, who had he battled then? Those measly kings and emperors from the Valley of Geniuses? Those worthless disciples from the former soul-rending peak? None of those battles pushed Diane to his limits. None of them showed his glaring weakness. His battle experience was limited. To Diane, everything appeared slow to him. He could practically see his opponent's thoughts before they put them into action. Every muscle twitch, every shift of gaze, every feint, he could see through it all. He didn't need battle experience because he didn't need to predict his opponent's movements, he could see them. But without his divine sense, this weakness was laid bare. Diane's thought flashed by speedily as he fell backward. His thinking speed was just as fast. It was just that he couldn't see everything as he had been able to before. He couldn't see all angles at once. How do I beat someone faster than my divine sense can track? Won't I have to battle the entity in that sort of situation? Diane grit his teeth. Little Precious. The little girl hadn't let out even the slightest whimper throughout the entirety of the battle. She was trying her best in her own way. A flash left Diane's eyes as two of his wings pierced into the ground, stopping his descent backward. He flipped upward, pushing himself into the air once more. Descend. Eternity's balance. Diane's pupils instantly turned an opaque white, like two murky white pearls. The image of a beautiful haired woman appeared to his back, her eyes covered by a cloth as she held a golden balance in her hands. Diane hadn't realized it, but there was a reason the final stage of his Titan diamond body was known as the Fate Silk Realm. How long it would take him to notice that his Titan blood and his eternity pupils were a match made in heaven. Well, only time would tell. Maybe. He had already figured it out. The highest realm of weight Diane could reach when his Titan diamond body reached perfection was 100 trillion gene. This sounds like an obscenely large number. One so large that one couldn't wrap their minds around it. But the truth was that in the grand scheme of even the mortal plane, let alone the immortal plane, 100 trillion gene was a trivial number. Even a normal planet was billions of times heavier. What was so important about this weight wasn't the weight itself, but rather how concentrated it was. Just what kind of effect would so much weight concentrated into a singular human body create? Just what would it mean? The fabric of reality itself could be bent and molded, shifted to the will of large celestial bodies. Though it was incredibly minute, even a normal human could have a pull on this enigmatic fabric. Now imagine for a moment that said human didn't weigh a normal 50 to 100 gene. What if they weighed a trillion times that? Would that person be able to bend the laws of reality around themselves? Would a single step shatter the laws of physics? Would the wave of a hand make the heavens tremble? Would one be able to turn their will into a tangible reality? On the surface, Titan diamond body seemed like a muscle-brained constitution created only to amplify the bodily strength of its wielder, but was this truly the case? In the past, Titans represented mankind's will to break from the constraints of the heavens and rise above the beasts. In the present, Titan diamond body represented the spinning string of fate, allowing its wielder the potential to bend the heavens themselves toward himself. And what about the future then? Time and time again, the ancient battlefield was known as a land that connected the past to the present and the present to the future. Was it a coincidence that the Titan diamond body had it as its constitution world? All of these seemingly mundane, benign things seemed to revolve around a single concept. Bronze silk, silver silk, gold silk, diamond silk, crystalline silk, fate silk, fate. The world lost its color. What once was a complex mesh, interwoven with the push and pull of numerous wills, became a cold world of black and white, one of calculation and set lines. In this world, the only thing that seemed to shine with its own light was the child in Diane's arms, a small little girl holding onto his neck as tightly as her short arms would allow. It was an odd balance. On one hand, Diane saw the world as the heavens did, a game of percentages it played with the lives of people. He saw lives as figures, a collection of numbers that dictated who they would be, what they would become. But on the other, he saw the world as humans did. A shining light, a beacon of hope. The potential unknown stood as a possibility even in ignorance for the chance to grasp something great. No matter how small the chance was, did it matter? They couldn't see the number anyway. The thin, silky lines of fate wrapped Diane and Little Precious. A small gasp escaped from Diane's lips as he suddenly felt his wings separate from his back. A massive halo of emitted outward as his wings hovered a quarter of a meter behind him. Suddenly Diane felt free. He could still control his wings liberally. No, he could control them even better than he had before, but the feeling was fundamentally different. Diane was only human. The space on his back was limited. One pair of wings was fine, but as time passed and his soul continued to progress, he found that his additional pairs of wings began to interfere with each other. Because his body was that of a human and not of a real angel, he wasn't equipped to cope. Just now, he had only fleetingly had this thought once more, of how much better it would be if he could use his wings without them interfering with him so much, and suddenly happened. He had grasped his own fate. Albeit on a minor scale, he had truly taken control. Cleanse. The moment the words left Diane's lips, a pulse light of white gold ejected from his body. Cleanse. It was the first and simplest blessing, and the only one Diane's clone had been able to learn even with 2 years of effort. In fact, Diane had only just now grasped it. Its purpose was simply to expel all foreign energies. Diane believed if he used holy type chi to fuel this magic, the effects would be beyond his imagining. But he could have never guessed what would happen next. Not only did it worked too well. The restrictions placed on the hidden world weren't just lifted around Diane. They were lifted within the entire world. When Diane realized his mistake, it was too late. The 50 machine-like Dao experts immediately felt their chi swell back within them. Their strength soared in an instant. Diane would have never expected such a thing to happen. The restrictions of this world were placed by heaven's children. How could a new magic he had only just learned have such a profound effect on it? In an instant, the skies were no longer Diane's own. 50 surging black figures, each of whom destroyed Diane with a single finger, came in from sides, radiating outward with more strength than a celestial could fathom. Diane watched this with a gaze far calmer than he should have had. He had already decided. With the seals gone, he could easily send Little Precious into his inner world now and send her off to Soul Universe. Even if he died here, once Junior reached the celestial realm with his soul, he would gain all of his main body's memories. He believed that Junior could uphold his legacy for him and succeed where he failed. Diane rubbed the little girl's soft hair, soothing her for one last time. He still didn't know whether she was an illusion conjured up by Aslan or if she was real, but he knew that in the moment, he was happy to be the reason she could live. Maybe if he had been in the proper state of mind, and not so masochistically sacrificial of himself, he would have realized that Little Precious hadn't disappeared when he cast Cleanse. It was just when Diane was enjoying his final moment with Little Precious that the world suddenly shook. In that moment, a beauty with a fluttering white gown and a transparent headdress that looked like the veil of a bride peeled back to reveal her exquisite features appeared. Rage that could pierce through the heavens coated her flawless face. "You dare have designs on my daughter?" Diane stood in the skies as though he had been frozen in time. "Alana, mommy's here." It was then that 2 gazes met across void. "De daughter? Luna?" Diane finally realized that the little girl in his arms was more precious than he could have ever imagined. He couldn't even register the tears that fell uncontrollably from his eyes. Diane's eyes teared as he looked toward Luna. The untouchable beauty floating in the sky. The one with rage that could shake his heavens. Luna. His Luna. Luna's final moments replayed in his mind. Deeply remorseful, she took her own life, falling into the valley of a Tao-grade wind abyssal core. Diane had felt it, her frail body shredding to pieces in an instant. He had thought that she was dead, that he would never see her again. But he would have never guessed that Luna was a heaven's child. It was impossible for her to die an unnatural death, even if she wanted to. "You're basically saying that my best friend has his best use as a purebred stallion. He breaks the universe's rules. It's not difficult for him to have children, even with the most talented women in existence. Oh please, how could the heavens let its grandchildren die? Until they're birthed, Eli's children also have heaven's love. Afterwards, though, they will be normal people. Well, normal and overly talented people." Words from the conversation he had with his grand teacher hit Diane like a ton of bricks. Heaven's children, they broke the universe's rule. It didn't matter how talented their mating partner was. A child would be born 100% of the time if no precautions were taken. On top of this, the grandchild of the heavens would receive the very same protection heaven's children did until the day they were born. Dian understood. He understood everything. Before Luna stepped off of that cliff and into the raging winds that tore her apart below, she had already been pregnant with Aluna, this precious little girl in his arms. Dian's heart felt as though it was being shredded to pieces. Just how many times did Luna experience being shredded to pieces in that time? She would have had to suffer until Planet Moon was either fully destroyed or the abyssal core gradually weakened over time. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart bleeding. This woman he had thought he hated with every fiber of his being, the woman who was directly responsible for the death of a woman he truly loved, Amphory, had actually suffered so much. Any grievances Dian had, any grudges he might have still held, disappeared like the wind. To Luna, the only thing that kept her going when she realized she truly wouldn't die were those final moments of her life. The choice Dian made to still call out to her despite the horrors she had committed. Dian's grip around Alana's small body tightened. "I'm sorry. Daddy's sorry for not recognizing you immediately." In that moment, the well-behaved Aluna, who hadn't made a single sound until now, suddenly trembled. Dian could feel her little face welling up with tears as she tried to not make a sound. He should have known. Who else could have those hazel-green eyes, so similar to his own in the past, shimmering with the same intelligence? This was his daughter. At that moment, Luna felt silly for worrying, silly for thinking that Dian was a man who would ever consider abandoning his daughter. She had gone through so much trouble, even setting up a scheme to trick her own subordinates into thinking that Aluna was an illusion they conjured. She jumped through so many hoops, praying that Dian would grow attached to Aluna, that he wouldn't forsake her. Luna had carried Aluna for so long. Even she didn't know why. Back then, she had no way of knowing that she would see Dian again. Even if Dian was born, the mortal plane was so large, what were the odds that they would meet each other? They were slim to none, but she held on. She didn't want Aluna to grow up without a father. It was irrational now that she thought about it. Even if she met Dian, was she supposed to swoop in with their child and claim a piece of his heart? What if he had a family? What if he already had children of his own? What was she, the woman who betrayed him twice, worth? The day Dian bounded into her unblemished castle, she felt as though the heavens were finally smiling down on her. He was a bit taller than she remembered, more handsome too, even his hair and eyes were different. But his soul, that indomitable will, that commanding air, that impenetrable confidence, there was no one else he could be. It didn't matter to Luna if Dian never took her as his woman. As long as Aluna gained a loving father, there was nothing more she could ask for. "You all." Luna's voice carried an undisguised trembling that laid her emotions bare. "Deserve to die the worst death, for daring to try to take something so precious from me." The rage of a mother protecting her child knew no bounds. Even as the heavens' children rushed in to protect their mistress, they could have never expected to see the scene they witnessed. The unblemished one title wasn't just a matter of appearance. It was a state of mind as well. Luna in recent years had been an unflappable queen. Even when she admonished the sprite Star Lord and forced his retreat, her expression never changed once. But now, these heavens' children were witnessing a completely different side of their mistress. One where she was willing to raise even the heavens down for daring to slight her. The unblemished one, mother of Dian's child, Luna Moon. Facing so many heavens' children, even 50 Dao experts were no match. Though it was more accurate to say that Luna slaughtered them all alone. Even if her subordinates wanted to take part, they didn't get the chance. It was only now that Dian understood what must have happened in the previous timeline. Luna was too powerful to go down so easily. The Sprite Alliance must have received intel about Aluna somehow and sent a squadron to kidnap her. Dian imagined that Aluna must have been kept in a vessel similar to Amphory, where her existence was suspended in reality, not allowing her to move or age. After getting their hands on Aluna, they were able to force Luna to do their bidding. Whatever it was they wanted her to do, definitely resulted in the disappearance of all of the heavens' children, which was why Dian never met them in his other self's timeline. Thinking about it, Dian shook with rage once more. Did he have a daughter he never knew he had under his rule then? Had Aluna died in the endless wars he waged? Or had these bastards killed her after getting rid of Luna? The most heart-wrenching part was that the most likely scenario was that Dian was responsible for his own daughter's death. Even if the Sprite Alliance felt that Luna needed to be disposed of, the birth of a child from a male Heaven's Child and a female Heaven's Child were fundamentally different. Though little Aiden would be a heaven-defying talent, there was no doubt that he would pale in comparison to little Aluna. There's no way Dian's enemies would have thrown away such a talent. Dian rubbed his little girl's back, soothing her tears and hiding her away from the destruction. He wouldn't ever leave her in this life. He'd make sure she lived so carefree that she got sick of it. Mistress! The Heaven's children moved as one, barring Luna from Dian as though he was an enemy. Clearly, they had no idea about Alana's existence and what she meant to Luna. They still believed that Aluna was an illusion Aslan conjured, so their top priority was protecting Luna. Dian, however, couldn't be bothered with their reactions. He sat in the air, forming a defensive array below him as he slowly pulled Aluna from his neck. He met the eyes of his little girl and undisguised happiness on his face. He slowly wiped the tears from Alana's chubby cheeks. Ah! Aluna panicked. Seeing the tears on Dian's face, she too tried to wipe them away. A father and daughter pair sat in the skies, trying to stop each other from crying. When Luna saw this scene, she almost couldn't hold herself back from crying aloud. "Do you know who I am?" Dian asked with a smile, rubbing his little girl's head. "MHM, MHM. Alana's small head bobbed. "You naughty little girl. Do you like playing with your father's emotions?" "No, no." Aluna looked back toward Luna, not knowing what to say. Mama told me not to tell you my name. I'm sorry." Dian grinned, holding the pride of his life up. "Oh? And what's your name?" Aluna bit her lower lip, looking back toward Luna once more. She felt emboldened by the smile of encouragement she received in response. "Hey, Aluna. Mama said my name is Aluna Sacharo." Dian grinned so widely her felt his jaw protesting. "And who am I?" Alana's eyes watered once more. She tried to use her little forearms to stop the tears from coming. But this time, she could never seem to move fast enough. "Daddy." Dian brought Aluna into his embrace once more, holding onto her tightly. There was a reason Dian was so enraged when Eli was taken away. It was the same reason he was enraged by Madeline's parents not claiming her the moment they could. As a man who lost his parents early in his life, he knew how much it impacted him. There was a time where all he could think about was seeing his parents once more. Seeing his mother smile, sitting in his father's embrace, feeling their warmth. Those memories were what kept him warm in his youth. Even right now, even though he had a family, wives that loved him, a master who cared for him, little brothers and sisters he could care and look after, there was simply no replacing the memories of his parents. Pissed him off. The thought of a person willingly interfering in the relationship between a parent and child. What pissed him off even more was the thought of parents removing themselves willingly from their responsibilities. He didn't care what excuses you had, what reasons you had. No matter how justified you believed you were, there were certain things and concepts a child could never wrap their minds around. All they would feel was an emptiness where they should have felt warmth. They would see other individuals with that warmth as well, a warmth they'd never be able to experience themselves. Dian swore to himself that Aluna would never become one of those children. She would have his warmth for the whole of her life. He would never allow her to pine for her father. Never again. Dian closed his eyes. He would never resign himself to death again. Even if he faced 50 Dao experts alone, he would find a path to victory. No matter what, Daddy will always be here. What the hell is wrong with him? Does he really have no idea he's being manipulated? Mora looked toward Dian with an undeniable disdain. Why is he treating an illusion like a treasure? How pathetic. It was at that moment that Dian's closed eyes snapped open. His gaze seemed to tear through space itself, boring into Mora's own. He didn't bother wasting words. He stood and walked forward, Aluna still in his arms. Stop where you are now. Devour. 9 heaven's children suddenly fell from the skies, agony taking over their very souls. The feeling of having their souls repeatedly drained again and again left them without recourse. They couldn't die because the heavens didn't allow them, but their consciousnesses remained unable to focus on anything but the constant, perpetual death. Diane's steps easily passed the heavens' children. They could only blame themselves. Diane was a person who reacted violently whenever his reverse scales were touched. Aluna could now be considered the greatest of his reverse scales. To call her nothing but an illusion to his face? Weren't they asking for this result? Luna trembled as Diane approached. Every fiber of her being was screaming to turn away, to run away, but there was something about his gaze that didn't allow her. She didn't even register that her people were now on the ground, writhing in pain. She suddenly froze. Diane's forehead landed on her own. She could clearly see his eyelids shut tight. His spicy pine scent filled her nose, the warmth of his breath caressed her lips. Of all the things she thought might happen, this was the last. Even in pain, the heavens' children couldn't believe what they were seeing. None of their bodies reacted to them, and scenes just continuously flashed across their eyes. But they could swear that they were seeing the mighty unblemished one. Blushing? Thank you. Luna. Diane felt that he had never spoken words more sincere until this very moment. At that moment, Alana's giggling interrupted the silent moment. Hee, Mama's blushing. The little girl seemed to be emboldened within Diane's embrace. Nothing seemed to scare her anymore. Even the cries of agony from the heavens' children and the 50 corpses that lay in the hidden realm didn't faze her. She happily grinned, wrapping one arm around Diane's neck and the other around Luna's. Diane. Luna's voice trembled. You don't need to explain anything. In truth, my emotions aren't so easily manipulated. The seal is protecting my mind from such things. You don't need to feel any guilt. Thanks to you, I got to watch all of Alana's first moments. I couldn't be more grateful. This was a major part of the reason Diane was so shocked by his feelings for Aluna. He knew this entire time that the seal was protecting his mind, so it should have been impossible for even a heaven's child to manipulate him. Initially, he believed that maybe he had just underestimated heaven's children. One had to remember that treasures weren't allowed to be taken into the second trial. Meaning, back then, Luna had only been able to manipulate Diane's emotions because the seal hadn't been able to follow him in. It was only now Diane understood that it wasn't that the heavens' children could ignore the treasures of the 33 heavens, but rather that he had instinctually felt a closeness to Aluna normal logic couldn't explain. Heaven's children were known as true legendary weapons, while the treasures of the 33 heavens were known as pseudo-legendary weapons. However, the reason they were only known as pseudo was because only one of their two abilities were truly classified as legendary, that being their passive ability. The passive or legendary ability of the seal was the protection of mind, meaning it shouldn't lose a head-to-head battle with a heaven's child. In the last countless millions of years, Luna had only smiled for Aluna. But in this moment, when she fell into Diane's embrace, accepting a warmth she never thought she would have in her life, she smiled once more. She felt a weight on her shoulders fall. The mighty world-renowned, unblemished one was simply a happy woman in this moment. What should we do with them? After several moments, Luna couldn't help but ask. In the past, she would have made the decision herself, but she had unconsciously began to rely on Diane. It wasn't because she couldn't do it herself, but rather because she felt that the matters of her territory should be decided between the both of them. Even if she couldn't be Diane's woman, she felt that she owed him at least this much. Luna was under no illusions. She knew that what she had done couldn't be forgiven so easily, and she was aware that Alana's existence was the only reason Diane wasn't pushing her away. She wanted to show Diane that she was no longer the Luna of the past. She could be something other than a burden to him. Diane's thoughts were different. Luna's past was complex, but he had already forgiven it all. He had already decided. As long as his wives accepted Luna, he would as well. But this was a matter for another time. The current situation was more dangerous than either of them let on. You know the current situation, right? Diane pulled his forehead from Luna's, looking into her opal eyes. Luna's eyes carried a hidden sadness. I was betrayed. Diane nodded heavily. He knew that his devour alone couldn't restrain the heavens' children. It was only because he received Luna's hidden support that he could. Meaning Luna was aware of his thoughts already. There was only one way that Luna with all her strength didn't immediately realize there was something infiltrating her hidden realm to kidnap little Aluna. Only someone capable of manipulating the senses of others would be able to pull the wool over her eyes. The question was, did Aslan work alone? Or did he receive help?
Do you know who? Luna looked toward Diane with an expectant gaze. Well, I didn't know before, I only had some guesses. But now, Diane looked toward the heaven's children writhing in pain. Aslan, Mora, and Diane's gaze stopped on the final individual. Caspian. Luna closed her eyes and sighed. She knew how Diane's devour worked after seeing it in action and didn't need any further explanation to know that he was correct. Even if she didn't, she would trust Diane's words regardless.
These three individuals, they were a match made in heaven. Together, conspiring against even the most powerful individuals in existence became easy. Diane almost felt it was too bad he would never be able to make use of them. With their abilities, there's no way he would be able to trust them around his people. This was especially so for Aslan and Mora. The former was able to have absolute control over his own and the senses of others. The latter could manipulate the emotions of people based on her will.
On top of this, with the help of Caspian's absolute spatial control, communicating and scheming was easy beyond belief. If they worked together, it was no wonder Luna had been tricked in this way. Still, there were 6 remaining Heaven's children that were completely loyal to Luna. The only reason Diane hadn't released his devour on them yet was because he didn't want them to act rashly without fully understanding the situation. Though they were screaming, Diane knew that the heavens dampened the pain they should feel considerably. Rudy won with the earth. He had the ability to manipulate the earth to his whim. It was a lackluster ability compared to the 3 traders, but it was quite useful if applied correctly. For example, mining with his help would become far easier. There were many ores and metals that were difficult to extract simply by virtue of their sturdiness or maybe their volatility in some instances, but Rudy could bring them out with ease. Diane thought of many more applications than this as well, aiding soil fertility, building underground fortresses. The list was endless if one had the ability to freely manipulate the earth. Monet, Beast Whisperer. She had the ability to calm beasts. As long as they didn't follow the human path, there was no beast she couldn't bring under her control. That included transcendent and supreme grade beasts. She made Diane's beast compendium look like a joke. Monet's ability would be devastating against the 5-clan beast alliance of Diane's home quadrant. Though, Diane couldn't help but wonder why a beast tamer didn't have any beasts with her. Fox, duplication. He had the ability to duplicate anything inanimate. As long as he was given time to gather energy, even duplicating a supreme grade treasure wasn't impossible. There were very few limitations to this. As long as the target didn't have a spirit, for example a weapon like the Dragon King's, and as long as it wasn't a legendary object or an object with legendary level capabilities, it could be duplicated given enough time and energy. Diane could only imagine what this ability could do if paired with the 7th floor of the Sage Tower, which could accumulate power from stars. Unfortunately, pills weren't within Fox's capabilities because they were created from living herbs. This meant that anything that had an organic component could not be duplicated. That said, this wasn't a major loss considering the 4th floor of the Sage Tower could duplicate pills. Ariel, one with water. This ability looked simple on the surface, but its applications made Diane feel a chill. Water wasn't limited to bodies of ocean or lake. Water could be found within the human body. Ariel's control over such a thing made her abilities far less auxiliary than Rudy's and far more deadly. Though Rudy could definitely use his abilities to cause destruction as well. Her only limit was in dealing with targets with strong wills. Brizo, absolute deconstruction. Brizo's abilities intrigued Diane. She was able to deconstruct matter to its barest building blocks. This alone was a devastating ability, but it was the auxiliary ability that caught Diane's attention. After deconstructing her target, she was able to understand it to its most minor of details. There was only limitation to this ability. Her target couldn't have a will of its own. Essentially, Brizo's abilities were useless against living humans but was great when applied defensively, reason being that her limitation didn't extend to things that gained will from outside influence. For example, a cultivator could technically apply their will to an attack, but Brizo could still deconstruct said attack. The only way for Brizo's abilities to be thwarted is if her opponent's will is on the level of a martial intent, thus resulting in their will being perfectly fused into their actions, or
if her opponent was like Diane who had their presence fused into every fiber of his being. Still, what Diane found Brizo useful for wasn't battle, but rather the potential help she could provide the researchers. If she was given corpses to deconstruct, she could perfectly explain what it was that made certain races special and aid researcher Curie and Klein in their DNA research. If she was given an ore or metal, she could help research O'Brien in his atom research. Almost as if fated, the final Heaven's Child would be a great help to Chancellor Lind in her pursuit of helping the untalented. Nixie, Pathfinder. She had the ability to find the path of least resistance, no matter what the task might be. If it was battle, she was easily able to find a weak point. If it was travel, she was able to find the shortest or safest path depending on the requirements. And if it was about a child's development, she could easily see what a child was most talented in. In addition, even if that child was unwilling to follow the path they were born for, she was able to find the best path for them along the route they chose. If her ability to find the path was matched with researcher Lin's abilities to nurture along that path, the youth of Diane's mortal alliance would have very bright futures ahead of them. This wasn't all either. With Nixie's abilities, couldn't she also greatly help Diane in war? What were the weak points of his enemies? Where should he apply pressure? When should he move forward and when should he retreat? There was only one glaring limitation to Nixie's abilities. She had to either lay eyes on her target or she had to understand them perfectly. This meant that she couldn't arbitrarily give Diane an answer to how should I conquer the mortal plane, because there was no way for her to perfectly understand every aspect of the mortal plane or lay eyes on the whole of the mortal plane at once. However, Diane was unbothered by this limitation. Even if it was just these 6, he saw that his path toward success had widened once more. With Luna's help, Diane easily rounded up Aslan, Caspian, and Mora, jailing them within his inner world where their abilities were the weakest. In this land, Diane was the god. They couldn't twitch without him being aware. Diane didn't bother hearing them out. He knew their purpose. They were in league with the Heaven's Child who controls the timeless library. Diane's words were heavy rock thrown in a calm lake. First, these 6, not to mention Luna herself, had no idea there was an 11th Heaven's Child. Secondly, they had no idea that this Heaven's Child controlled the timeless library. And thirdly, to hear that 3 individuals they thought of as family had betrayed them in this way, it was hard to swallow. Heaven's children were, in a lot of ways, lonely individuals. Though they weren't immortal, they lived for such a long time that they dwarfed even transcendence. The only people they could form bonds with, grow with, were their fellow Heaven's children. The betrayal of even one of them was devastating, let alone 3. Mistress. Ariel looked up at Luna, who stood elegantly to Diane's side. Despite the betrayal, she had a smile on her face she still couldn't wipe away. Every time she looked over to see little Aluna giggling with her father, she felt a scolding heat in her chest. Who is this man? Hearing the question, Luna snapped awake. He. Luna didn't know what to say. What should she call Diane? I'm her man, of course. Diane smiled. His word choice was perfect. He didn't distance himself away from Luna, but at the same time, he didn't make the decision to accept her without the input of his wives first. These words alone left Luna with a feeling of content that couldn't be described. Still, to hear such things, the 6 Heaven's children were in shock. Luna smiled brightly. For them, who were used to seeing her stoic and brooding image, this shocked them even more. This is the father of my child. And this is Aluna, my little baby girl. Hi. Aluna waved happily, sitting on Diane's shoulders and playing with his brownish silver hair. So she wasn't an illusion, the Heaven's children muttered. Are you all wondering why they chose these 3 but didn't approach you all? Diane looked at them and asked. The 6 looked surprised at Diane's words. Was he a Heaven's Child who read minds or something? The answer is pretty simple. They didn't think bring you all to their side would be useful. They frowned at Diane's words but couldn't find room to refute. There was no doubt that Aslan and Caspian were a cut above them. Then there was Mora, who had great use in certain situations as well. It could be said that the 6 of them were less useful, while Luna was simply too powerful to approach without certain countermeasures, those measures being little Aluna. There are individuals in existence right now who want nothing more than to throw the mortal plane into an endless chaos. And, for them to do this, they want you all out of the way. Instead of trying to control you all, they chose to limit their allies to the most useful of you while also choosing to do away with the rest. Makes you angry, doesn't it? Of course, what Diane didn't tell them was that Aslan, Caspian and Mora also didn't survive into the future. But he felt it was more useful to manipulate their emotions using this tactic. You don't have to manipulate us, Rudy said straightforwardly. As long as Mistress Unblemished orders us, we'll follow her to the ends of the earth. It's only thanks to her that we have a place to call home. If she tells us to follow and trust you, we'll follow and trust you. The meeting with the Heaven's Children ended far easier than Diane expected. He had no one else to thank but Luna. Though she had been betrayed, she had cultivated many loyalists as well. At the moment, Diane was watching over the sleeping Aluna with a smile on his face. This was the one thing he had never been able to witness before, since Luna always took Aluna away when it was time for her to sleep. Such little things filled him with joy. After a few hours, Diane finally decided that he couldn't waste time away fawning over his daughter. If he wanted Aluna to live carefreely, he had to put in the appropriate amount of work. Tell me about your unblemished lands. Diane sent a gaze toward Luna, sighing inwardly. He wanted to take her into his arms, but there were some things that were more complicated when you boneheadedly decided on more than one wife like he had. He could only maintain a healthy distance for now. Luna didn't seem to mind. If anything, she was quite content. This was already more than she expected. The Sprite Alliance is on the verge of controlling 100 quadrants. You might know by now, but that was the purpose of the StarClan branch family they sent to your tower quadrants. They were making plans to become a planet-grade alliance in preparation for the ancient battlefield's descent. I control 18 quadrants. Diane's brows shot upward. He had never expected Luna to control so much strength. If he was a normal man, he might feel embarrassed by the fact he couldn't match even a fraction of that. I've been masquerading as a sprite for a very long time now, so I am considered to be one of the ruling higher existences of our Sprite Alliance. Still, I'm seen as an outsider because I rarely take part in their plans. It's bred some resentment over the years because they believe if they had my help, they would be stronger amongst of the 5 outer powers. Diane nodded. If he remembered correctly, only the Transcendent Beast Alliance and the Devil Quadrants were weaker. The Sapientia and the Nephilim should be the strongest. The sprites likely felt that, with their talent, they should be number 1. This dissatisfaction reached a fever pitch recently. One of the 4 other sprite-ruling clans birthed a second higher existence. Because of this, it tipped the balance in their favor, allowing them to dominate the other 3. Even though I, as the 5th, remained neutral, they insisted on bringing me into the fold. Matters became even worse once an oracle predicted the appearance of the Timeless Library was quickly approaching. They believed that the Timeless Library was the chance they needed to start leveling the playing field with the Sapientia and the Nephilim. But I refused once more. That is what led to these events. Diane took a deep breath and closed his eyes. To think the Sprite Alliance had 5 higher existences, 6 if Luna was counted, yet they weren't the strongest of the outer powers. Of Luna's words, this was what impacted him the most. Still, he quickly collected himself. These were matters he had known long ago, but there was something about seeing the reality before him now that shook him. Maybe the scariest part wasn't that he was shaking from fear, he was shaking from excitement. There was a keen confidence coursing through his veins. He felt like the higher the wall was, the more exciting the climb became. Is there something you'd like me to do? Luna asked after Diane remained silent. In the end, Diane shook his head. No. But I don't think it's safe for you to remain here. I'd like you to leave a projection here and follow me to my mortal alliance. Can you do that? Luna nodded without hesitation. I can form a projection, yes. But is it really so unsafe here? It's not the Sprite Alliance that worries me. It's the ones behind the Timeless Library. Those people are definitely aware that you all are Heaven's children and that you're all here. I'm not sure how, but of this much I'm certain. Hearing this, Luna agreed. She had a deep trust in Diane. Diane felt the safest place for the Heaven's children was his inner world. Though he wanted to make use of them, he knew he had to be cautious. If they could find them once, they could do so again. If it's through you, I think I could enter and exit the ancient battlefield if what you say is true about it being your Constitution's world. That was when Luna said something Diane would have never expected. If this was true, it could change everything. That's not all. As long as I'm prepared to hide our presences, no one would be able to find us. You don't need to worry. You can trust me. Diane looked into Luna's opal eyes. They were brimming with an energy. It wasn't pride, but rather, it was hope that Diane would choose to believe in her. Contrary to her expectations, there was no hesitancy in Diane's nod. He directly agreed to trust her. Luna, absolute energy control. There wasn't an energy in existence she couldn't control, even if that energy was from the portal that connected Diane to his Constitution world. Diane had suddenly gained the ability to move people in and out of the ancient battlefield. Diane had made massive gains during this trip. Not only had he gained the Heaven's Children, he had found his daughter, a precious little girl who was priceless. Now, all that remained was to sweep through the 99 universes, the Weta, the Pakal, the Ragnar, and the 5-clan Beast Alliance. 110 years remained. Wow. Little Alana looked around Soul Palace with a fascinated look on her face. She sat on Diane's shoulders, greedily trying to take in everything around her. In truth, Soul Palace wasn't much better than Unblemished Castle. Though Mei Ying's designs were bordering on heavenly, Luna's comprehension of energies didn't lose out to anyone, making her level of feng shui far deeper than Mei Ying's, though she never truly reflected upon it. The only reason Aluna reacted in this way was because she was a child. Of course, she found new environments exciting, especially when it was a place her father called home. "This is Daddy's home, do you like it?" Diane smiled widely, holding onto Alana's small ankles to make sure she wouldn't fall from his shoulders. Though he was definitely being overprotective in that regard. With Alana's level of body control, it was nearly impossible for such a thing to happen. I like it. Considering how happy Alana was, even if Diane brought her to a garbage dump, she'd react in the same way. Luna followed behind Diane nervously as the 6 Heaven's Children also followed behind her. They could see the nervousness of their mistress and could only wonder why she was acting like this. It was then that a number of swarming individuals converged upon the Soul Palace's Grand Hall. The activation of a planet-grade formation wasn't something that happened every day, after all. The fact it had could only mean that something big had happened. Diane? Clara's body blurred. Her wind spirit constitution had clearly taken a massive leap forward after she entered the celestial realm, because even Diane was astonished by her speed. She crossed what should have been several dozen meters in less than the blink of an eye, crashing into Diane's body. Considering Clara's normal disposition, it was obvious how much she had worried over the past almost year. For Diane to swear to bring Eli back, only to not come back himself, it was a devastating blow to the Sicharo clan. The center of their world had suddenly been taken away. To make matters worse, Eli could only be honest with them as well, because Diane hadn't allowed his wives to teleport to his inner world. For fear that they would worry too much, the information they received was squeezed from Eli himself. When they heard that Diane was acting weirdly, even ignoring Eli to a large extent, they began to worry more fiercely, especially when they learned that there was an individual among the Heaven's Children capable of manipulating emotions. But here Diane was, with a big smile on his face as though nothing had happened. Keeping one hand on Alana's little ankle, Diane used the other to wrap around Clara's body. "It's okay, I'm here now." The Heaven's Children watched this scene with weird expressions on their faces, looking from their mistress to Clara, back to their mistress, and then to Diane. Suddenly, they both understood and didn't understand why Luna had such a nervous expression. They understood because apparently the father of their mistress's child had more than one woman, but they couldn't understand how a man could dare to have another woman besides the unblemished one. If word of this spread to the Sprite Alliance, billions of men would declare war on Diane. No, it might even be trillions. Though that was only if they believed something so absurd could become a reality. Even more incredulous was the fact their mistress wasn't enraged by this display of affection, but was rather growing more and more nervous by the second. Bodies continued to surge into the hall. Clara had been the fastest, but familiar figures in Mei Ying, Lila, Zaire, and Amphory appeared as well. Soon, Delia and Eli appeared as well, following by a train of toddlers. It was as though these individuals were intent of suffocating Diane under a torrent of affection. Without regard for how much surface area his body had, they all piled on. In the end, Diane was forced to raise Aluna up on a defensive formation so that she wasn't smothered along with him.
Just when Diane thought it couldn't get more chaotic, Rhys swept in, having returned from the Elven clan territory at her fastest speed and plunged into the pile as well. The only one who didn't join was Amphory, who smiled contentedly from the side. Maybe there wasn't anything in existence that could make her lose her composure. At that moment, any dissatisfaction the Heaven's children might have had toward Diane couldn't help but disappear. If a leader was so loved by those around him, they simply couldn't bring themselves to believe that he could be a horrible man. Maybe there was a reason their mistress gave up her innocence for this man. Of course, they were seeing their mistress with rose-tinted glasses. It would be more accurate to say that Luna stole Diane's innocence rather than the other way around. After all, technically speaking, Luna lost her virginity to a woman, not Diane. If anything, she was the impure one in their relationship. Aluna giggled happily at this scene, though it was hard to tell whether she found it funny that her father was being dogpiled, or if the golden array beneath her was just that fascinating. Finally, someone asked, "Who is this adorable little girl?" Maying's violet eye twinkled. She pulled little Aluna down, playing with the little girl's chubby cheeks under her unrestrained giggling. That was when Diane dropped a bomb of his own. "This is Aluna. She's my daughter." The atmosphere became too complex to describe in just a few words. First, it froze over. This wasn't because of anger, but rather concern. After hearing Eli say that there were those capable of manipulating emotions and seeing that Diane was followed by those they could only assume were Heaven's children, they thought that Diane hadn't escaped at all, but was rather being manipulated as they spoke. Maybe these Heaven's children had designs on what Diane was building here and thus used this little girl as a pretext to control Diane. After all, none of this made any sense at face value. First of all, Diane only had 4 wives, all of whom were currently in Soul Quadrant, though one of them was still in a coma and should soon awaken. Diane wasn't the type of man to wantonly sleep around, or else there were quite literally countless women he could do so with, and with their consent at that. There was the possibility that Diane was coerced into having sex with another woman by this emotion-manipulating Heaven's child, but there were too many problems with that as well. Namely, this little girl was clearly about a year old, but it obviously took 9 months from conception to birth. Diane had only been gone for 11 months, so this baby should be 2 months old, not almost a year old. Diane first tackled this by reminding them of the seal, ensuring them that it was impossible for his mind to be manipulated. It was only after this that they breathed a sigh of relief and stopped looking toward the Heaven's children so trepidatiously. That was when the emotions shifted once more, into confusion and a slightly awkward atmosphere. Now that it was confirmed Diane's emotions weren't manipulated, where had this child come from? And who was her mother? And why had Diane betrayed his wives? Something none of them believed would have ever done before. Though Luna was shaking nervously, practically collapsing into a pool of her own sweat, Diane calmly faced these matters without blinking an eye. It wasn't that he didn't have complex emotions about these matters as well. It was rather that he felt it was his responsibility to take them head-on. For Rhys, Clara, and Amphory, they only needed one name to understand everything Luna. They were all intelligent women. Diane had told Rhys, Clara, and Madeline about Luna and Amphory the moment he exited his trials decades ago. As for Amphory, she quite literally lived those moments herself. After knowing it was Luna, the concern in their hearts was lifted immediately. Diane didn't seek to make excuses, but they all knew that his emotions were being manipulated during the second trial. If they weren't, how could a man as prideful as Diane stoop to the level of taking a woman he felt he should hate as his own? This was the very same woman who just hours later Diane forced to fall into a trap he devised. If he was in his normal state of mind, he would have never had that moment with Luna. Aluna immediately became the center of affection for the 3 women. Even Amphory stepped out of her comfort zone to say hello, even spending a few awkward moments holding the little girl in her arms. Though they didn't say anything to Luna directly, they didn't need to. Diane had already made his stance to Luna clear. If she wanted a place in his heart, she already had it by virtue of being the mother of his child. However, if she wanted a place in his family, it wasn't him she had to convince, it was his wives. He didn't push them one way or the other. In a lot of ways, Diane felt it was a good thing that Madeline was asleep now. If his first wife was awake, she would have immediately accepted Luna.
Madeline was too kind-hearted.
Though she was sharpening herself for the role of First Empress, she was still lacking, especially in comparison to Amphory. This adversity for Luna wasn't something Diane saw as a bad thing. He didn't want his wives to feel like they had to bend to his will. They were the loves of his life. He refused to betray the love they gave him, even if it was for Alana's mother. Luna had matured enough to understand this truth as well. She was a woman who ruled over 18 quadrants, so she was determined to earn a place in the hearts of Diane's wives.
Papa, these are my mommies too? Alana's large hazel green eyes blinked. Of course, they're all your mommies. Diane smiled, taking his little girl into his arms. Though it was heartwarming to see her interact with Ree, Clara and Amphory, he still felt the best like this. Yay, yay. My babies will have many mommies too. Diane's face suddenly darkened. Junior fell to the floor, clutching his stomach in laughter. His fist slammed against the ground, unable to rein himself in. Ree and Clara giggled, snickering at Diane's plight. Even Amphory seemed to be trying her best to hold her smile back. Karma was a terrible mistress indeed. Are you sure? Diane looked toward Amphory with a serious expression.
Yes. If I bring Luna, there'll no longer be a threat to my safety. I still believe that it's important to participate in the conference. We can easily cover the ground lost with Luna's help as well.
If we don't appear, the facade of our strength will be put into question. Diane fell into his thoughts. These days, he always had Aluna by his side. So the little girl was obediently sitting on his shoulders, remaining silent. The truth was that Amphory was correct.
Their facade of strength was very important. In addition, with Lila going as well, it would be a great opportunity to look into the true thoughts of those heading this conference. Diane still had no true idea why this conference was being held.
And, even if you were going to hold such a conference, was there a need for such a power play by the Star Clan?
One had to remember that the Star Clan forced dozens of clans, each of whom had powerful individuals beyond reason heading them, to travel for almost a decade. This travel time could have been cut to just a few minutes if the Star Clan was willing to open the portals they controlled within the tower, but they refused to. Yet, for some odd reason, even with this move showing a blatant disdain for the powerhouses of the towers, everyone went without complaining much.
There were very few exceptions to this rule, one of which being the current head of the Atlas clan. But that was only because though he had the talent of a true god, he didn't yet have the power of those upper echelon members, so others went in his stead.
The most obvious point for this oddity is that even the dragons, the most prideful race in existence, laid down said pride to bow to the Star Clan's demands. It was truly baffling. All right, Diane nodded. He couldn't remain in the dark about this conference.
Since in the previous timeline, he was obviously in no position to attend, he had little information about this conference. In this timeline, Diane believed that its effect would be far greater than it was previously. The reason for this was simple.
The conference was being hosted by the Star Clan, which was a part of the Sprite Alliance. In the past timeline, the Sprite Alliance was embroiled in its own inner conflict due to what Diane now knew was the Timeless Library.
In all likelihood, the purpose of the conference was lost as a result of this inner conflict. However, Diane believed that now that the Sprite Alliance lost the means to control Luna, their actions toward the library would be much more reserved.
It was possible that they could ignore it entirely for now and allow the purpose of the conference to take center stage. If Diane's deductions were correct, this conference was far more important than it seemed.
Hello, little Alana,
Clara said with a bright smile.
Mama Clara, hello, hello. Clara felt a heated pride fill her chest. This little girl was too adorable. After a moment of assaulting her chubby cheeks, Clara let Aluna run off to go and play with Mia, Bella, Aiden and Junior. How are you doing? Diane had found Clara resting by the small rivers that ran through the paradise hidden behind Soul Palace. It seemed she often came here to relax. I'm doing okay, Clara said with a slight smile. Things just have been happening really quickly recently. It seems we haven't gotten a moment to rest. Diane nodded. What Clara said was true, especially for him. He felt as though he had been running around endlessly for the last 2 years. Though, to be fair, he spent almost a year on a cushy bed, watching his daughter go through the first milestones of her life. But that time felt too short. There was another, more glaringly concerning matter related to this speed, though. Dian kept repeating the 112-year mark in his mind. But were matters so simple? If he managed to conquer the 2 quadrants in that time span, would that be the end of it? Conquering lands wasn't just about power. What would happen after he did so? Would the loyalties of those he conquered magically change? What about their cultures? Their beliefs? Dian said he had 112 years, but the reality was that if he didn't conquer these 2 quadrants far faster than that, it would be impossible to assimilate the territory in time. Not only did he need to conquer 2 quadrants, he needed to make its people feel as though they were his people. That he was their leader. That his cause was their cause. If these matters were framed like this, Dian didn't have 112 years at all. At most, he had 5 to 10 years. The remaining 100 would have to be spent slowly molding these 2 quadrants into the core of the mortal empire. Once that was complete, assimilating future lands would become easier, but this first step had to be done right. It had to be done perfectly.
Dian sighed, taking Clara into his arms. He stroked her long black hair. Clara could feel it in that moment, the steady beating of Dian's heart. It felt as though nothing could shake it. In the past, Dian buried this truth deep within himself, repeating the 112-year deadline.
But now, he embraced the reality and didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he felt a steady calm. In as little as 5 years and no longer than 10, I'll make both quadrants kneel. This is it. Dian sat in a research building cornered by researcher Tun. It had been 2 years since the researchers had become part of the Mortal Alliance and equally as much time since Dian had won over their hearts. After traveling around planet Sol unimpeded for a few days, the researchers easily realized that this was the opportunity of a lifetime and none of them rejected Dian's offer. In truth, Dian probably had the Xianxia to thank for this. After being locked up for an ungodly amount of years, the researchers were likely looking for any way out they could find that didn't impugn upon their values. This allowed Dian to be their perfect opportunity. Yes, researcher Tun smiled excitedly. These maps should be 99.99% accurate to the true state of these universes. An orb of light trembled slightly to reveal an expanse of space. It was a beautiful projection that filled one's heart with a sense of adventure and awe. Tun's fingers reached outward with pinched fingers. A moment later, he flicked his fingers outward, zooming in and magnifying the image. These are the locations that most likely contain populations of people. We made these decisions based on the time these planets have been habitable and also the resources available to them. Since these are Emperor God clans, they will definitely organize themselves based on these factors. Researcher Tun was among the researchers most thankful to Dian. Due to a few offhand words, the roadblock he had faced for countless thousands of years had been smashed apart, causing his lifelong dream to be perfected in just a few short months. In the end, the only way researcher Tun could express his thankfulness was by working hard to meet Dian's expectations. So, when Dian approached him, wanting to begin the plan for their first attack, he jumped at the idea, excited beyond belief to finally be of some use. Researcher Tun's initial research was related to the Big Bang and the creation of universes. As long as he had a sample of the universe's energy, he could predict everything about it using what he called his Big Bang formula. Of course, this wasn't the initial name of the formula that was once named under his own surname, but Tun changed it after receiving Dian's help. There is good news as well. Aside from Chaos Universe and Young Master's Home Universe, the remaining 98 universes you've asked me to map out haven't experienced any massive cataclysmic events, so there should be no issue with the calculations. Dian smiled, quite happy with the results. With researcher Tun's maps, scouting their enemies would be far easier. Just a few days ago, Dian sent out Little Yang and Een to collect 100 samples of energy from the Celestial Deer Quadrant. They returned not too long ago and the results were better than Dian could have ever hoped for. One of the greatest barriers to quick and efficient conquests was the lack of information, and Dian had just knocked much of that barrier down. Thank you, researcher Tun. With this contribution, it's most definitely enough to have your name etched on the Arc of Humanity. Researcher Tun's eyes swelled with emotion. He rarely had any interaction with this young man before him, but he had more gratefulness toward him than anyone he had ever met in his life. Young master, I don't think you understand what your help has meant to me. My life's work was completed under your guidance. Even if my name is forgotten, I'll be satisfied. Diane smiled. That much isn't something you ever have to worry about. Our mortal alliance will never forget our own. You'll be here the day your research paves the way for us to become the mortal empire. Feel free to come to me if you find another passion.
For as long as I rule, you won't ever have to worry about something as petty as funding again. Researcher Tun's eyes shone as he watched Diane leave, a seed of endless gratefulness sprouting even fiercer. Diane had made his decision long ago.
The 99 universes had too many question marks attached to them, namely the silent backing of the Sapientia. Though the Sapientia had seemingly forgotten about this connection, Diane wouldn't take such a foolish risk. The moment the Jafari clan treasure completed its task and added a layer of defense to Soul Universe, Diane would launch his attack on the 5-clan Beast Alliance. Originally, Diane wanted to attack the Weta first, taking advantage of the seeds he had been planting for several decades already. But the appearance Monet and her Beast Whisperer ability changed everything. If Diane's intel was accurate, the 5-clan Beast Alliance believed that one of their absolute geniuses was killed by a Pakal. In addition, the Ragnar and Weta clan found it questionable that the Pakals were the only ones to not send a genius after the attack of the dukes and duchesses of the 74th quadrant from all those centuries ago. Everyone was currently pointing a wary eye toward the Pakals, who somehow so suddenly had geniuses so strong. The issue was that not only did the Pakals have geniuses far above their previous caliber, so did the Weta, thanks to Diane's interference and silent support of the Weta sons and daughters. In the end, the 5-clan Beast Alliance and the Ragnars have suddenly turned their weapons toward the Weta and Pakals, believing that they were harboring the long-lost epistemic tower. This powder keg had already been brewing for over a decade. In fact, it had just reached a boiling point because Diane had sent Hela, who had seemingly not appeared for a long time, back to her home to confirm to the Ragnars that the Weta and Pakals did indeed have the epistemic tower under their control. All-out war had erupted under Diane's puppet strings. The Mortal Alliance was in a state of movement. Everyone was aware that their first war would start in as little as 8 months. It filled them with a sense of trepidation and excitement. Diane himself had a lot to do as well. His trip for the day didn't end with Researcher Tun. Though he now had maps of all 98 of the important universes within his home quadrant, that was only a piece of the information. He still had to use these maps to gather intelligence and fill in some blanks. A single universe could have billions of habitable planets, but they were obviously not all occupied. Researcher Tun had marked the planets he believed were most likely inhabited, but in regards to this, probability wasn't a good thing to rely on. Diane had to know for sure, and he didn't want to rely on little Yin and Yang to do all of the work. For the solution to this, Diane was relying on yet another set of researchers, Researcher Curie and Klein. Both researchers focused on DNA, but their paths were slightly different. Researcher Curie focused on a path to create the greatest species to ever exist, but Klein's goal was the passing on of knowledge. Klein hoped that humans could gain the ability to pass on their knowledge just like beasts did. If they could do this, then he believed that human progress would accelerate. When both researchers came together, especially with Brizo's absolute deconstruction ability, the results should be magnificent. Diane needed the Shadows faction to start making their presence known. Thanks to the Sage Tower, Diane had already been close to bringing a few rodent beasts to the Transcendent grade. However, many of them had stalled at the Peak Heaven grade. 5,000 of them had been in the Earth grade, with 1,000 having progressed to the Heaven grade. But only 50 of them were of the Peak Heaven grade on the verge of breaking through. Diane didn't feel comfortable feeding them the fate-breaking pill until they were at least of the Transcendent grade, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to get any of them to break through. The fate-breaking pill was simply too precious to waste. Diane only had 119 left after giving one to his mother-in-law, and he was saving some of them for the Dream Panthers who were still looking for worthy male big cat candidates. It was only after Diane met Curie and Klein that he realized that maybe the key to evolving was changing the very foundation of the rodents. All this time, he had been trying to elevate them above their limits when maybe the true secrets was to move their starting point forward. This was where Curie, Klein, and Brizo came into play. "Young master, you're here." Klein excitedly ushered Diane into their research building. Diane was brought into a room filled with bright fluorescent light. He could tell with a single glance that if these researchers had been mortal, the smell of this room could have knocked an elephant out.
Luckily, they were mostly Tao experts who had left behind mortal filth while Brizo was a heaven's child.
Diane's brows raised as he looked toward the numerous rodents. There was no doubt they had undergone a stunning change. Though they didn't have the pure white and black luster of little Yang and Yin, they did have beautiful coats of their own. Their coat was a silky space gray and their eyes twinkled with an emerald light. The truly shocking part was that there were over 100 of them. The researchers looked toward Diane with expectant gazes as Klein quickly explained. We took your advice in guiding our research. We combined raising the innate potential of the rodents with raising their grade. Thanks to Miss Brizo, we were able to map out the gene pool of the celestial hamster. Then we used this. Klein brought out a needle. It looked exactly like what one would find in Immortal hospital. Diane raised an eyebrow. CRISPR. So young master is familiar with it. Klein blushed, a bit embarrassed. He was very used to dealing with funders who knew nothing about the science of his research, so he often spoke like he was speaking with a child when not faced with one of his fellow scientists. Diane nodded. I'm aware of its existence. CRISPR was invented several thousand years ago in my homeland.
Simply put, it has the ability to edit genome sequences. So you guys have been in contact with my mortal world's people? Curie nodded excitedly. We had run into a bit of a dead end. We understood the DNA and what changes we had to make to it, but making those changes was difficult.
Namely, matters aren't as simple as changing one's DNA sequence to a better one. There are certain changes and complexities that require great energy input, and some that are even barred by the heavens. Diane nodded. He had expected this sort of roadblock.
You couldn't just change any and everything you wanted. Different species had different chromosome counts, for example. Humans had 23 pairs of chromosomes while rats had 21. Even among similar species, there were vast differences. For example, rats had 21 chromosomes while mice only had 20. If you tried to implement a DNA sequence that originated from a chromosome a rodent didn't have, the results would be disastrous. This meant the researchers didn't have the ability to suddenly elevate the rodents to an entirely new level.
The genes of celestial hamster and the rodents were too different. But what they could do was adjust their sequences to give them a higher likelihood of surviving the fate-breaking pill. But this CRISPR has been a massive help, Curie continued.
With proper planning, it can make much of the changes we want. Miss Brizo used her deconstruction abilities on the blood essence of the celestial hamsters and a few of the weaker rodents who died during our experimentation. Thanks to her, much of the work was skipped over. We gained a perfect image of the genome sequences we were dealing with. After we had this, we knew which genes we could edit and which we couldn't.
As of now, these rodents are as close to being celestial hamsters as they can be without drastic measures. By our calculations, they have a 30% chance of surviving the fate-breaking pill. 30%? Diane's brows shot up for the second time in this short visit.
He had expected something around a percentage point or two, but 30%?
It was more than he could ask for. Celestial hamsters were different from other beasts. Little Yin and Yang had their strength from birth. Of course, they were royals while those rodents who survived here wouldn't be. But this truth still stood. They'd be useful immediately. There was another matter as well. With Eli here, Diane no longer had to worry about the fate-breaking pill ingredients. With his abilities, it would only be another decade or so before Diane had more ingredient sets to work with than he could handle. In fact, Eli was already working on it from what Diane knew. The life ring was almost too small to contain everything now. Eli had truly started to come onto his own abilities.
It had to remember that the other Heaven's children were several million years old already and had had time to become familiar with their abilities. Compared to them, Eli was a baby who had only been alive for 30 or so years.
Diane smiled. Shall we? The researchers looked toward Diane with excitement. They hadn't expected to be a part of this process. But before they knew it, Diane had already taken action. 103 barrier-breaking pills appeared in the air.
With a thought, Diane communicated with the hidden realm of celestial beast blood, easily controlling the atmospheric chi to take 103 drops of celestial hamster blood. A blinding flash of light swept through the research room. Soon, the pills appeared once more, burning with a bright luster. Diane looked toward the rodents. They had all become heaven-grade beasts by now, so they had their own intelligence though they couldn't speak. Diane could see them looking toward the pills with a keen anticipation. All beasts had the innate will to grow strong even at the risk of themselves. Despite the torture Diane had put them through, they realized how much stronger they had become. They wanted nothing more than to grow even stronger. What do you think, little Een, little Yang? If they succeed, will they listen? Of course. If they truly become one of us, no celestial hamster can refuse the commands of us royals. Though every celestial hamster has an instinct to seek out an anchor, us royals can also act as proxy anchors for lesser celestial hamsters. Little Yang said proudly. By extension, they'll listen to our anchor as well. Diane nodded. After reassuring himself of this final point, he sent the pills forward, his calm gaze watching on. The 103 rodents leapt toward the pills, swallowing them whole. The room began to shake. The agonizing screams of the rodents who failed made Diane feel a bit of guilt, but he steeled his heart. Some researchers collected the corpses of the rodents that failed. Though the showers of blood and gore were off-putting to others, these researchers had long become used to it. All they were thinking about was the next attempt. If they used Brizo's abilities to analyze these corpses, maybe they could find the secret to increasing the probability from 30%. The minutes continued to tick by. Diane intently stared at the rodents that remained, his calm gaze holding a keen fire to them. Though he didn't say anything, he knew the importance of this attempt. Although he had Eli, it would take time for him to nurture the moon-grade spiritual herbs Diane needed to make the barrier-breaking pills needed for another attempt. If this failed, almost the moment Diane thought this, the heavens finally smiled down upon him. Massive shadows of majestic beasts began to appear one after another. The howling of these beasts reverberated throughout Planet Sol. Then, crash, the sound of shattering glass reverberated like a heavenly melody in Diane's ears. One after another, a blinding luster began to emanate from the surviving rodents. No, celestial hamsters. As the light faded, Diane's eyes trained on his army of hamsters. What would be the foundation for the Shadows faction? 37 beautiful hamsters with pure white coats and sparkling white eyes sat. The excitement in their eyes was clear, making their human-like emotions even more pronounced. It had succeeded. In fact, it was slightly more than 30% at that. Though the more than 60 failures hurt Diane's heart both for the rodents and the lost resources, the success was enough to wash that away. Finally, after more than 100 years of effort, Diane's persistence had borne fruit. The Mortal Alliance now had an army of celestial hamsters. Daddy! Little Alana's adorable figure sprinted out from the academy building, leaping into Diane's arms. Her hair had grown much longer, no longer the short curls of the past. Now, it shone with a rose platinum color as it waved in the wind, following along with her happy strides. Diane grinned. How was your day? Very fun. We learned a lot. Technically, Researcher Lin's, or rather, Chancellor Lin's curriculum wasn't meant to start until a child was 2 years old. At the moment, Alana's first birthday was still rapidly approaching, so she hadn't quite hit that mark yet. But, with how advanced she was, she had no trouble keeping up with kids who were older than she was. Though Diane had a mind to tutor her privately because she was so bright, he didn't want Aliuna to grow up without kids her age. It seemed Luna agreed with this sentiment as well, or else she wouldn't have sent Aliuna to school so early on. This method actually helped Aliuna too. She wanted to quickly catch up with Mia, Bella, Aiden and Junior, so she didn't want to sit at home all day. All of them were well ahead on Chancellor Lin's curriculum, so it would take some time even for Aliuna to catch up. Diane wasn't quite certain what his little girl's talent was, nor did he bother checking. Making use of little Aliuna was the last thing on his mind. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact he knew Junior was his clone, he wouldn't have allowed him to begin cultivating so early. It wasn't long before a few other small figures rushed toward Diane happily. The only one who didn't seem excited was Junior, but that was only to be expected. Diane had always hated school. It was to the point where he only tried hard so that he could finish it faster than everyone else, which was why he had no other friends aside from Clara. He felt it was inevitable that Junior would also hate school. Though Diane was basically ignoring the commotion around him, happily inquiring about the adventures of the little boys and girls under his charge, this didn't mean that there was no commotion at all. Diane's presence was too grand. Even if some didn't recognize his face,
they would feel that he was someone special. And could there really be a person within the Mortal Alliance who didn't know Diane's face?
They all had access to the Mortal network, they all knew how famous Diane was, and they also knew he was their leader. Seeing him come to pick up his children just like the rest of them, it hit differently than most other things they had seen in their lifetimes. What leader would do this?
Would they even consider sending their children to the same place commoners attended?
Would they happily mingle without any regard for their status?
Did they even have time to spend with their children in this way? Even after Diane floated away with his entourage of toddlers, some still remained frozen in place, as though poisoned by his charisma. Diane was learning more and more about the importance of culture in building empires. Though it was impossible to ever build something perfect, you could get close if you took the proper steps. In truth, Diane hadn't come here specifically to put on a show. He just really wanted to be there for his little girl. He didn't want Aluna to feel that her father was too busy for her. But it ended up having a greater effect on others than even he expected. The coming war wasn't an unknown secret by the public. Everyone knew it was coming. Under normal circumstances, there should be fear and panic, maybe even anger toward a warmongering leader. Wasn't what they had here good enough? Weren't they at peace?
Did they want for anything? Were there food shortages?
Soul Universe was practically a paradise, so why war?
But seeing Diane in person like this made him feel human. It made them feel that he wasn't an individual who would take such actions without reason. Because just like all of them, he too had people he wanted to protect. If Diane was willing to send his precious daughter to attend the same schools their children did, it meant he didn't see one life as more valuable than another. Unknowingly, a wave of calm spread through Soul Quadrant, the kind of calm that could only be fostered by a nation led by a fearless, calm,
and confident leader. Though Diane set a special time aside for Aluna, his work never stopped. He split the 37 celestial hamsters into 3 groups, tasking them with completing Researcher Tun's map. Diane knew the maps were accurate, but what he needed were specifics. He needed to know where humans were settled, how many powerhouses there were, what defensive mechanisms they might have. For the Weta and Ragnars, Diane already had all of this information thanks to the Weta sons and daughters, not to mention Hela. But for the Pakals and 5 Beast Clan Alliance, he was very blind. Using Researcher Tun's map, the Celestial Hamster's job became several times easier. It would only be a matter of months before the gaps within the maps were fully fleshed out. Then, Diane would call for a war council where they would officially plan their attack. But first, the mortal army had to be properly constructed. Diane had to bring the demon generals back, and that required re-entering the tower. Are you serious? Clara looked at Diane like he had lost his mind. Ree, who stood to the side, was giggling uncontrollably. As for Amphrey, she hardly reacted aside from a slight smile. Of course. Diane nodded seriously. His staunch attitude only made Ree laugh harder. This husband of hers was too much. There comes a time in every man's life where he must show off to the greatest degree. Diane continued nodding to himself, maintaining his stoic expression. I must have 2 beauties by my side for my reappearance, no matter what. Clara glared at Diane. I'm not your trophy. Diane ignored Clara's words, looking toward little Aluna. What do you think, little precious? Aluna clapped happily. 2 beauties, 2 beauties. See? The little princess has spoken. Clara rolled her eyes even more fiercely as Ree wiped her tears. Diane walked over and placed little Aluna in the flustered Amphrey's lap. It seemed he had finally found her weakness. After a wink, he swept Clara and Ree into his arms with only a single destination in mind. The epistemic tower. That was right. Diane insisted on it. If he was going to make a grand reappearance, he needed 2 beauties by his side. It was practically a law of the heavens. The tower had been exceptionally quiet for 2 years. Before Diane's appearance, territory wars had been spreading wildly in preparation for the descent of the ancient battlefield. But as the months ticked away and signs of the battlefield had yet to make themselves known, the Ire clans and sects had for one another began to die down. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why. Namely, the matters of 2 years ago were simply too shocking. Rumors of the dark side of the Sapientia clan, endless assaults on the Sicharo clan, and even the appearance of Dao experts on the celestial floors, there was simply too much.
Then there was the appearance of the Mortal Network and the matters surrounding Clara Gallagher. To this day, those matters were still relative question marks. Who was Clara truly? What was her connection to the Sicharo clan? Who was the red-headed beauty that saved her? Did the Sapientia really cheat Clara? Or were the Sapientia tricked by the Sicharo clan into building the Mortal Network for them? The wild speculations ran rampant with no explanation. Even Diane himself seemed to ignore these matters entirely, something that seemed odd for his personality. Diane's wife was attacked and even launched a counterattack on the Sapientia. Yet Diane suddenly appeared in the enigmatic sect with the same red-headed beauty that saved Clara? And come to find out that this red-headed beauty was also his wife? The martial world was lit afire again, and the speculation became even more wild. People began to wonder what Diane was thinking. He had just finished antagonizing the Sapientia, and now he was antagonizing the enigmatic sect as well? Some even believed that Diane was expressing some sort of dissatisfaction with Madeline. Not only had Madeline not appeared for 2 years, she had seemingly left the Flaming Lily sect hanging. The Flaming Lily sect disciples were completely without protection, and now that the 2-year mark was almost up, the safeguard around Middle Lily City was about to collapse. Any way you looked at it, it seemed that not only had Diane abandoned them, but so had Madeline. All of this was only further fueled by Diane's silence. The usually loud and boisterous young man, willing to lay waste to anyone and anything that dared touch his reverse scales, had suddenly disappeared. Like a flash in a pan, he vanished. That was until just 2 weeks remained to that 2-year mark. The whole world watched as Diane appeared once more on the lower celestial floor with 2 beauties by his side. Some immediately realized that his appearance and demeanor had changed vastly. There was a heavy pressure around him that hadn't been there before. It felt as though the whole world was bending around him violently, as though even if things weren't meant to go his way, that they would anyway. But that was when a shocking realization overcame them. The 2 beauties by his side, Alexandria Snow, Clara Gallagher, the martial world felt as though a nuclear bomb had been set off. Waves of devastation tore through the Mortal Network as thousands of articles and videos were posted in an instant. The world suddenly understood. They understood why the masked wife stealer had completely humiliated true God Anak all those years ago. They suddenly understood that Dia Shoken's action in Sapientia City, questioning whether or not he treated Ri well after going so far to defense Madeline, had been completely out of line. They finally understood that Jaws and Diane had always been one in the same. However, maybe it was because of all of these sudden jaw-dropping realizations that the last thing everyone noticed was where Diane had appeared. In all their shock and awe, it took them too long to understand the gravity behind where Diane had chosen to make his reappearance. After 2 years, completely gone from the public eye, Diane had suddenly reappeared above Low Sapientia City as his arms slowly raised forward. The Sapientia have no place among the tower quadrants any longer. If you don't want to die, I'll give you 3 seconds to piss off. Diane stood above Low Sapientia City, his calm eyes looking on with an indifferent expression. Even after all the mud slung onto their reputation, the Sapientia's roots were too deep. If they were shaken by only one rumor and a few eyewitnesses, their power would be nothing more than a joke. In addition, as ironic as it may seem, the Mortal Network gave the Sapientia a beautiful platform to defend themselves. Because Diane took his mortal world's internet as a template, the Mortal Network was a free space that didn't shadow ban anyone, including the Sapientia. However, Diane didn't care about winning public perception and support. That much would already naturally happen by the end of these matters. All he cared about was venting some frustration. If the Sapientia believed that they could just continue their life of leisure here, they were sorely mistaken. In truth, the Sapientia City was already far more barren than it would be usually. With Diane cornering all of the markets they previously controlled, there were less and less reasons to visit their cities. In fact, with the creation of the Mortal Library, the Sapientia were no longer the center of knowledge either. Knowing all of this, it could be said that Diane was beating an already dead horse. But he had his own purpose. Namely, just as Diane was thinking to this point, powerful auras surged from all sides. Diane smirked. Couldn't even wait a full second. Could you? 3 lower Dao experts came surging in from 3 different directions. There was no surprise. Each of them wore crystal-framed glasses of various colors and had piercing golden eyes and dark brunette hair.
They were, without a doubt, members of the Sapientia clan. They were led by a woman dressed in a tight traditional Chinese cheongsam. It was patterned with golden flowers accented by a fiery red. Behind her, a man and a woman followed. Diane could clearly see the flickers of condescension and faint rage hidden behind their golden pupils, but he continued to stand in the air. I must be really important to you all. To think that you'd respond so quickly after my being gone for 2 years. The leading woman frowned. Diane shouldn't be calm. It didn't make sense for any celestial to remain calm in the face of a Dao expert. Something wasn't adding up. Do you believe your Sicharo clan is invincible just because it has one higher existence? The only other female Sapientia sneered at Diane's words. Retract your slander against our Sapientia clan and maybe we can allow you to leave here today. Diane smiled. And if I don't? What will you do? Will you kill me? To defend the honor of our Sapientia clan, we will do what's necessary. Nothing is more important to a clan than their faith. The man spoke, his cold, almost lazy eyes boring holes into Diane's body. He seemed intent on stopping the second female from saying anything she didn't have to. Maybe the Sapientia were still eager to protect their image for whatever reason. There didn't seem to be a reason why such a powerful clan would need the tower quadrants. Maybe there was a hidden something Diane was unaware of. He would have to look through Jade's information once more. Diane looked off into the distance. By now, not only Sapientia Corner, but every Sapientia stronghold on the St. Floors has been destroyed. The 3 Dao experts froze. You see, I've been busy for the past 2 years and couldn't bother to deal with the infestation that was your clan. But I have quite a few bones to pick. Diane stepped forward. His proximity to the leading female Dao expert was closed to less than a meter, causing those watching below to hold their breaths. Even for a celestial, a meter distance couldn't even be discussed in terms of seconds. It could only be communicated in terms of fractions of a second. For a Dao expert, this reality was far more exaggerated. Even at a 100-meter distance, a Dao expert could slaughter a celestial in the blink of an eye, let alone at a distance of less than a meter. But when they looked at the faces of the 3 Dao experts, they couldn't help but be shocked. The 3 of them seemed to struggling against something. Their faces were red, and green veins bulged from their foreheads. Sweat even began to mat the body of the leading female Dao expert who took the brunt of Diane's rage. 2 years ago, the Sapientia didn't just attack one of my wives. They actually had the audacity to attack 3 of them. My Madeline, my Ree, my Clara. Imagine my rage when I exited my training to learn of such a thing. TSK. Diane's eyes swept over the Dao experts. Oh, do you feel that? Diane's presence raised another notch before disappearing. Sorry, my anger got the best of me. I really didn't expect that the mighty Sapientia would send out their Dao experts without protection. The release was so sudden that the 3 Dao experts stumbled in the air, their faces reddening with embarrassment. However, the 3 of them realized that this young man couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Diane's speed of progress was too fast. As though having planned beforehand, the moment they believed Diane's arrogance had got the best of him, 3 attacks suddenly surged forward. How could they know that even as Dao experts, their movements were incredibly slow to Diane? A massive golden dragon scale appeared in the air. Diane's body expanded by 1 size in an instant before concentrating back down, his bulging muscles coursing with refined mercury as his body heated the air. A fiery steam left his lips. Titan Emperor's Will. First Act. Second Stage. Diane's strength skyrocketed by 40 times. The moment their 3 attacks landed on the dragon scale, they realized that their supposedly easy mission had become a nightmare. Diane's calm expression turned savage. Pent of rage that had been brewing within his chest for years rose up. Diane didn't bring Ree and Clara here to show off like he said. They were his wives, not his trophies. They knew how he felt. They could see into his soul just like he could see into theirs. He brought them here to bear witness to his revenge for them. In an instant, Diane layered the dragon scale with sync-grade bolt-type energy and cleanse, his golden wings blooming into existence. The moment he stepped into the silver silk stage, he had a breakthrough in his Titan Emperor's Will, allowing him to access the second of 9 stages. What kind of power did a 40 times multiplier provide? In simple terms, it was devastating.
All three Dao experts were blasted backward, their expressions changing to horror as they felt their arms nearly break in on themselves. Cleanse was too powerful. Even without using it with holy-type energy, the three of them felt as though their energy had been suddenly ripped away from them. And, to make matters worse, the moment their fists landed on the golden dragon scale, they were assaulted by a fierce dragon soul layered atop Diane's presence that not only reflected their attacks, but multiplied them several-fold. Diane's arm retracted, causing the dragon scale to shrink and spin around him. It moved so quickly that it became like a halo of gold, matching the ring to Diane's back that held his wings. Torment. Diane stood in the skies like a god. His skin glistened as though carved of diamond. His golden wings shone downward like a divine decree, and his hands spread outward, welcoming hundreds of royal blue arrays in an instant. It felt as though a bloody hell descended upon low Sapientia City. The cognitive dissonance was simply too striking. The blue arrays were beautiful, and the spears that slowly appeared from their depths were even more so. They shone like sapphires purified by a dragon's breath. However, the feeling they gave off was anything but purified. Those who watched felt their hearts quake, a deep sense of inevitability of death overwhelming their senses. Torment. The second stage of Diane's judgment arrays. Accelerate. Years of gold spun within Diane's eyes as an Armageddon of falling blue meteors descended from the skies. Boom! 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 The martial world watched on in shock as Diane unleashed his fury upon three Dao experts. Whenever they tried to stand or recover, even flee, another word would leave Diane's lips that destroyed their attempts. It was as though Diane was a predator, playing with his prey. Devour! Another attempt to gather atmospheric chi was destroyed by a single word. Despair filled the faces of the Dao experts. Their leader wanted to retreat, but the faith of the Sapientia was on the line. The truth of the matter was that Diane's torment was powerful, but not powerful enough to kill or mortally injure a Dao expert. Though it could slaughter a peak celestial with ease and threaten a pseudo-Dao expert, the leap to the next realm was too large. What Diane was doing here wasn't attempting to kill them. He was humiliating them. Their attempts to recover were continuously thwarted. They couldn't gather up their power because Diane's presence was too fierce, and even when they managed to pull in an inkling on strength, devour, or cleanse would instantly disperse it. Soon, even those watching understood what Diane's purpose was as they ran from the city. Even if he could kill them, he was choosing not to. He wanted this very day to be etched into the minds of all of those present. It was at that moment that Diane did something that crossed a line of no return. As the three Dao experts were screaming in agony, having their minds and bodies attacked simultaneously, Diane took out a haggled figure from his inner world, holding the man up by his neck. No one recognized him immediately. He looked too different from his usual self. His brunette hair was a mess. His body was covered in soot and grime, and dried blood riddled his skin. But when his eyes opened, revealing their golden shine, the whole world gasped. Emperor Primus Sapientia, Aritzia's elder brother, key wielder of Sapientia Quadrant. Don't! The leader of the Dao experts screamed. Think about what you're doing. You don't want to make an enemy of us. Her screams were almost unintelligible, not because her words weren't clear, but because the screams of her fellow Sapientia were too fierce. The combination of presence and a mental attack was too fierce. It was like experiencing your mind being shredded apart from the inside out. No, Diane said faintly, his presence forcing his words into the ears of all those who watched. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. It's too bad you've already done so. Diane crushed Primus' neck, holding him tightly as his life was slowly wrung out. To no one's surprise, the key wielder of the Sapientia also had a life-saving jade attached to his body. But Diane hadn't killed Primus simply for the sake of killing him. He had killed him so that he could snatch the Sapientia's key from them. From today on, just like Diane had said, the Sapientia would have no place among the tower quadrants. The air shimmered, resulting in an illusory elder appearing in the skies. He had a calm face and his golden eyes were gentle. He was the picture of a docile old man. Young one, you should have some moderation. Diane saw that the elder attempted to take the key with him, but this time Diane hadn't been incapacitated by faith like he had been against Jiashoken. In addition, Jiashoken wasn't a key wielder. That right was left to his elder brother on the Dao floors.
Since the opportunity was before him, Dian would obviously do as he said. Feel free to take his body, but leave my things here. Dian's rage had long since calmed.
His expression didn't change as his soul chi surged forward. The beautiful tower key hung in the air. Just like the key of other quadrants, the Sapientia's key was protected. However, in the face of Devour, what protections could survive?
Devour. The old man's expression changed. He had been banking on the key's protections this entire time. He knew that he didn't have the right to directly interfere with matters of the epistemic tower. Those were the rules, after all. But he could bend them a little to encompass the key with Primus Corpse. Who would have known that Dian had the ability to shatter the key's protections before he even acted?
The world could only watch as the key fell into Dian's hands. I hope the Sapientia know when to piss off, or else I don't mind exposing other things. Dian calmly released Primus' neck, taking the key into his spatial ring. The old man frowned slightly at Dian's words.
I do recognize your voice, old man. Weren't you the one who tried to stop my amphory from saving Clara? You seem to have a propensity for trying to get in my way. I hope that trend won't continue. Dian smiled, but it was so cold that it felt as though he was sending shivers down the spines of everyone who watched on. The matters you pulled with Sapientia auction are cute, though it doesn't matter much to me. If you'd like to bring others to march on toward death with you, I don't mind playing along. I just hope you remember. Suddenly, the old man's image waved furiously, as though his connection was about to be cut off. Oops. Looks like I didn't time it as well as I would have liked. You! The old man's gentle expression stiffened. Through his projection, the sound of savage explosions resounded. Dian smiled as he thought back to a memory from several decades ago. This array was constructed 3,563,782 years ago by the 24th White Mother. The original purpose was to act as a gift to the Sapientia family. The 24th White Mother, due to suspicions for the family, created an extra 30 as a failsafe. The extra 30 are known as master key arrays, can function to shut down the original 1,000 at any time as well as causing them to set off a violent chain reaction capable of destroying a planet to ashes. Dian hadn't set off all 1,000 arrays. He wasn't a mass murderer. In addition, he wanted to push the Sapientia to the brink, but not over the edge. He wasn't prepared to deal with their true power just yet. He only wanted to escort them out the door a bit, forcefully. Dian had caused only one of the 1,000 planet-grade arrays that were gifted to the Sapientia to explode. His purpose for doing so was multifold. Firstly, it cut off the connection the Sapientia within the tower quadrants had to the Sapientia in the outer quadrants. Because Dian had the master key array, he could use Little Yang and Yin's historical path time will to learn truths about the rest of the arrays. Thanks to this, Dian knew that the Sapientia quadrant only had one of the 1,000 arrays while the remaining 999 were located in the Sapientia outer quadrants. Dian knew immediately why this was. That array, it was how they received orders from their true base. So, Dian destroyed it. However, that wasn't before he set up a few things. Though Dian hated the Sapientia, he didn't believe they all deserved to die. Instead, he used the master key array to control the range of the blast. This resulted in planet Sapientia becoming a ticking time bomb. The structure of the planet itself had become compromised. In as little as another few days, it would implode in on itself, destroying the Sapientia's home. This would leave the Sapientia with no choice but to relocate. Unfortunately for them, there were only two choices along such a path. The first was to leave to another planet within the same universe, and the second was to enter the epistemic tower and hopefully receive help from one of the other quadrants. Either way, Sapientia quadrant would lose its epistemic tower because the destruction of planet Sapientia would destroy their gate. If Dian's previous actions had pushed the Sapientia into a corner, he was practically kicking them while they were down now. If the Sapientia wanted to continue their plans for the tower quadrants, they would need to expose themselves to steal a tower key from another quadrant, but if they did so, they would be playing right into Dian's hands. If the Sapientia lived in a world where everyone knew they weren't as innocent as they pretended to be, Dian's next steps would be far easier. The gaze the old man looked toward Dian with completely changed.
If before, he believed Dian was an immature brat with some backing and an inability to control his temper, he now felt that Dian was a demon in sheep's clothing. I may have acknowledged that you're playing on a bigger game than I am, but best believe I'll have a stranglehold on my small 2x2 piece of the board by the time I'm through. You should go, Dian said with a slight smile. It seems you have far more important things to take care of. Don't worry, while you're gone, I'll take very good care of your cities. The old man's veins bulged. No matter how gentle he was normally, Dian was simply too insufferable. But Dian was correct. He had no choice but to leave. The whole martial world was sent into an upheaval. The matters of Sapientia planet spread like a wildfire. Once again, Dian had reappeared after a long disappearance and sent the martial world into a tailspin. According to those on planet Sapientia at the time, a massive explosion went off in an unpopulated area of their planet. The result was the deaths of a few guards and the instability of the planet Sapientia. According to experts, in just 3 days, the planet would implode once more, unable to sustain itself. By this point, visitation to planet Sapientia had already hit an all-time low. With Celestial Corner and Dian's various stores that dotted the lower and middle celestial floors, the markets the Sapientia had cornered were snuffed out. Now, with their home planet compromised, and their gate about to be destroyed, another avenue had been obliterated. No one knew how Dian did it. The security for planets, especially main planets at the core of one's universe, were incredibly high. For a clan the caliber of the Sapientias, it shouldn't have been impossible to even think of setting up such a massive explosion ahead of time. Yet Dian had done it. This reality sent a shiver down the spines of those who had pointed their spears toward the Satyros due to the Sapientia auction. Dian had been merciful this time. The deaths were less than 10 and he gave them 3 days to evacuate the weak, old and disabled, a time frame that was more than enough for a planet of cultivators. But what if he chose not to be next time? What if he snuck onto their planets and decided to not hold back? The fear around Dian skyrocketed. It seemed that this feat was more fearsome than even what he did to the 3 Dao experts. In fact, that feat seemed to be completely forgotten amid the torrent of stories surrounding planet Sapientia. However, Dian's deeds for the day weren't done. News of the destruction of Sapientia holdings on the St. Floors spread soon after. Not only Sapientia Corner, but every building owned by the Sapientia within Central City were burnt to ash. To make matters worse, Dian obliterated Low Sapientia City. Then he traveled to the middle floors. Not caring about losing his protection on Low Gold City, he destroyed the rebuilt Middle Sapientia City. Then, he traveled to the higher floors and razed High Sapientia City before finally reaching the peak floors and laying waste to Peak Sapientia City. As though that wasn't enough, he perfectly cleared the Peak Celestial Floor trial in just a single move and lay claim to Peak Gold City, taking control of all 9 gold danger zones without a care in the world. Dian paraded the demon generals from the lowest celestial floors. All more than 3,000 of them had entered the middle celestial realm after 2 years, proving their infallible talent. With their battle prowess, they tore through the trials one after another. Demon Emperor's will made a reappearance. Chants of the demon sage filled the ears of the martial world and overflowed their souls with awe. The sight of 3,000 giants, stomping through the air under the leadership of a single, calm-eyed man with 2 beauties by his side. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Darkness prevails over all, the blood seeps into the ground, the strong slay the weak and stand tall while the unfortunate are silenced without a sound. The sage of the demon empire is supreme, unmatched and unprecedented, unchallenged, and without flaw, immortal and esteemed. He leaves his legacy for only those as evil as he, only those as ruthless and heartless. Cast away your humanity for strength, drench the soil in the blood of your enemies, plant the seed of your life within it, become the next sage of the demon empire. A swirling demonic chi overtook the celestial floors. Clashes of red and black pumping through the air as though to descend the world into darkness. At the helm, a man stood above Peak Gold City with the expression of a lofty ruler. His back as straight as a javelin, his silver-brown hair shifted slightly in the wind, and his 2 wives to his left and right. Though many watched in the distance, seeking a way to stop his momentum, to stymie his aura, they chose not to take a step forward in the end. The fate of the world seemed to bend around the young man. It felt that no matter what they threw at him, it would be useless. As though even if the heavens themselves wanted to open up and swallow him whole, it would have to turn back in failure. The words the young man spoke just hours earlier resounded in their minds. They were correct. Who among the tower quadrants would want to make an enemy out of him? And if they chose to do so, wouldn't their only remaining path be death? Diane was quite aware that taking over Peak Gold City would cause some dissatisfaction, especially when he was still taking measures to uphold his 30-year promise against those who slighted his demon generals in Low Gold City. But he hardly cared. If you had a problem with it, you could try to do something about it, though Diane doubted there was anyone on the celestial floors who was his match. He heard that true god Aurum had entered the pseudo-Dao realm, making him the third of the Dragochilan land geniuses. But this didn't faze him either. Diane knew long ago that human-beast duopath cultivating dragons could enter a humanoid dragon form that allowed them to match regular lower Dao experts at the pseudo-Dao realm. But Diane already felt he didn't have much to fear from regular lower Dao experts. Of course, Diane didn't lose his mind in arrogance. He still remembered the savage beating he had taken from those 50 Dao experts. In truth, those black-clothed attempted kidnappers were far more powerful. By Diane's estimation, even though his soul was sealed back then, he believed them to be at the higher Dao realm at a minimum. The fact he survived any length of time, although they were restricted to just their bodies and were being careful to not kill Aliuna, was a testament to the overwhelming power of his constitution. Still, this matter put things into perspective for Diane. Though the differences between Celestials was large, the differences between Dao expert stages was even larger. If Diane recalled correctly, the difference between a lower Celestial and a peak Celestial was still less than the difference between a lower Dao expert and a middle Dao expert. The path ahead was still long, and Diane planned on walking it to the end. Oh my, he's gotten more powerful again. Isn't this too fast? Emithius chuckled, very much expecting Aritzia to message him once more, up in arms about what Diane had done this time. But interestingly enough, Aritzia was radio silent. If Emithius thought about it, this was definitely the longest time Aritzia had spent between contacting him. Maybe the little girl really was doing her best to grow up. No matter, he's making my job easier. Emithius turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Currently, he and his band of men were in the wilderness as usual, but their company had an additional individual, an individual one would never expect to appear here. Empress Aspirant Kativa Star, wife of Dao Formation Genius, true Godstar. Do you have what I need? Emithius asked with a knowing smile. The usually calm Empress Aspirant grit her teeth audibly. She was definitely a world-class beauty. Even with her features contorted in anger, she still made those within the Brotherhood of Guardians gulp silently to themselves, their eyes recklessly roaming her body. Is there a need to be so angry? It isn't as though I asked you to share my bed, I've only asked for a ticket of sorts. Shameless. Emithius knew well that Kativa was just an Empress Aspirant. She had 2 other competitors for the role of first wife. This sort of bump in the road was enough to throw her far behind in that competition. She couldn't allow Emithius to act wildly, or else she'd forever be below her fellow sister wives. Such harsh words. Emithius pouted. Is it my fault the holy Empress Aspirant Kativa was caught in such a fashion? If you hadn't been doing what you were doing, would you be in this situation? Plus, if I'm correct about your star clan, let's not talk about these matters. I just want a seat at the conference and I'd rather not waste 10 years traveling. You can help me out, right? You set me up. Emithius sighed. We're all adults here. Is there a need for such petty commentary? I did nothing of the sort. But, even if I had, does it change anything? Cat Eva gripped her small fists, the air around her vibrating wildly for a moment before she forced herself to calm down. Though they were lecherous, she knew better than to underestimate the Brotherhood of Guardians. In such a short time, they had established themselves as the 3rd most powerful force on the celestial floors. In truth, some wanted to place the Demon Generals as number 1, which would put the Brotherhood of Guardians at 4th place between the Star Force and Heavenly Sword Guild, but the majority argued against it. Simply put, the Demon Generals seemed too useless without Diane. So, according to official rankings, though everyone respected Diane, the Demon Generals weren't even top 10. Simply put, after being forced to come here alone, Cat Eva couldn't hope to defeat them all by herself. Though she hated to admit it, only someone of Diane's caliber could hope to do so. After a deep breath, Cat Eva finally spoke one more.
Go to Low Star City on the date 2 years from now. I'll bring you to the star quadrant then. Here's the blood essence contract you asked for. Look it over. Emithius casually took the shimmering document from Cat Eva. After checking it over to make sure there were no loopholes, he nodded in satisfaction and placed it within his spatial ring after signing it as well. If you don't mind my asking, Emithius called out as Cat Eva was about to leave. What's the point of doing all of this?
Is it really too much to ask to open your teleportation formations?
Why make everyone travel so far and for so long? Cat Eva only snorted in response, not bothering to answer. She knew that Emithius was bursting with laughter on the inside after asking this question. So, Diane grinned, standing grandly above the world as he took Clara and Ree into his arms.
Do you like my present? He lightly pinched their soft waists as his blood boiled. He had ignored the lust of his Titan diamond body for too long, but unfortunately now wasn't the time for such things.
Clara and Ree put on content smiles. Even Clara's usual quippy response and Ree's flick of the forehead were nowhere to be seen. They just felt comfortable. Diane owed his wives too much, they put up with a lot for him.
Not every woman would be willing to deal with what they did, and Diane was endlessly grateful for it. How would you feel if your husband suddenly came home with a child you knew wasn't your own?
No matter how adorable little Aluna was, there was no question that she was often the elephant in the room.
The worst part was that even if Ree and Clara wanted children of their own, and even if Diane was willing to lay down his concerns toward these turbulent times, there was no guarantee they'd even be able to have them. Diane's talent and that of his wives were simply too high. They would likely have to try for centuries, maybe millennia, before they had children of their own. These matters were especially tough on Clara.
From the beginning, she questioned the idea of accepting her love for Diane at all. Maybe if it wasn't for Diane being so close to death, she would have never leapt over that mental hurdle. To make matters worse, she was a woman of the mortal world and she was over 30 years old. If the Earth she knew still existed, she should be married with a white picket fence of her own, maybe with a child or two. The sharp dichotomy between where she expected her life to be and where it was now was too stark. Ree had her own struggles. Of Diane's wives, it was arguable that she had given up the most. While it was true that Clara entered a whole new world, and Amphrey willingly died, and Madeline, even his first wife, selflessly shared Diane, Ree had given up her own sense of self for so long.
It wasn't until recently that she finally recovered what it meant to be Ree again. What it meant to be Alexandria. Yet all the while they stayed by Diane's side. They could have left, going off to accomplish their own goals and their own pursuits, yet they stayed. Diane hugged them tightly, only unwillingly letting go after several moments. We have 8 to 9 months remaining then. We'll officially begin. In that time, you two should strengthen yourselves. I have a feeling that you have no intention of staying home, Diane said with a smile.
Though Madeline had already reached the higher celestial realm, and would have likely already reached the peak celestial realm had it not been for her coma, Ree and Clara didn't have god constitutions capable of accelerating cultivation speed to such a degree. As of right now, Ree was still within the middle celestial realm while Clara was still within the lower celestial realm, with her cultivation speed being the slowest amongst Diane's wives. That said, their combat prowess was high, especially in comparison to the coming enemies. By power, Diane's home quadrant was ranked about middle of the pack. At best, they'd be within the 40s of the tower quadrants, possible 30s.
Unfortunately for them, this wasn't due to their lack of talent. Objectively speaking, the talent of those within the celestial deer quadrant was incredibly high. The most poignant reason their overall strength was so low was because they were primitive. Due to the massive war that embroiled the celestial deer quadrant, headed by the celestial deer sect and the entity, a figurative reset button had been hit on Diane's home quadrant. As a result, in comparison to the rest of the martial world, their knowledge about cultivation was incredibly low. The reverberating effects of this war were clear. The Ragnar, Weta, Pakel, and 5 Beast Clan Alliance didn't even have a clue as to where the epistemic tower was. Simply put, to these individuals, first-grade celestials, let alone above 9th-order celestials like Diane's wives, were inconceivable. Still, Diane didn't want to take these individuals lightly. They were still clans that had laid their roots for millions of years, no matter how primitive they were. It was likely that they had evolved forward in some novel way Diane might never expect, which was why information was so crucial.
What do you want to do? Ri asked. In this 8 to 9 months, I need to reach the higher celestial realm, only then will I be comfortable. Before we begin, I'll also break into the gold silk realm. Now that Luna is here, there's no need for me to stall my body cultivation just so that I can bring things in and out of the ancient battlefield. Do you plan on bringing your soldiers from the ancient battlefield over? Clara questioned. Surprisingly, though, Dian shook his head. He didn't feel that it was the right time, or more accurately, he felt that there was a better choice. Not immediately. I'm confident that the strength of those I command from the ancient battlefield is incredibly high. Even the worst of them have bodies strong enough to match pseudo-Dao experts. As for the Titans, those who can wield essence-grade type energy are a match for middle Dao experts at worst, while those who can wield sync-grade type energy are higher Dao experts at worst. That was right, Dian technically had thousands of Dao experts at his beck and call now. But the ancient battlefield is too turbulent to simply take them out. Also, if I throw such an imbalance into the mortal alliance so soon, the morale of the clans will hit rock bottom. They'll feel that all the work they had done for the past near decade was meaningless. I want them to have a sense of belonging. I want our first victories to be as a result of our work together, not because my contributions overwhelmed theirs. Listening to Dian speak, Ri and Clara felt a deep fire light within them. They could see that their husband had greatly matured. Of course, Dian had no intention of completely ignoring his Titans. He would definitely bring some of them over to act as his personal sworn knights, but he wouldn't overwhelm the mortal clans with their numbers. Dian had worked too hard to construct a system where it felt like every clan had a chance to rise to the top. If he toppled that system by bringing in unknowns to seek short-term benefits, let alone building up the mortal empire, he would lose the hearts of his people. Dian's perspective on things felt much wider now. He wouldn't foolishly make such a mistake. Plus, Dian felt that the firepower he had now was more than enough. Soon, the title spirits would perfectly form their bodies once more. Aside from the demon sage, who was so close to the higher existence realm during his life, and Dian's master whose soul was stronger than even Dian's, things that would obviously force their bodies to take longer to reconstruct, the rest would be ready come the 9th month. This would give Dian an additional 11 lower Dao experts under his command in addition to Amphory, Glorianice, Zabia, and the 5 Ipsum disciples, Trot, Asuman, Bowie, Arlo, and Iacus. Dian didn't believe it was necessary to have more experts than this. They should be enough. Of course, there was one other that Dian didn't count among this number, and that was the former Weapons Guild head who was currently still in a coma after suffering disastrous injuries. And there was also the celestial beasts Dian had yet to properly integrate. Though Dian was lacking in number of celestials, the people under his command were incredibly top-heavy in terms of strength. If he planned diligently, he wasn't worried. And by the time the war ended, the issue of lack of celestials would fix itself. Dian remained on the peak celestial floors for a while, happily chatting with his wives. They asked him about what his plans were for the Flaming Lily sect and were quite surprised by his answer, to the point of being speechless. But Dian was more surprised to find that no one came to bother him despite his having taken over Peak Gold City. Though he expected that most would have learned their lesson by now, it was definitely a surprise that even the 3 dragon true gods hadn't come to find trouble. Dian thought that this might be because, unlike what happened on the lower celestial floor, he didn't ban entry from anyone here, though his ban on Low Gold City was still in effect. Still, the matter was rather odd. In the end, Dian left a clone and departed to Soul Universe with Ri and Clara by his side. The moment they returned, the 3 of them went their separate ways, eager to train. Dian, of course, had to see his little girl first. The moment he entered Luna's room, a young, spry little girl practically jumped several meters into his arms, her hearty giggling making Dian's heart feel light. "Do you have to go, Daddy?" Aluna pouted. She was normally very good, but Dian had disappeared for several days. In truth, it was the first time she had been away from Dian so long. It seemed he had been too reckless in staying in the tower for more than a day. "Dad's going to do something very boring." Dian pinched Alana's little nose. Aluna blinked with curiosity. "What's that?" "Cultivation. To grow stronger to protect little precious." Luna, who had been watching this interaction, suddenly felt there was an opportunity. I can help," she said softly. Dian looked over with a curious gaze. He had decided that though he loved being with Aliuna, he couldn't take her away from Luna.
So, the two shared spacious room in Soul Palace. Luckily, though Diane did this to keep his distance from Luna, little Aluna didn't find anything weird about this. After all, from her birth she had always spent time with Diane while she was awake and went to sleep with Luna.
Her immature mind didn't know anything about the matters of men and women and obviously didn't know that there was something odd going on with her parents' relationship.
In truth, if Diane dual cultivated with Luna, his cultivation speed would overshadow Madeline's and the speed he would have with the energy core. The reason for this was simple. The energy core's legendary ability was related to spiritual veins and its ability to help them grow larger. It was its active ability that helped accumulate energy quickly. Simply put, Luna's ability to control energy was legendary while the energy core's ability to control energy was dependent on its user. It was obvious which was better. However, Luna wasn't about to suggest that she dual cultivate with Diane. She knew her boundaries and she hadn't come anywhere close to crossing that one. But that didn't mean she couldn't help. I'll gather the energy for you and purify it. Then you can use Devour on it. You'll cultivate more than 10 times faster with my help.
It won't be impossible to go beyond your goals, Luna explained. Diane frowned slightly as Aliuna looked on curiously, wrapping her little chubby arms around Diane's neck. It was no wonder he was frowning. How was what Luna was suggesting different from using energy stones? The reason using energy stones to cultivate was frowned upon was because it ruined your foundation by making cultivation too easy. If Luna both purified and primed the energy for him to devour, it would be the same as ruining his foundation, no?
But it seemed that Luna had already thought of this. Don't worry, my help will be different from energy stones, especially if you filter in primordial energy. I have absolute control over energy. If you allow me to, I can even make your foundation firmer than it already is. Your foundation seems good, but it's flawed in many areas. Luna quickly explained herself. It was hard to tell someone like Diane his foundation was flawed.
Hadn't he perfectly filled his meridians every step of the way?
Plus, he had his body reconstructed before entering the Saint Realm, completely doing away with all of his hidden impurities.
In addition to this, he had his body completely reconstructed once more just a few weeks ago after entering the Silver Silk stage, and would undergo such a cleansing once more the moment he broke the barrier to the Gold Silk stage. Although they had a child together, the truth was that Luna knew little about Diane.
She chased after a fanciful ideal of them being together purely because of Aluna and her fantasies of the kind of man he was, but the truth was that the only Diane she had come to know was a Diane whose emotions she had manipulated.
Because she knew little about Diane, she thought he might get angry with her pointing out his flaws. The men she had come to know mostly had fragile egos and didn't like to be criticized, so she didn't want to open up a larger rift between her and Diane.
In the end, she ended up flustered and quickly tried to explain herself, but the words she ended up saying were even worse than before. She felt like kicking herself on the inside as she lowered her head, a single eye closing as she expected Diane to snap back at her. But that moment never came.
Flawed, Diane pinched little Alana's chubby cheeks as he fell into thought. You're probably right. The truth is that my cultivation was sealed by some bad people when I was younger, so for a long time I didn't have access to much of my talent.
Truthfully speaking, I still don't have all of my talent in its entirety because the last third is still hidden away.
Back then, I cultivated through the foundation stage incredibly slowly trying to make up for this. I guess I was too optimistic in thinking I escaped any mistakes. Now that Luna mentioned it, Diane thought that she was probably right. Inner World Sanctuary wasn't just the best cultivation technique ever created. It was also probably the hardest cultivation technique ever created, though this last part was debatable. Yet, all those decades ago, Diane had used his pitiful amount of talent to cultivate the entire first stage. Though he was supported by the incredibly energy-dense epistemic tower at the time, wasn't it too much to expect someone as untalented as him to lay a perfect foundation? The truth was that this was only a portion of the problem. Even further beyond that, Diane was given his tempered meridians directly afterward, allowing him to reach the peak of the meridian formation realm instantly. But how could one's foundation be perfect if the cultivation was done for you? The worst part was that this wasn't the only time Diane's cultivation had been done for him either. After his seal was undone, he shot up from the first essence gathering stage to the 12th in an instant thanks to Evangeline's, or rather, Jade's energy provided through the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac. There was a reason the heavens only cultivated one stage for geniuses they liked after one passed a tribulation or entered a new realm. If it helped any more, it would harm the foundation of the genius. Yet, despite not receiving the help of the heavens during the saint and celestial realms, Dian had received a lot of help from elsewhere. In truth, Dian had only truly started cultivating under his own talent recently. He cultivated the saint realm and the celestial realm himself, but it could be argued that he received a ton of help outside of this. Maybe if it wasn't for his body being reconstructed so many times, he would have noticed the issues start to pop up much earlier. Hearing Dian's confirmation of her thoughts, Luna felt a weight drop from her shoulders as she gathered the courage to look back up. It seemed she realized it too. This man she thought she loved. Did she even understand the person he was? What were his likes, his dislikes? What side of the bed did he sleep on? What kind of food did he like? What were his hobbies? Luna would be lying if she said she didn't feel uncomfortable with the cold shoulder Dian's wives gave her, despite her belief that she deserved it. After all, she was only human, albeit a human with godlike abilities. There would always be that hidden sadness within her. But now she finally understood their thoughts. She didn't even know Dian. What right did she have to ask them to share him with her? Luna felt enlightened as yet another weight fell, but this time, from her heart. She finally smiled a genuine smile, one that wasn't just for Aluna, it was one for herself, for a hopeful future. Now that she understood where she was wrong, she could work to fix it. She was very curious. The father of her child. What kind of man was he? You said that a third of your talent was still sealed? Luna relaxed, meeting Dian's eyes with a light smile. Dian nodded, lifting the giggling Aluna up and into the air. It's unfortunate, but my energy cultivation talent is sealed within an energy kernel. I'm just lucky that my constitution covers my bases in that regard. I would absorb it back, but I have no way of separating my talent from the others. And, if I have too much energy cultivation talent, my tribulations will become impossible to cross. Luna's eyes sparkled. I can help with that too. Dian looked toward Luna with surprise once more before smiling. It seems you've figured something out. Seeing the clarity in her eyes, he felt happy for Luna. For a man, there would always be a place in your heart for the mother of your child. It was something impossible to neglect. But Dian had 4 wives. He couldn't disregard their feelings for one Luna. Though Aluna was his daughter and he loved her, he loved Clara, Amphrey and Madeline as well. Their feelings mattered to him just as much. So, seeing that Luna had found her own path lowered his own emotional weights. Dian and Luna's first meeting was quite complex. If he recalled correctly, he had gone to fight a universe tournament with King Vizirian and the prize for first place was Luna's hand in marriage. Originally, the tournament was meant to be a formality. The scion of the Emperor God Vizirian clan was meant to win as he was already betrothed to Luna. However, Dian, not knowing the reality of these matters, ended up taking first place. In the end, the Moon clan was forced to publicly give Luna's hand in marriage to Dian, and Dian, not wanting to embarrass Luna, didn't reject despite only having Amphrey in his heart. This was how their relationship began. Due to her own family issues, Luna was coaxed by her father and the puppet masters who controlled him to take hold of Dian, resulting in Dian's father being captured and kicking off the events of the second trial. Of course, Dian didn't know how much of the second trial was truly him or someone else, and maybe he would never know the truth of those matters, but at the very least, this was Luna's truth. In that case, this is really good. Hold on, I'll be right back. Kissing Aluna on the forehead, Dian rushed out under Luna's gaze. Really? Clara's eyes sparkled. Of course. Luna can help you retrieve your talent. Clara's cold eyes gave way to a light excitement as she held Dian's hands with both of hers. This was great news. Though Clara had been taking the Jade Queen Bee's honey every day, she still only had 5th grade meridians. The only reason she had been able to reach the celestial stage with a perfect foundation was purely because of the vast resources poured into her. Unfortunately, after reaching the celestial realm, the appropriate resources became far more expensive, and Clara's lack of talent stalled her heavily. Unlike Dian, who managed to find his original constitution, Clara hadn't been able to find hers by luck as he had. As a result, it was far harder for her to awaken the true abilities of her constitutions. This wasn't all either. Diane had layered multiple of the same constitutions atop of each other, but Clara hadn't been able to do this, the simple reason being her array alchemy wasn't as good as Diane's. Back when Clara awakened her constitutions in order to increase her cultivation talent, Diane's soul had still been sealed. There was nothing he could have done to help her skirt around the 3-pill limit. These unfortunate events culminated to the situation today. Though Diane never hesitated to pour more resources into her, Clara couldn't help but feel inadequate, which was why she worked so hard on the Mortal Network and with the association. Of course, Diane found her insecurities ridiculous. It could be argued that Clara had contributed the most to the Mortal Alliance. But maybe, just like Eli, there were some things that could only be fixed with cultivation strength. Since Luna had said so, Diane jumped at the opportunity to help Clara, dragging her along back to Luna's room. "You can really help?" Clara looked toward Luna expectantly. Luna smiled. Of course. Just hand me the energy kernel and I'll find the talent meant for you too." Clara seemed surprised by Luna's change as well. Usually, when she was faced with either her, Re or Amphory, she would lower her head and avert her gaze. This only resulted in her distance between the three of them growing. But now it seemed she had regained some clarity and some of the air of the unblemished one she had cultivated for so long. For a moment, Clara thought that this was maybe because of something Diane said. But after reading the room, this didn't seem to be the case. In the end, Clara smiled. "Thank you, truly." Luna shook her head vehemently. "No, you don't have to thank me. I'm only doing what I should. I'll always be here to support the Sacharo clan for as long as I can." A layer of frost seemed to dissipate from Clara's eyes as she chose to say no more. After nodding with satisfaction, Diane communicated with the seal, bringing out a very familiar ball of beautiful rainbow light. "Ah!" Little Aluna looked toward the ball in awe. "So pretty." Luna concentrated, taking the ball of light into her hands. She could clearly feel that yin and yang side, and it only took her a moment to sense the energies that were perfectly in line with both Clara and Diane. Her delicate hands spread as she waded through billions of talent sources. Suddenly, her 2 fingers pinched, as though she was a witch pulling a string of fate taut. In a flash, her wrist flicked forward, sending 2 streams of light into Clara and Diane's bodies. In the next instant, they were both enveloped by a gentle light as the heavens seemed to open up. Clara grunted in pain. For Diane, who had experienced his body being reconstructed so many times, he weathered the storm easily, but he couldn't help but feel strong concern for Clara. Sometimes the difference between the body kernel and the energy kernel could be confusing because of the great boon the body kernel was for Diane's energy cultivation talent. But the truth was that they were 2 separate entities. Diane's energy cultivation talent happened to be helped by his body kernel, or the constitutions he received from them because his constitution reconstructed his body. This reconstruction led to the improvement of his meridians to the 1st grade, and subsequently to the true deity grade. However, Clara didn't receive this reconstruction both because she didn't find her original constitution and because the constitutions she chose didn't have such a profound overall effect. The Wind Spirit constitution helped affinity for wind and made one's body lighter. The Energy Flow constitution helped increase sensitivity to energy and gave one eyes capable of seeing the flow of energy within an opponent's meridians, thus allowing them to dictate the flow of the battle easier. And lastly, Eternity's balance, which helped the fusion of all things. None of these constitutions directly improved the body like Titan Diamond Body did. However, the energy kernel was different. It only had 2 jobs: to improve one's meridians and one's innate energy senses. As expected for one born within the universe meant to birth humanity's foremost race, Clara was a dazzling talent. Coupled with her energy flow constitution, it was akin to giving wings to Tigress. The heavens sang praises from above, causing golden light to wash Soul Palace with purity. Little Aluna giggled happily, enjoying the pretty lights very much. The Chaos era was ruled by the Titans, masters of the body. The Primordial era was ruled by the Angels, masters of Chi. The Golden era was ruled by the Elves, masters of soul. To now, the Modern era was thought to be ruled by the Sprites. But this seemed odd.
Technically, sprites weren't human, they were only half so. They didn't actually have human-bred talents of their own, rather, they were relying on the strength provided by their sprite ancestors, giving them great affinities depending on the type of sprite lineage they were born from. Simply put, if one stripped a sprite of their spirit-like characteristics, they would be no different from normal humans. If this was true and the legitimate heirs to the throne of this era were Dian and his people, then just what was their strength? What were they born to become? Maybe the answer wouldn't be shown now, but soon it would be. Luna's eyes flashed. Bear with me for a second. I will reveal your true constitution as well, but you must choose. Which of your three will you give up? Luna could transfer the energy of the Constitution Awakening pill for Clara as well. If Clara awakened her true constitution, she would take a massive leap forward and become the expert she should be. Just like Dian, she would step into the true abilities her race of people should have by unlocking all three facets of her talent. Since Clara was born after Dian, her soul had been with her from the beginning. Luna had just returned her energy talent. And now, I relinquish energy flow, Clara said through gritted teeth. Maybe Dian had spoken too soon. Just when he thought Clara's energy flow constitution would gain a great boost now that her true energy cultivation talent had been revealed, Clara suddenly chose to relinquish it. At first, Dian thought this might be a mistake, but in the next moment he bit back his words. Clara's true constitution, coupled with eternity's balance and wind spirit. Well, maybe it would be best if he went back to not challenging Clara to battles. Suddenly, the temperature skyrocketed. Even in pain, Dian immediately covered Aluna in a blanket of his chi, keeping her nice and cool. The little girl was so astonished by the sights around her that she didn't even notice she would have died if not for the efforts of her father. Clara's hair shot into the air, erupting in a blaze of fire. The change was so sudden that Dian felt a familiar squirming within his inner world. Little Rain, who had been in a coma for years, ever since he swallowed the fire sprite, had suddenly stirred under Clara's presence. Dian happily smiled. Seems she spent too long in that furnace room of hers. She ended up turning into a flame herself. Who would have known that the cold-eyed Clara's original constitution was the god-grade fire spirit body? Dian's sovereign flame flickered wildly. It wasn't just it, but his runic flame and his aurora flames responded in kind. It was as though every flame in existence bent toward this wife of his. The wind spirit body could only be designated as a heaven-grade constitution, fire spirit body, along with being one of the few constitutions both men and women could be given, was a level above. Fire and lightning simply stood above all other elemental wills. Now that Clara had awoken this constitution, her true constitution, her strength had taken a massive leap forward. And her body was reconstructed. A blaze of flames seemed to erase Clara from existence. It wasn't just red flames, but a rainbow of beautiful colors lit the large bedroom. If it wasn't for the actions of both Dian and Luna, the whole of Soul Palace would have burnt down that day. Soon, the flames began to swirl, reconstructing the figure of a beauty blessed by the heavens. Clara's nude form slowly appeared. Like Dian's body, which was spun by fine lines of silk, her body came into existence by wisps of flames, starting from her feet and winding upward. Her caramel skin shimmered with a slight golden light, making her seem like a goddess descended from above. Her hair seemed to have darkened by several shades, shifting like a beautiful waterfall as it fell to the small of her back. But the largest change were that of her eyes. What once were pearls of blue so pale that they appeared gray, had turned toward a blazing red, shimmering like rubies under the room's pale light. Even while his meridians still fiercely expanded, Dian couldn't help but grin. How could a man not be happy when his wife had suddenly become so much more beautiful? He couldn't have been happier. If Dian had to be honest with himself, even after believing he had reached the true deity grade of meridians thanks to his sovereign flame, he hadn't experienced any stark change. Aside from his meridians being larger, everything else was the same. Of course, Dian didn't really have anything else to go off of. He was only aware that his meridians were larger than they had been in the past, but he wasn't aware of what the meridians of others were like in comparison to his. But the moment he regained his energy cultivation talent, everything seemed to flip on its head. If Dian had to describe it, it was like the first time he wore the Dragon King as a band on his wrist. Before doing so,
The world might as well have been black and white, but the moment he did, he felt as though a swirl of color had invaded his senses. The world seemed colorful and full of life, as though there was nothing more beautiful than existence itself. Even the air seemed to smell better. However, this feeling, it was hundreds if not thousands of times that. Diane's meridians doubled, then even tripled in size. It reached a point where he doubted if they could even fit in his body any longer. Just where were they going? But, just when he thought it was finished, a sound that could only be compared to the unsheathing of a vibrant sword resounded from his body. In that instant, his meridians that should have been forged of flesh became as hard as diamond. It cracked and reformed, repeating the process again and again. As though forced to act, Diane's body responded in kind. He could only push Alana's small body across the room on a cushion of wind chi as he underwent reconstruction once more. Just weeks after entering the silver silk stage, Diane shattered the barrier to the gold silk realm. The truly shocking part, however, was that this time, even while Diane was holding back so as not to scream in pain, and his body disappeared into thin lines of silver silk, there was a portion of him that remained behind. Sturdy and intricate lines as complex as blood vessels. Beautiful didn't seem like a grand enough word to describe whatever it was. They were as clear as the purest water, perfectly reflecting the light that bounced along its surface. Meridians? Luna looked on in shock along with the recently clothed Clara. That's impossible. There were few individuals more familiar with meridians in existence. In fact, despite being unable to cultivate, Luna's meridians would technically be ungradable. True deity simply wasn't enough for her. But even she had never seen meridians like this. This obviously wasn't to say that Diane's energy talent surpassed Luna's. That would be ridiculous. It was rather that these meridians were far too different. They seemed like something beyond meridians. Luna's eyes shone. Could this be related to Diane and Clara's race of people? Luna could very clearly see Diane 118 meridians, but the formations of meridian pathways were far beyond that of what a human should have. When Luna turned her attention toward Clara, her sensitivity to energy immediately picked up that Clara's meridians were different as well. They just hadn't evolved to the final state Diane's had quite yet. Is this because of the sovereign flame? Luna speculated. Thanks to the sovereign flame, Diane's meridians had evolved to the final, perfect, true deity stage. However, Clara's meridians were now of the first grade. The meridians and blood vessels have perfectly fused, creating a new network. Not just this, but the meridians of the brain are far more intricate than one would find even among the sapientia. If Luna's thoughts were revealed, the shock was ravaged the whole of the martial world. The sapientia were also a special evolved race of humans. Their strength manifested in their minds, which was why they were known for their knowledge. They were generally far smarter and had higher comprehension than other clans did. This wasn't a matter of affinity. The sprites might have higher comprehension toward a certain element due to their lineage, but the sapientia had a deeper holistic comprehension ability, which was why they had the most higher existences among the outer powers. To say that another race of people had greater brain development than the sapientia bordered on blasphemy. But when Luna looked toward Clara's mind, the proof was right before once more. Not only were the meridians and blood vessels of their minds more developed, they had more folds than average humans did as well, meaning they had more brain matter surface area than others did. Luna's gaze shifted over to little Aliuna, who Diane had sent over to her. She could only be surprised once more when she saw that little Aliuna too carried these traits she could have only gotten from Diane. If this wasn't shocking enough, this wasn't even the most surprising thing of Luna's commentary. The idea of meridians perfectly fusing with blood vessels. It was ridiculous. Luna couldn't even begin to comprehend what it could mean. Unfortunately, Luna's opportunity to observe more vanished as lines of beautiful gold silk descended, reconstructing Diane's body once more. When Diane reappeared, he had undergone yet another drastic change. His hair remained just as long and fair, but the silver had been replaced by a shiny, reflective gold. The silver hue his skin gave off was nowhere to be seen, taken over by a lustrous and commanding golden halo, pulsing with life and vitality. Then there were his eyes, a piercing pearl of gold, twinkling with the depths of the cosmos. Though Clara hated to admit it, her husband really was more beautiful than she was. Was she meant to be upset or happy about this? Diane immediately covered his decency, so as not to subject his little girl to a scene he never wanted her to see. Even still, his true focus was on none other than his own body. His body filled with a brimming, unrestrained power. He felt as though he could destroy entire worlds with a single thought. It was as though he was finally whole. Suddenly, Diane's mercury-like blood surged, sending out a pulse of power that threatened to destroy everything. Luna's eyes widened, quickly acting. She formed a barrier around Diane, only to be shocked to find out that she couldn't contain it in its entirety. Diane was shocked. Luna was forced to protect Aluna to her back, even becoming a bloody mess. If she wasn't a heaven's child, she would have immediately died. Clara wasn't faring much better either, and she definitely didn't have the regenerative abilities Luna had. Her delicate body was flung across the room, blasting through several walls before collapsing into a bloody heap. Clara! Luna! Diane was shocked. As Diane panicked, little Alana's eyes began to uncontrollably tear up. Though she was hiding behind Luna, who managed to protect her in the final moment, she could see the blood pooling at her mother's feet, as well as Clara's sorry appearance, as she was flung away wildly. Diane didn't dare to move rashly again, standing like a statue and forcing every function of his body into a dormant state. This strength, it was too inconceivable. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. He didn't even trust himself to take a single step. Luckily, it was then that Amphrey came rushing in. She looked around in confusion before seeing Diane's pleading eyes aimed toward Clara. Luna would be fine because she was a heaven's child, but Diane was legitimately worried that he might have killed Clara. He couldn't even bring himself to speak. He realized that when he had rashly called out Clara and Luna's names, the upsurge of energy attempted to break free once more. If he hadn't focused his entire being on stopping it, another catastrophe would have broken loose. Amphrey didn't say anything more and rushed toward Clara's body. By now, Luna's bloody front had healed itself. Watching her skull reform and her muscles and skin wiggle forth, Diane felt an uncontrollable ache in his heart. He had caused this. This had never happened to Diane before. He had experienced many massive leaps in strength before, but it was never like this. Never to the point where he couldn't control his own strength, and definitely never to the point where he couldn't see the end of his own limits. It was only then Diane realized that this matter wasn't as simple as him receiving a third of his talent back. He had completely reformed the body he was meant to be born with, and that wasn't as simple as a 50% increase in strength. He had undergone a massive qualitative change. Of course, it wasn't as though Diane didn't think this might be related to entering the gold silk realm, but there was something inside him telling him that this was wrong. The gold silk realm alone couldn't explain this. It's okay. It's okay. Luna whisked the blood away and covered herself in a new set of robes, picking the crying Aluna up. Everything's going to be okay. Daddy just had a little accident. Diane forced a smile, trying to put on a brave front for Aluna. But the truth was that he didn't dare to hold his own little girl in his arms anymore. Amphrey carried Clara back into the room, but her face didn't look good, nor did Clara. Amphrey sent a message meant only for Diane's ears. She needs something capable of healing her quickly, or else she'll slip away. Diane tried hard to control the beating of his heart. It felt as if even something so simple could destroy everything around him. He immediately remembered that he still had 30% of the planet-grade healing pill remaining, but he didn't even trust himself to speak. Could he really guide that energy to Clara? Luna. Diane spoke slowly and deliberately. Please. Inside my inner world. Pill energy from Essence Reversal Pill. Luna blinked before understanding Diane meant. After placing little Aluna behind Amphrey, she fearlessly stepped toward Diane and placed her small hand to his torso, finding the path to his inner world. The gesture was small, but Amphrey felt warmth toward Luna's trust despite the situation. Trusting your daughter to someone else wasn't an easy task for a mother. It didn't take long before Luna's abilities shone through. She immediately located the energy Diane spoke of. Diane, the grip on your inner world is too strong, far stronger than it was before. I can't control it unless you relax. Diane grit his teeth, looking toward the unconscious Clara as he willed himself to calm down. His breathing grew steady, If he couldn't control his path in dire situations like this one, what was the point in his Tao heart? In that moment, the rainbow light laying deep within his nascent soul pulsed to life. Dian's will shone through fiercely, allowing Luna to take control as the words of his manifestation rung once more.
Who said a sovereign can't rely on those around him? Seeing Clara's injuries rapidly healing, only then did the weight on Dian's heart finally lessen slightly. He had never raised a hand against his wives, so something like this was too much of a jarring experience for him. Seeing his wives hurt was one matter, but them being hurt because of him was on a completely different level. Dian steadied his breathing. What happened to me? Dian could only ask Luna. She was the most familiar with energy only she would be capable of understanding. Clara awoke groggily. Her hand shot to the back of her skull as an intensive fear overtook her. She had never been so close to death before. As a celestial, she had clearly felt the back of her head completely collapse. Shards of broken bone had torn her brain matter apart, and even her spine had been shattered in multiple places. She had even felt her life slipping away. Back then, she had forgotten to fight, almost willingly walking toward whatever path samsara had for her. This was something many experienced when they neared death. Even if their souls could survive without their bodies, the natural tendency would be toward giving way the moment your body gave way. Clara, who had a celestial soul and was very close to becoming a moon lord, obviously could survive even if her body died, but the tug toward the other side had been too strong. Clara snapped awake from her own fears, standing up only to realize she had been in Amphrey's arms. Dian, are you okay? Clara's head shot toward Dian, but she was suddenly held back by Amphrey. What's wrong? She looked around in confusion. It was only then she remembered what happened. Dian's body had just been reconstructed. He tried to test out his new form and simply flexed his forearms. In the next instant, what sounded like a tidal wave rushed Clara's ears, but she only registered the sounds after she was sent flying backward. The impact was so severe that had it not been for the fact Clara had a spirit body sharing some characteristics with the sprites, she would have died instantly. Dian smiled bitterly. It's best you don't come near me for now. Clara nodded slowly. She could see the guilt written in Dian's eyes, but she knew there was nothing simple she could say to fix. Instead, Clara walked forward, ignoring Dian's words and lightly slapping his defined jawline with her soft hands. You're going to be an emperor soon. Get a hold of yourself. I didn't choose a pansy for a husband, did I? Dian's smile slanted. Maybe only Clara would choose this approach. The strength you exuded in that moment was beyond the Tao realm boundary. I rushed here even before that because I sensed it. Amphrey said gently. Wait a moment, I will go and get father. Dian's gaze followed Amphrey out, still unwilling to move. But, at the very least, he had retracted some of the guilt in his eyes. Clara was right, this was the worst time for him to be acting like this. It wasn't long before Amphrey had dragged her unhappy father over. Dian acknowledged the demon sage's expertise in this area despite their differences. He had an innate understanding of the human body, or else he wouldn't have been named the greatest body cultivator to ever exist despite the legend of the Titans. His title wasn't about strength, obviously. One only needs to look toward Zabia and the Ipsum twins, not to mention Amphoria acclimating herself to the martial Saint Pill so quickly to understand the demon sage's innate abilities. But who would have known that the first thing the old man would say would be, Fuuyuak. Dian nearly forgot everything and snapped. This damned old man. Would he not be satisfied until he pissed him off to death? His daughter was in this room, could he not watch his mouth? Father, your words. Amphrey frowned, protecting little Alana's ears. The spirit form of the demon sage swayed in anger for a few more moments before he finally calmed himself. The heavens created this boy to piss me off to my deathbed. I spent countless years of my life attempting to perfectly fuse energy and vital chi and eventually succeeded, only for this bastard to be born with it innately? What did I do to deserve this? Luna, who was greatly dissatisfied with the demon sage's behavior, directly caged him in a sphere of energy, not allowing little Alana to hear anymore. Dian, yours, Clara's, and little Alana's meridians aren't normal. You have what appears to be the normal system of 109, or 118 in your case, meridians, but the meridian pathways are perfectly fused with your blood vessels. In a sense, your blood can freely flow through your meridians, while your chi can freely flow through your blood vessels. When you tried to test out your body, you instinctually aroused your blood.
The reason why Clara didn't have as big of a reaction as you is because Clara has never body cultivated before, whereas your blood was perfectly tempered to the peak of the silver silk stage. Your strength isn't as simple as the additive result of your chi and body strength. I believe there's an exponential increase when the two are fused. I was alive during the Demon Sage's glory years. He was feared by even the Nephilim in those times. It was to the point where the Sapientia schemed for his death using his entry into the Timeless Library to wipe his empire out. However, the Demon Sage only artificially emulated what you and your race of people are born with innately. Simply put, your strength is incomparable to what it was before. What Luna didn't continue to say was that she felt that this wasn't the end of these matters.
It was only the tip of the iceberg. She was certain that the additional blood vessels, meridians, and folds of Diane's brain played a significant role in his race's hidden abilities. She just didn't know what it was just yet.
That's great, but Diane smiled bitterly. How do I move without destroying everything around me? Diane wasn't too surprised by Amphrey's take that his strength had entered the Tao realm.
The truth was that he had purposely stalled his body cultivation at the peak of the silver silk stage when he could have entered the gold silk stage, all so that he could bring things in and out of the ancient battlefield. However, Diane had always been aware that the silver silk stage's peak represented the peak most strength a pseudo-Tao expert could wield, while the gold silk realm would represent the Tao realm.
Simply put, whether it was by the mutation in his meridians or not, Diane would have had the strength of a Tao expert regardless by the end of this coming 8 to 9 month period, thanks to him being able to rely on Luna to bring materials in and out of his Constitution's world. The real question, aside from, of course, how Diane would control this newfound strength, was just how far into the Tao realm he had stepped. Because, clearly, this didn't seem to be a matter of a single step or two. Luna frowned at this question.
The truth was that she didn't know, only the foul-mouthed Sargeras would have an answer. But could they trust him to watch his mouth? Seeing the signal in Diane's eyes, Luna turned to pick Aluna up from Amphrey.
No, I don't want to leave. Aluna pouted. Though she was scared, she didn't want to leave Diane behind. The little girl always seemed fearless when she was in Diane's arms, but she was much more timid when not.
Being told she had to go away from her father when there was clearly a problem didn't sit right with her. Diane felt a deep rage bubbling upward.
He had made such grand improvements, thinking he'd always have everything in the palm of his hands from now on. But he couldn't even comfort his own daughter. You damn thing, what the hell are you anyway?
If you're going to reside in my body, how about you earn your keep? Diane's inner eye turned its gaze toward the rainbow gem embedded into the chest of his nascent soul. Come on. Diane had little information about just what this newly formed Tao heart was. It was truly an odd event.
Usually, one would have to comprehend something or gain something deliberate in order to form a Tao heart. For example, Zaire was forced to meditate for decades to form his chaos heart. It didn't make much sense for one to have such a small understanding of their own Tao heart. It defeated the entire purpose. Yet here Diane was. All he knew was one word: control. The strength of heart to control everything. Those were his only thoughts when he formed this Tao heart. Diane's eyes closed, seemingly falling into a deep state of meditation while standing. Alana's little chubby face was like a guiding light, leading him forward. Every hidden crevice of his body was laid before. Unknowingly, his manifestation loomed into existence. An illusory image that usually struck fear into all those who saw it suddenly made the small Aluna, who was struggling against her mother's embrace, relax.
Diane's raging mercury blood became as calm as the surface of an undisturbed lake, several pathways between his meridians and blood vessels becoming blocked off by strong sealing energy. It was only then that perpetual pressure in the room suddenly dropped.
They hadn't realized it until now, but Diane's body had been suppressing them all, almost like the feeling lesser beasts felt when faced with greater ones. Well, everyone except Clara and little Aluna, that is.
Daddy! Little Aluna was the first to react. Taking advantage of her mother's stupor, she leapt toward Diane with a happy expression on her little face. Amphrey was about to take a step to stop her, but she realized that Diane had gotten a grip on himself faster than they would have expected.
Diane caught Aluna in the air, raising her high. He couldn't help but feel good as he was serenaded by his little girl's giggles. For now, I've only used some stop-gap measures. Diane looked toward Luna, Amphrey, and Clara.
I need more time to control it. It seems my thoughts of entering the higher celestial realm have to be shelved for now. Dian smiled bitterly, sending an inward gaze toward the seals within his meridians. What a terrible showing. He suddenly gained a massive boon in strength, but had no ability to use it. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. If he had no worries about harming those around him, he could unleash unprecedented strength. However, even in that case, if his strength wasn't controlled, what could he even do with it? For example, how could he execute techniques if he couldn't control his own energy? That's the exact opposite mindset you need to have. Suddenly, the voice of the demon sage sounded once more. It seems Luna finally let this father-in-law of his off the hook. Not only do you need to reach the higher celestial realm, you need to reach beyond that if you want to have any hope of controlling yourself. It's alright if your energy is stronger than your body, but the opposite is bad if you want to have thoughts of control. Blood is too used to rampaging about as it sees fit. Whenever you have an injury or infection, blood rushes to it. Whenever you work a muscle, blood rushes to it. Even the areas of the brain you use to think, blood rushes to them. Blood acts on instinct. Only energy is completely deliberate and controllable. You need more energy if you want to use this strength. The demon sage had put away his envious expression and looked toward Dian with the utmost seriousness. If you had been born with it like you were supposed to be, this wouldn't be difficult for you. I had to make sure that my energy and body were perfectly balanced. I could have broken into the higher existence realm with just my body long ago. I didn't need to rely on the epistemic tower to reach that realm along that path. But I was held back by my energy cultivation. According to what Dian knew, the demon sage needed to reach the top floor of the epistemic tower in order to reach the higher existence realm. The problem was that there were restrictions placed on the tower. One couldn't step onto the Dao floors unless you had the faith of a king god clan backing you, and you couldn't step onto the top floor unless you had the backing of an emperor god clan. There were restrictions on the celestial floor as well, that being the requirement of a royal god clan. Luckily, Dian had taken control of Soul-Rending Peak, which freed him of this restriction. But he had yet to conquer Soul Universe, so he couldn't count as a king god clan quite yet. This wasn't because there were hidden clans within Soul Universe, but rather because Dian had to personally subdue the universe itself, something he wasn't quite powerful enough to do yet. Though this mutation in his meridians might change that, the demon sage turned his gaze toward little Aliuna, who was in Dian's arms. This little pup is already leagues better than you in that regard. Likely because it's all she's known since birth. Little Aliuna blinked, too enthralled by her father's embrace to listen to Sarjara's words. If I were you, I'd need to reach the Dao realm before even thinking of undoing those seals. But since your body is unique and it seems you're from a race of people meant to take this path, you won't have to go so far. Maybe the pseudo-Dao realm will be enough. Pseudo-Dao realm, huh? Dian smiled toward little Alina. It seemed he was more interested in playing with his daughter than listening to the demon sage's words. The demon sage snarled. It's all rainbows and sunshine until she falls in love. Dian glared at Sargeras. But, remembering that this was what the demon sage had experienced with him and Amphory, he couldn't help but laugh. If his little girl could find a man as good as him, wouldn't that be a good thing? Though if he tried to have other wives, Dian would break his legs. Daddy, do this. Dian's attention turned back to his little girl, only to see her eyes glowing. The hazel of her hazel-green eyes suddenly deepened in color, becoming a bright, complex gold. Dian blinked in astonishment. He wanted to call out to Aliuna to be careful, but it was already too late. With his soul, he could see what was happening very clearly. Aliuna had sent a stream of soul chi from her mind's eye into her brain. This sort of matter was incredibly reckless. Soul chi was seemingly the most docile of the energy, but it could be incredibly dangerous if one's soul talent was too great. The reason Dian wasn't worried about reaching the pseudo-Dao realm was because he knew he would only need a brief moment to break into it from the peak celestial realm. For others, this was ridiculous. Just the process of comprehending enigmatic energy would take years for even the most talented. However, hadn't Dian already comprehended enigmatic energy? One had to remember that planet chi was simply enigmatic chi filtered through an appropriate soul cultivation technique. The moment Dian's soul broke into the Dao realm, he had already by proxy, comprehended enigmatic chi. However, this was the very reason Dian didn't dare to send his soul chi into his body. No matter how docile, planet chi was still chi that was birthed from enigmatic chi. Dian's body wasn't yet strong enough to withstand it in the past. Well, his body could now, but his meridians were still too weak. As Dian's daughter and as a baby girl birthed from a heaven's child, how could Alana's soul talent be poor? She had an unheard of peak 4th grade innate soul just like her father. This meant that her soul was the equivalent of a peak meridian formation expert from her birth. Now, she was sending soul chi of a meridian formation expert into a body that wasn't even at the foundation stage yet. How could Dian not be shocked? With Dian's thinking speed, he underwent several stages of grief in an instant. Would he really lose his little girl, just like this? All this time, he thought he had been protecting her by not inquiring after her talent, but in the end, wasn't it this neglect that led to Alana experimenting on her own? Her death was no one's fault but his own. Too many terrible things had happened this day. Wasn't growing stronger supposed to be a happy occasion? However, the scene of little Alana's mind turning to mush under her soul chi didn't happen as Dian expected. A halo of light appeared above her head, making her look like even more of a little angel than she was already. Ah! The demon sage called out in shock, his spirit form wavering in the air. See. Alana's bright smile caused the weight on Dian's heart to drop. He didn't even register how miraculous her feat was as he held her tightly. He resolved to not continue ignoring Alana's talent. He couldn't let her stumble around blindly like this. Isn't it pretty? Alana asked with a bright smile. Alana seemed oblivious to the fact she nearly gave her father a heart attack. Dian could only laugh along with her. Yes, very pretty. Over the next few weeks, Dian began to understand. Unlike the demon sage, his body and that of Clara and Aliuna were perfectly suited to this kind of strength. Little Alana's innate instinct was to flood her brain with soul chi, resulting in the disconnect between one's mind's eye and their body to be closed. When Dian replicated his daughter's teachings, he realized that the brutal rampaging of blood the demon sage described vanished without a trace. Every beating of his heart and every flexing muscle fiber suddenly fell under Dian's complete purview. As a result, Dian had no need to reach the pseudo-Dao realm in order to control himself, but this didn't mean that he didn't need practice. Still, Dian realized that there were many other benefits to fueling his mind with soul chi. For one, his thinking speed, something he thought couldn't possibly improve any further, had taken another massive leap forward. Dian was certain that even higher existences couldn't match his thinking speed now. Secondly, his comprehension abilities skyrocketed. Dian had felt that the path toward comprehending Daos was an insurmountable mountain before. As a result, he had planned on streamlining his paths, focusing on his flames and weapons master will. But that foggy path suddenly felt completely clear when his soul chi flooded his mind. Thirdly, his level of control reached an all-new level. This much was obvious considering it allowed him to take control over his rampaging blood, but Dian realized it was even further than just this. When he executed techniques, they suddenly took a step forward toward perfection. It was as though there wasn't a single ounce of wasted energy. By extension, Dian's devour reached ridiculous heights, as did the range of his control over atmospheric chi. Before, Dian could only wield a few dozen meters, much like everyone else. Only Madeline could wield several hundred meters worth of atmospheric chi. But, under this odd state, Dian felt his control over chi was no less fantastical. Of course, Dian's soul was near the peak of what was possible for mortals, while Madeline still had a long way to go with her constitution, so this wasn't to say that Dian's potential along this path was greater than hers. Fourthly, Dian simply felt smarter, for lack of a better descriptor. Dian felt that if he had these abilities when he confronted Aritzia, he wouldn't have made such a basic mistake as confusing what board they were playing on. Maybe his intelligence wasn't infallible now, but it was far less fallible than it had been in the past. There were so many benefits that Dian could hardly believe it. Could it really be that he and his people were a whole race of individuals with these abilities? But Dian came to understand that he simply had special circumstances compared to his people. Firstly, Dian's Titan diamond body made his body oppressively powerful. Basically, the strength he could exude was his own from the beginning. It was just that his true meridians allowed him to use this strength more effectively.
Secondly, Dian's soul talent was on another level. Though others of his race could receive the same benefits by making use of the additional meridian and blood vessel pathways of their brain, only his soul would make the benefits so much more pronounced. From what Dian noticed, little Aluna grew very tired after her pretty halo disappeared. The same was true for Clara. However, Dian's soul stamina seemed practically endless. After teasing apart what he thought was much of that foundational secrets of his new meridians, Dian began to diligently cultivate. The whole of Soul Universe fell into a tranquil quiet, completely focused on the coming months ahead. With the great boost his Devourer received, Luna's help, not to mention receiving his true energy cultivation talent back, Dian's cultivation speed skyrocketed. Dian purposefully entered the ancient battlefield along with Luna. He knew cultivating here would be slower, but it would also make his foundation incredibly sturdy. With Luna's help, Dian's past mistakes were fixed one after another. He felt as though his strength had increased by almost 20% without even cultivating in earnest. It was only after Luna was certain there were no more improvements to be made that they trudged forward. Before, Dian had taken a whole year to reach the middle celestial realm. But this time, it only took him 3 months to reach the high celestial realm. Then, it only took 5 months to reach the peak celestial realm, and that was only because he had 118 meridians to fill as opposed to the 109 of everyone else. Due to his body, Dian usually did not need to retemper himself as a pseudo-expert before entering the next realm. But that was back when his energy talent came from his constitution. Now, his meridians were separate from his body talent once more, meaning he had to take his time to temper them with gamma energy. Over the last month, Dian diligently entered the pseudo-Dao realm, allowing strands of enigmatic chi to swirl around his new meridians. Unfortunately, this was where the first disadvantage of his new talent appeared. Because his meridians were fused with his blood vessels, it would take longer for him to temper himself appropriately. In addition, he had to be extremely careful as he had even more vessels to temper within his brain. But, if this was the only hardship, Dian would gladly take it on for what he received in return. Simply put, his strength had become unfathomable to his former self. Finally, the clock struck 0. A surge of spatial and time chi erupted, swirling around Soul Universe, Celestial Universe, and Chaos Universe, enveloping the 3 of them under a single banner. In just days, the sounds of war drums would beat. Dian awoke from his meditation. He hadn't spent the last 9 months doing nothing but cultivating. Those days were behind him. The reality was that Dian was confident in conquering Celestial Quadrant even back when he was a lower Celestial. To him, his personal strength was irrelevant. The fact he grew this strong before the campaign began only more firmly placed the nail in the coffins of his enemies. Knowing this, Dian didn't cultivate like a madman. This was no longer his martial way. He had promised himself long ago that he wouldn't blindly seek power at the expense of his family. So, not only did Dian's strength grow greatly, he did many other things as well. He spent time with his wives, watched his little girl blossom into the beautiful flower she was, and oversaw the growth of his soon-to-be mortal empire. Like this, just 3 days were left until they beat their war drums. Lord Husband. Amphory smiled lightly, greeting Dian. Amphory had spent a lot of time by the side of the Pakals. Among those who would fight in this war, aside from Thor and Aladar, it could be said that the Pakals had the greatest motivation. They were chased from their homes, forced to take up residence in an all-new universe, purely because they didn't agree with the demon sage's name being disparaged. It was no wonder they wanted revenge against those they once called clanmates. As for Amphory, she had rightfully taken up a position as clan matriarch, though this was only temporary. She had every intention of handing this role off to her father once his body was finally reconstructed properly. Unlike Ri, Amphory didn't feel any sort of responsibility toward the Pakals. It wasn't long after her birth that her father entered the Timeless Library, resulting in the downfall of his then King God clan. For much of her life, she had been alone and was more worried about her personal strength. This sort of detachment only grew after her memories of her past life reawakened. For obvious reasons, Amphory didn't have much goodwill toward the large clan structure. After all, it was another large clan that forced her into such a loveless marriage with Dian, though that wasn't entirely his fault. Still, in her last life, being dutiful toward her clan led her down a road of pain and sorrow. So, it was no wonder she didn't want to repeat that once more. Pacal territory on Sol Planet oversaw the ocean, and Amphrey's personal quarters were no different. Large, seamless windows looked out into the dark waters that partially reflected the dull moonlight. Amphrey, who hadn't been expecting Diane's visit, had been meditating upon a sturdy platform standing above a formation etched with transcendent stones. Diane had personally drawn this formation for her. It was a planet-grade formation that increased the density of energy. Rather than relying on energy stones to cultivate, energy stones were used as a catalyst to more quickly gather energy. This sort of treatment was the kind only the emperors of large clans received. But considering her husband was a planet lord, there was no reason Amphrey couldn't enjoy this sort of luxury herself. Of course, the room had no need for a bed. Amphrey was a Tao expert and of course had no need for sleep. Plus, there was the Soul Palace. As a member of the Sicharo clan, Amphrey only came here for work and had no thoughts of pleasure. Not that she had received this sort of pleasure from Diane in a long time. The truth was that, after his embarrassing performance the first time, Diane had avoided that level of intimacy with Amphrey. Coupling this with the fact he spent so much time with Aluna, and it had been years since Diane had been intimate with any of his wives, actually. But today, the fire that was in him wouldn't be doused. Amphrey, who was surprised Diane was taking so long to answer her call, went to turn back, only to find two sturdy arms wrapping around her thin waist. To her, these arms felt far different than they had in the past. Though she had laid in Diane's arms before, this sense of security, it was too drastic a change. Amphrey was shocked. Until now, she hadn't truly understood the kind of comfort a man could bring her. She grew up without a father and was suddenly given a husband who was by far her lesser half. To suddenly feel secure in his arms, her heartbeat quickened. Seeing the slight blush on Amphrey's face, Diane lightly swept her red hair, highlighted by beautiful gold strands, back, revealing her tender neck. His strong fingers glided along her shoulders and outlined her collarbone, slowly pushing the strap of her dress and bra to the side. Suddenly, Amphrey felt nervous. She had only had sex with Diane once before, but she was in such a dominating position back then that it didn't really feel like she had given a part of herself away. Though the martial world was conservative, there was no shortage of women who snorted at such ideals. These women felt like, when they took men into their beds, the choice was their own. They weren't losing something, they were taking something. Of course, despite what Diane had assumed before, and maybe still to some extent now, Amphrey's only man in this life and the last was Diane. But her mentality was similar to these women. She hadn't felt like she was losing anything. But now, something felt different. She felt like she was falling, like it was no longer in her control, and somehow felt so comfortable. Diane lightly kissed her exposed shoulder. "Will you forgive this husband of yours for being so undeserving of you?" Diane's hot breath tickled Amphrey's sensitive ears, causing a slight tremble to travel through her lithe body. Amphrey leaned back into Diane's broad chest, trying to steady her breathing. But this proved to be a fatal mistake. It was as though the moment she entirely relied on Diane to keep her upright, her heart was completely snatched away. Diane seized it so tightly that it seemed impossible that he would ever let it go. Husband. Amphrey couldn't believe her own voice. Weak and broken, it sounded nothing like her usual self. She couldn't help but think back. Had it felt good? Her first time. Wait, she had had two first times. She remembered her true first time so clearly. That day, it had felt so good. The second time definitely paled in comparison to the first. Is it because of this feeling? Diane's hands suddenly left Amphrey's body, causing her to feel a sense of loss. But that was when her back suddenly felt that Diane's chest had suddenly become warmer. Not, it hadn't become warmer, but the layer of clothing separating his bare chest from her had suddenly disappeared. Amphrey's blush deepened, still unwilling to look backward. She could feel the hard, chiseled peak and crevices of her husband's chest so clearly through her soft back. It was as though their roles had completely reversed. In the past, it was Diane who didn't dare to look at her because her beauty was too overwhelming, but now it was the exact opposite. She was so distracted by the sudden warmth that she almost didn't register the spatial transference array that glided over her clothing, forcing them to slip from her body as though they were never there to begin with. A beautiful, pure white pair of lace bra and panties appeared before Diane's eyes. He was almost thankful that Amphrey was facing away from him, or else maybe he would suffer yet another loss of control. Her skin was simply far too delicate, far too flawless. The slopes of her curves, the softness of her touch, the adorable panting of her breath. Diane felt the fire in his lower abdomen raging to new heights. Diane's hands reached around Amphrey's waist. Gliding down her soft, toned belly, he gripped her thighs lightly. Amphrey, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, almost lamented her position. She wanted to close her legs, almost to feign defiance, but Diane had already taken control of her thighs. Any oppressive strength she may have had before this encounter was seemingly thrown away, leaving a woman who was all soft flesh and no bones. She could almost feel the heat emitting from her treasured place. A desire she hadn't known she repressed bubbled forth, spreading like fresh spring waters and filling the room with a delicate fragrance that made Diane unable to control himself. It was then that the heat Amphrey felt to her back increased another fold. But this time, the culprit was a sturdy rod seemingly seeking to pierce through the small of her back. "I want you," Diane whispered. These were words he had wanted to say for too long, words he had been cowardly to say. They weren't as simple as a man asking a woman to spread her legs. Diane would never deem to say something so ridiculous. What he was asking for was Amphrey's heart. He wanted her everything. An oppressive aura emitted from Diane as though no wasn't an answer. His blood coursed through his veins, rampaging about wildly. Amphrey's breath quickened, sweat slowly dripping down the crevices of her soft mounds. The enticing view of her quickly rising and falling breasts caused Diane's grip to tighten. It seemed with how soft Amphrey's flesh was, even the slightest bit more pressure would cause her thigh to deform beyond repair. "Take me." The words had hardly fully traveled to Diane's ears when he spun Amphrey's body around. Their bodies surged forward as one, crashing into the long, seamless windows that overlooked the dark ocean waves and the high moonlight. Diane didn't even bother to remove what remained of Amphrey's undergarments. His fingers slid along the plump bottom, finding the edge to her beautiful lace panties and pulling them to side. A gasp escaped Amphrey as she felt a large, heated rod pierce her. Her legs wrapped tightly around Diane's waist, her feverish moans smothered by his hot lips. Her hands ran through his hair as though she couldn't get enough of his touch. She wanted to feel more, to embrace more. Even with their torsos pressed flush against each other, even with her treasured place being furiously plowed by his member, she wanted to get closer. Nothing seemed like it could be enough. The cry of a phoenix and the roar of a dragon lit the skies above the Pakel clan. Unknowingly, the battle between husband and wife had become an auspicious sign bring good fortune for the real battle to come. Amphrey's fierce red wings instinctually spread from her delicate back, only to be met by Diane's own. They wrapped around each other, covering the pair in a cocoon of red and gold. The battle seemed endless, but Diane was simply too determined to finally conquer this wife of his. In the end, she could only fall limply into his embrace. Her eyes as gentle as water as her boneless body was completely taken by this husband of hers. Diane looked toward his battle Chong Pao. It must have been decades since the last time he laid eyes on it. It shimmered with a bright white leather finish, embroidered with silver and gold etchings that exuded a refined, untouchable aura. The last time Diane wore this, it was during his first campaign. It was a treasure of the celestial deer sect. He truly hadn't been worthy of touching back then. In the end, he realized his own limits and put this treasure away, realizing that it would only hinder him if he used it too early. But now things were different. Diane had long since earned the right to wear the spiritual-grade battle robe. At that moment, two slender hands glided across his broad back. Pulsing holy will cleanse Diane's body, ridding it of all lingering impurities. Amphrey, who had collapsed from exhaustion, finally awoke on the third day. It seemed she was intent on doing what she believed was her wifely duty. A light smile coated her lovable features as she washed Diane's body and began to slowly help him dress, seemingly oblivious to the temptation her naked body brought circling around him. Her breasts bounced with a healthy vigor as she stood to the tips of her toes, brushing Diane's hair and fixing the sturdy collar of his battle wear.
She thought of memories from the past steadily completing her work. She remembered Diane being aghast by the tight bindings around her breasts, even taking advantage of her and the excuse of creating proper undergarments to cup her soft mounds in his hands. She felt a warm content she hadn't felt before, trusting in her past self and believing in Diane in this life. It was a truly wise decision. Diane likewise helped Amphrey. Maybe it wasn't exactly traditional, but when was he ever a traditional type of person? Plus, watching Amphrey's tight red leather armor slowly cover her gorgeous figure had an oddly therapeutic effect on Diane's mind. This sort of beautiful sight, it was his own to witness and enjoy, no one else could. The pale blood armor thrummed with an irrepressible killing intent. It alternated in patches of soft cloth, tight waist, arm and thigh belts, and a hard red metal finish. Amphrey almost looked like more of an assassin than an angel. After seeing the reddened state of Amphrey's wings in true form, Diane understood that this wife of his had lived a life bathed in blood. He wouldn't repress her desire. Instead, he would lead her down a path of slaughter hand in hand. The Soul Palace Grand Hall was filled with the adorable giggling. The heartwarming scene of a small toddler's playing with a tiger, ape, deer, and turtle was the source of the sound. Little Aluna happily hung from Shir's neck, swinging left and right. If others could see the sight of a celestial tiger of the slaughter path playing with a small child, they'd without a doubt be shocked. The adults of the room watched on with laxed, smiling expressions. Little Aluna, Mia, Bella, Aiden, and Junior were the warm stars of Planet Soul. Maybe only they could make the atmosphere so light. It was this calm that Diane and Amphrey entered. For those who were so used to seeing Diane in a white t-shirt and sweatpants, a style he didn't change even after he became a father, the change was too abrupt and stunning. He stood at almost 6 feet 9 inches, towering above the average man. His features were sharp and his eyes piercing. The imposing aura of his battle Chongpao was unmistakable. It was nothing like the past where it looked no different from any other piece of beautifully crafted clothing. Now, it truly wafted with the presence of the celestial deer sex patriarch. Diane smiled toward his wives. Ree stood with a gown of a fluttering blue, her silver blue hair almost disappearing into its fold along the small of her back. Her 10 beautiful tails gently rested on the marbled floors, but it seemed as though not a speck of dust could touch her. Clara's piercing red eyes seemed to radiate the air with a hidden heat. Her silver weapon's smith robes lightly clung to her curves, shimmering with multicolored moons that could represent only a single thing. The confidence she exuded was unlike anything before, and the gentle glow of her caramel skin filled Diane with warmth. And finally, there was the recently awoken Madeline. Her violet eyes glowed with a gentle, loving expression as her gaze met Diane's. The white gown, embroidered with gold and silver that had once been his master's, donned her gorgeous curves, complementing her cascading violet hair. "Daddy!" Aluna dropped down from Shir's neck, rushing toward Diane, only to be followed by the toddlers and the beast babies. Diane swept his little girl into his arms. "What do you think? Daddy looks super cool." Diane grinned as a hearty laughter filled Soul Palace's grand hall. Mia and Bella climbed up to Diane's shoulders, the mischievous twins grasping for his affection as well. Diane, of course, had no choice but to oblige. Diane looked around the room. He felt a particular happiness seeing Delia and Eli side by side as they should be. Everyone here were among his most trusted aides. With their help, he believed he could accomplish anything. "Let's go." Diane nodded. Like this, the foundation of the mortal empire followed Diane out and into a large square, filled with millions of warriors prepared to fight for their own glory. To the front, 3,000 individuals stood as straight as javelins, black armor coating their bodies from head to toe as a sinister demonic aura wafted out from them. The sudden deafening sound of cheering threatened to drown everything out. And finally, the fated war drums began to beat. Diane overlooked the cheering crowd. Though the warriors that would head into battle were dead silent, the citizens of the Mortal Alliance had come to see them off. After living here for so long, no one could deny that their quality of life was completely unlike how it had been before. And, with the advent of the Mortal Network, Diane's feats became known to them all. It gave them a sense of security and pride in knowing the type of man that led them. Seeing this man they so greatly idolized stand before an army of millions with his daughter in his arms and a light calm smile on his face, their hearts palpitated. Diane hadn't even said a word, but they uncontrollably erupted into a tsunami of cheers, looking on with blazing passion.
They only finally managed to calm down when Diane raised his hand. As though commanding their voices with a single gesture, the whole of Sol Planet, not to mention the remaining 10 planets watching from their homes, all fell into silence.
This will be our Mortal Alliance's first campaign. Diane's eyes swept over those who stood before him, his mountain-like presence wafting through the air, filling those below with an immovable confidence. I don't have many words to say because there isn't much to say at all.
When a child takes their first steps, it's an emotional affair. But that is all it is, a first step. Feel this moment in your hearts, bask in it, enjoy it, but also understand that this is exactly that, just a first step. There's a lifetime of happiness laid out before us all. Diane lightly smiled, falling into silence. But it didn't feel awkward in the slightest.
Instead, it felt as though he was sitting before each and every one of the individuals who watched him now, as though he was a longtime friend of them all. I want you all to watch these first steps of our mortal alliance together. You will all bear witness to our glory. These here are the warriors that will fight with you at their backs. Their fathers, mothers, their sons and daughters. They will watch over you, so I hope that you will watch over them. Diane's words were shocking to say the least.
Who had ever heard of a war being broadcasted for regular citizens to see? But, at the same time, this made Diane's unbridled confidence clear for all. He wasn't just saying they would win because it was the right thing to say. He had no doubt they would win.
Diane's head spread out once more. One after another, large-scale teleportation formations shone with gentle lights. Their destinations had long been decided, diligently planned out by Diane and Nixie the Pathfinder. To victory! Diane's roar shook the whole of Sol Planet.
And finally, the ever-silent warriors answered in unison, their voices seemingly tearing a hole through the high blue skies. To victory! Diane disappeared under the rekindled cheers of his people. Only a single word in mind: conquest.
The destination of the army was none other than the outer edges of Chaos Universe. After consulting with the clan heads once more, they decided on the perfect fusion of 3 universes: Chaos Universe, Celestial Universe, and Sol Universe.
By the coordinate system of the cosmos, these 3 universes had already been side by side, with Chaos and Celestial Universe at Diane's home universe being of the same quadrant, while Sol Universe was of the 99th quadrant or Sol Quadrant. This choice led to the abandonment of the gates connecting the 99 universes, but it was a worthy trade-off, especially since the 99 universes had the remaining master key arrays. Those very master key arrays were the formations that Diane had long since deactivated. Meaning, with a simple reactivation, Diane could infiltrate the 99 universes once more. However, there were also some more blatant cons with this choice, that being Chaos Universe itself. Because the universes were now connected, there was nothing stopping the infernal beasts from crossing into Celestial Universe, and subsequently into Sol Universe where the bulk of Diane's citizens resided. Still, even this wasn't too worrying. Chaos Universe had a special energy signature that attracted infernal beasts, and considering Celestial Universe was lacking in energy density, the more powerful beasts would definitely avoid it. However, over time, the 3 universes would balance themselves out, causing their energies to become more uniform. At that time, the issue would become more glaring, though by then, Diane felt that he would be prepared to deal with it.
The reason why the army had teleported to Chaos Universe was because the edge of the 5 Clan Beast Alliance's territory was located here as well, pincering Diane's home Celestial Universe. To the Celestial Universe's northwest there was Chaos Universe. To its southeast, there was Sol Universe, and to its east to northeast, there was Weta territory. Connecting to Chaos Universe from the north was the 5 Clan Beast territory. Much further west, located toward the back regions of these cluster of universes, were the Devil Quadrants where Lilith originated from. When the army appeared to the edge of Chaos Universe, Lilith, Maying, and her fellow Devil cultivators were already here. Why would Diane risk fusing Chaos Universe with his territory at all? It was precisely because of Lilith and the Devil Vein. What better place could there have been to plant it if not Chaos Universe? Move out, Diane said serenely, as though his words were the shot heard around the world. The army split into 5 portions. Their task? To conquer their gates as quickly as possible. After entering the celestial floors,
advantages of a key wielder took another leap forward, and though there were still some limitations, there weren't nearly as many as before. The one limitation that would likely never change was the changing of the gate threshold. A key wielder could immediately lower or raise a gate's cultivation threshold, however not at the expense of the lives of those within it. Meaning, if a gate's threshold is suddenly lowered below the cultivation of an expert in the gate, that expert will only be teleported out and not killed. In addition to this, rapidly lowering than raising the threshold was likewise impossible. Though the epistemic tower wanted to give the key wielder advantages, it didn't want to make it impossible for anyone to oppose the key wielder. As a result, the gate threshold could only be changed a single time per campaign. However, even with these disadvantages, there were many more advantages. First, teleportation. As a key wielder of the celestial floor, it was possible to teleport to any gate from any other gate. In the past, as a key wielder of the Saint Floors, Dian could only teleport from the epistemic tower gate, but not back. Now, his flexibility had skyrocketed. Secondly, and the advantage Dian was taking advantage of now, the gate could be opened from the outside even while it was closed down for maintenance. Dian's army swept through the 5 gates that connected Chaos Universe to the 5-clan Beast Alliance, with their enemies being none the wiser. While a gate was closed down, the dangers within them were 10 times greater, but under Dian's guidance, and considering the lack of enemies, this meant little to nothing. In likely the easiest battle Dian would face in this campaign, his 5 armies easily cleared the gates, taking control of a grand total of 40 tower keys with absolute ease. Dian was entirely focused on a single thing: speed. This coming universe was under the jurisdiction of the Earth-Skin Salamander clan, a group of lower heaven beasts. However, this wasn't the core of their territory. Rather, this place was where lesser beasts were located. The 5-clan Beast Alliance, by necessity, was arranged with the 5 powerful core clans toward the far north and the lesser clans toward the south. This was because they often had to defend against the Ragnars who were to their north. In addition, none of the 5 clans wanted any of their 4 rivals to sneakily take benefits from the Chaos Universe they saw as their territory. Though they were in an alliance that was only to resist being taken over by the Pakal, Ragnar, and Wiedegod clans, it didn't mean they had a sense of camaraderie amongst each other. As a result, although this was technically Earth-Skin Salamander territory, it was overseen by all 5 clans. Simply put, though this area was seemingly the most vulnerable, it had the most surveillance. Without the Shadows faction, Dian might have underestimated this area. But thanks to his understanding of the importance of information, he didn't fall into this trap. This was why Dian chose this time to attack. They would be the most lax while the gates were closed. Dian's goal was simple. He had to conquer this universe in its entirety and conquer the gates spreading outward from it all before the beast clans could react. Dian didn't need to worry about his back. He had too many people in powerful positions within the Weda. In addition, the beast clans would likely assume that this attack was from the Weda. The Mortal Alliance army swept forward like tidal wave. There was no hesitancy in their steps. They knew exactly where to go. This universe had millions of habitable planets, but only 32 of them were occupied. Of those 32, 23 had sparse populations of barely 10 million. Only the remaining 9 could be considered true hubs of civilizations. Surprisingly, there was a good mix of humans and beasts. If Dian had entered believing he could simply rely on Monet's Beast Whisperer ability to take control of them all, he would have been disappointed. But once more, he prepared well ahead of time. In these battles, Dian didn't act himself, at least not immediately, nor did any of the Dao experts under his charge do so either. It wasn't because he was callous to the deaths of his warriors, but rather because he couldn't do everything by himself. If he didn't have competent men under him, his hopes of conquering the mortal plane would be foolish at best. He needed to temper those under him to forge an army unflappable in the face of everything. Deaths were inevitable. Dian's army consisted of almost 30 million, but in this universe alone, there were over 10 billion individuals. Although the citizens under Dian's charge also numbered in the billions, those qualified to fight were still too few. Even now, the vast majority of Dian's army were saints, leaving just a few dozen thousand celestials at most. Simply put, no matter how perfect his schemes, some of his men would die. But under this sort of surprise attack, it was obvious who would suffer more casualties.
Dian used his element of surprise perfectly, splitting his tactics into two facets. The first were well-timed, well-schemed attacks, and the second were covert operations. The first focused on the few human tribes, swiftly taking them down one after another. But the second required Dian's effort. He quietly snuck into the core beast territories. With Monet's help, he directly enslaved their leaders and elders one after another. The abilities of Heaven's children were truly too domineering. However, as Dian knew from the very beginning, the surveillance of this universe was exceptionally high. Even during its maintenance period, there were 6 beast experts who followed the human path that Monet's ability had no effect on. Unfortunately for them, they were no match for Dian. Dian calmly stood in the void of space above the last of the 9 most inhabited planets. Before him stood a man who towered in height, standing at almost 3 meters tall. To his side, 5 other individuals stood with ugly expressions on their faces. Below, the home they had known was being cleansed with blood. The most agonizing part was that they could clearly sense how weak the so-called experts of this invading army was. Yet they also knew they couldn't move from the spot or else the young man before them wouldn't have anyone to keep him in check. Dian slowly scanned their faces. Each of them were geniuses of the 5 beast clans. 2 were from the Earth Skin Salamanders, while the remaining 4 were from the other 4 clans. Though each of them were pseudo-Dao experts, they were no match for Dian. Dian speculated that a single attack would be enough to kill all 6 of them. But he didn't want to do this. If he killed all the experts he came across, how would his empire grow? "There's no need to worry," Dian said calmly. "My people will not commit acts of murder without reason. Beasts and humans will be treated equally." "Vile human scum," one of the female experts roared in anger. "You've already enslaved so many of our beast men with your underhanded, cowardly means. Now you want us to believe such drivel? It doesn't particularly matter whether you believe me or not. Not now anyway." Dian shrugged. "Either way, I have no intention of killing you all. You will play quite important roles in the future of my empire." "Attack him!" The female brushed past her companions, launching herself forward at blinding speeds. Seeing her attack, the remaining 5 had no choice but to act as well. Their bestial instincts, despite their following the human path, were screaming at them to run. They knew they were no match for Dian, but they directly fought anyway. Judging by the reptilian look in the female's eyes, Dian was certain that she was from the purple-scaled king viper. So he was quite surprised by her actions. Usually, the purple-scaled king viper women were quite lascivious in nature. When faced with powerful men, even in these sorts of situations, their first instinct was still to mate. If they could be subservient to a powerful man, their children would also be powerful and thus have a greater chance at becoming dragons. But it seemed this woman was a perfect example of there always being an exception to the rule. Instead of trying to seduce Dian, she did what could possibly be considered the direct opposite in attacking to kill him. Unfortunately for her, her bestial instincts were correct. Not wanting to kill them, Dian's meridians filled with the airy light-type chi. In the next instinct, a beautiful silver barrier projected from his body. And though it was far more transparent than it was usually, the result was still far more devastating than it had been in the past. Ag! The female warrior was blasted backward. The fist she had thought was about to connect with Dian's jaw snapping under the reflected pressure. Her companions were no different, flying back as globules of their own blood hung in the vacuum of space. The 3-meter-tall man who spoke to Dian first wiped his blood from his lips. "Calm yourself, Larini," he roared. "What I was about to say before you tried to force us to our deaths is that he's the man from the recording." "What?" The 6 were completely thunderstruck. However, there was one among them, a man with pale skin, deep-set black eyes and black hair, not to mention an ugly hooked nose, that trembled the most fiercely at this information. He was the elder cousin of the genius Dian slaughtered in that very video, a member of the Golden Crown Ravens, cousin to Baylor. "You!" A bloody aura wafted from the hook-nosed man. Though he was absolutely livid, the others were simply shocked. How long had it been since then? Even if the time-warping abilities of Chaos Universe were taken into account. How long? Not more than a few hundred years.
You're saying that this young man went from the saint realm to the pseudo-celestial realm in just a few hundred years. That was impossible. If they knew that the reality was that Dian used less than 10 years, maybe they would faint in shock. When Dian realized why it was they were shocked, he adjusted some inner thoughts of his. While it was good that he took his enemies seriously, he also had to remember for the future that their definition of genius and his were vastly different. Dian was born in a universe where becoming a saint took hundreds to thousands of years. He remembered a time when Madeline's former master scoffed at the idea that he could ever become a saint in just 30 years. Now he was on the verge of entering the Tao realm. The difference was too drastic. When he conquered this land, he knew that couldn't be the end of it. He had to work hard to raise their standards so that once the ancient battlefield descended, they would be more than cannon fodder. For now, you all can go to sleep. Dian's hands stretched out, his presence blooming out in full force. The six felt a mighty existence suddenly appear. The feeling was so jarring that they directly passed out, only to be sent into Dian's inner world. Dian's actions were swift and decisive. Aside from the 6 pseudo-Dao experts, the strongest warriors of this universe were of the middle celestial tier, a fact Dian was aware of long ago. However, despite this overall strength being relatively weak, they still vastly outnumbered Dian's people. Just because Dian took control of this universe, it didn't mean he had suddenly gained 10 billion warriors. This was one of the hidden troubles that came with trying to conquer territories. To some, who ruled them didn't matter. But there were no shortage of ambitious or loyal individuals who would actively work against Dian. As a result, one of the most important parts of Dian's war plan with the quick and systematic assimilation of these individuals. This was why in the past, his first target would have been the Weta thanks to the seeds he had long since planted, but now had shifted to the 5 beast clans thanks to the existence of Monet. Dian understood that he had no need to control each individual. Taking control of 10 billion people with just 30 million under his charge was a foolhardy affair. Instead, his task was to home in on the clan heads and sect patriarchs. When the Mortal Alliance army descended, they focused in on the human tribes. As humans in a territory ruled by beasts, they were obviously far inferior in strength. At the same time, Dian and Monet swept through the beast territories, forcing leaders and elders into submission one after another. After that task was completed, Dian used his own sealing abilities on the human leaders. In reality, Dian was aware that he could have appealed to humans differently. He had compiled countless pieces of information pointing to the oppression and racism they faced at the hands of beasts. But Dian decided against it. From the very beginning, he wanted to set a precedent of equality. Even if the humans would have some grievances in this regard, Dian didn't believe their short-term happiness was worth damaging the foundation he was trying to build. As a result, soon after the beast leaders were enslaved, so too did Dian seal the human leaders as well. Like this, in less than a single day, a universe fell to its knees. Dian simply had too much information. He knew exactly which planets were inhabited, exactly where their leaders could be found, and knew exactly what means they had to counter before they were even aware of his appearance. But Dian didn't rest, nor was he content with just these results. The true battle was yet to come. Dian relocated all life in this universe to a single planet, renaming the universe Universe 1 and naming the planet Planet 11. The movements were incomparably smooth, as expected by the Array Alchemy faction's work. They deployed several sets of teleportation arrays and systematically tagged, recorded and helped billions to mass migrate before handing the remaining tasks off to the association led by Clara. The total fighting force of Universe 1 was about 100 million, more than 3 times the size of Dian's current army. Dian appointed Demon General Geralda, Damara's sister, as the commander of the beasts who made of 70 million of that portion. Though Dian was confident in Monet's ability, he still felt that a dragon would be best to reign in control of so many beasts. Geralda's troops now contained several generals and captains beneath her, including the Beast Babies, Damaris, the Dream Panther Glorianice, and the Mute Ryu. The 30 million humans were split amongst the remaining demon generals. As Dian didn't believe his army size was large enough, he had yet to appropriately organize his troops as they would be into the future. Instead, he kept things simple, arranging denominations of 5,
10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and finally, 1,000,000. The one thing Diane was most confident in was his soul. Even though the new troops weren't aware of his tactics, he could still manipulate them all to the finest detail. With each squad of 5 containing at least 1, and usually 2, original members of the Mortal Alliance army, strict quality control was kept. In addition, Diane wasn't stingy. He continuously made grand displays of wealth, ensuring that new troops became hyper-aware of the potential rewards that lay at their feet should they perform well. This tactic was particularly effective against territories in the outskirts who had little ties and loyalty, as they were very far from the core power of the 5-clan Beast Alliance. In just 3 days after conquering Universe 1, Diane marched forward once more, leaving behind Clara, Maying, a squadron of Array Alchemy faction members, and one of Gloriana's pseudo-Dao sisters to arrange the matters of Planet 11 properly. According to Diane's information, the former overseers of Universe 1 had an obligation to report back once a month. Currently, there were a little less than 4 weeks to that time limit thanks to Diane's timing. Diane's goal was to sweep away 13 of the 5-clan Beast Alliance's 18 universes before they could even raise their heads up. The number of gates heading toward the center of a quadrant drastically increased. Universe 1 already had 3 times the number of Chaos Universe, at 15 total, connecting to 3 separate universes. Diane, without much hesitation, split his army and himself in 3. In just 4 days once more, those universes fell under his fist. By the second week, Diane's armies had weaved and pincered several universes, taking control of 9 universes. By the time the leaders of the 5-clan Beast Alliance felt that something was wrong on the 4th week, Diane had already completed his goal, forcefully holding 13 universes under his control. Diane's army had swelled in size. As one ventured further into the 5-clan Beast territories, humans became far rarer, and Monet's abilities began to shine more fiercely. But it was also then Diane saw an odd shift in Monet's usually quiet and reserved personality. "Are you all right?" Diane's brow furrowed. He couldn't help but remember his first thought when he found out Monet's ability. Why did a beast whisperer not have any beasts around her? Monet blushed in shame at Diane's question. Currently, they stood above planet 13-3. Diane had tried his best to move all life forms to a single planet whenever he conquered a universe. But as they moved toward the core of the Beast Alliance's territory, their population sizes grew larger and larger. This universe, Universe 13, had 10 times the population size of Universe 1 at 100 billion beasts and humans. As a result, Diane was forced to split the amount amongst 5 planets instead. It was less convenient this way, but there was no other choice. Monet fidgeted around in the protective energy covering Diane sustained for her. Although she was a heaven's child, her body was no different from a mortal's. Unless she was like Luna, who had perfect energy control, she would only die continuous deaths if she stood out in open space. Monet's blush grew more furious. My Beast Whisperer ability is actually much more like elven beast taming abilities. In fact, I think their branch of beast taming grew out from me. I take on the characteristics of the beasts I tame, so it makes me lose some of my personality as well. So, I don't usually like to use my abilities too much. Diane's eyes widened in understanding. Monet's ability wasn't limited to simply controlling beasts. She could endlessly store their abilities as well, even reaching back to her memories to manifest bestial abilities of the past. Diane suddenly understood that Aslan, Caspian, and Mora weren't the only ones with outstanding abilities a level above the other Heaven's children. No, maybe that was the wrong way to think about. Maybe every Heaven's child could manifest abilities just as amazing if their powers were taken to their logical extreme. Maybe Aslan, Caspian, and Mora were just more adept at using their strength than the others were. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Didn't this mean that if it weren't for Monet's personality quirk, that she would have likely been chosen by Luna's enemies as well? Diane sighed. You should have told me. I would never make you do something that made you uncomfortable. Monet was shocked by these words. Of all the responses she expected, this was the last. She expected something like, just hold on, we're almost there anyway, or some platitudes that feigned caring while making it clear how key she was to their operations. But this wasn't at all what Diane said. I'll send you back to Luna, Diane said decisively. You've done enough. Monet's eyes widened in shock.
But Diane had already begun to move, forming a teleportation array that would send her back to Soul Planet. Wait. Diane raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? It's fine. I can still manage when beasts are of the earth and heaven grade like these have been. It's more so when they reach the transcendent and supreme grade that they truly begin to affect me. Monet hesitated again. Especially when they're of the human path. Diane's eyes widened for the second time in what seemed like just a few seconds. Monet had just admitted the so-called limitations to her abilities actually didn't exist at all. She simply made them up to avoid an awkward situation. Diane had thought her abilities didn't work against beasts who took on the human path. But they actually did.
Monet waved her hands as though to quickly explain herself, her brown bob-cut hair bouncing. My abilities truly are ineffective against human path beasts, but only insofar as controlling them goes. What I mean to say is that I can still copy and use their abilities even if they're of the human path. Diane finally understood the full story, causing him to sigh. Monet, I want you to know that your abilities are truly helpful to me. If it wasn't for you, conquering so many universes in just a single month would be nothing but a dream. However, you and the rest are the closest things to family Luna has. No, you are her family. Since that's the case, you're also my family. I want to treat you no different than I would an elder sister. Exploiting you is the last thing on my mind. Do you understand? Monet nodded in a daze. So, I'll ask you directly. Would you like to go home? Home. Monet blinked, unable to get a grasp on her emotions. The truth was that Monet's words weren't entirely accurate. It wasn't that she became a different person, but rather that she opened herself up to a personality she had greatly repressed long ago. As a person who was one with beasts, she had many beast-like tendencies. She was crude, straightforward, lascivious, all sorts of things the martial world looked down on women for being. As a result, she buried that side of herself, not because she didn't like it, but for survival. Even heaven's children had their limits, but Diane's words intrigued Monet. She wanted to see if these would still be his words if she truly unleashed. In that moment, a fiendish light glowed in her deep brown eyes. I'm okay. Let's continue. Diane stood in the void of space, a deep, stoic expression on his face. There wasn't a single soul around him. In fact, even the stars were so distant that Diane couldn't register their lights. There was nothing but endless darkness. The past month represented the easiest this campaign would be. From this moment forward, the true challenge would begin. Because of Diane's manipulation, Celestial Quadrant was embroiled in war.
As a result, most of the 5-clan Beast Alliance's forces, especially their elites, were concentrated to their northeast, having combined with the Ragnars to wage war on the Pakals and Weta. Quadrants weren't perfectly formed circles, instead, they were often amoebas-like in shape. As a result, without a clear plan of action and a holistic understanding of the map, conquering became far more difficult. Luckily, that was exactly the understanding Diane had. The north of the Beast Alliance territory had the Ragnars while the northeast had the Weta. However, the quadrant was shaped such that Weta territory only touched upon the Beast Clan territories with 2 universes with a single universe, but the Ragnars touched upon 3 universes with 5 of their own. This odd shape made the Ragnars the far more lethal threat. But this matter was irrelevant due to the fact the Ragnars and 5-clan Beast Alliance had signed a treaty to face the Pakals and Weta together. Each of these 5 total universes that touched upon Ragnar and Weta territory acted as the sovereign core territory's 5 beast clans. This was exactly why Diane left them for last. However, Diane wasn't planning on attacking just yet. Though the 5 beast clans had likely realized that something was wrong by now, there was nothing they could do.
There were still 7 more months before the gates opened once more, and Diane had already systematically taken control of what few teleportation formations the beast clans had. They were, in effect, completely in the dark about the happenings of their territory.
In addition, because the last campaign had just ended, the 5 beast clans were likely entirely focused on healing up and preparing for their next assault on the Weta. Diane's timing couldn't have been more perfect.
So, what was Diane doing in the void of space, seemingly doing nothing while staring at endless blackness?
Amphory had told Diane long ago about the true method to conquering a universe. It wasn't just about taking control of its people, one had to take the core of the universe for itself. The trouble was that this core of the universe wasn't so easy to find either. Depending on the universe and its unique growth pattern, the core could be found practically anywhere from the surface of a planet to an endless black space, just like where Diane stood now. Diane had yet to truly conquer any of the universes, but now things were about to change. It was time. Before, he refrained from doing so because the clan patriarchs would be incredibly sensitive to dips in their clan's faith. But now that Diane's fist ruled these 13 universes, there was nothing holding him back. His first target? This very Universe 13. It acted as a choke point connected to all 5 of the 5 Beast Clan core universes. As a result, it was the territory of the most powerful of the 5 clans, the Golden Crown Ravens. This made it a uniquely perfect place for Diane's first true conquering. Once he had the advantage of faith, defending this territory would become far easier. So many culmination of events had led Diane to this point. Even with his unique calm, he couldn't help but feel that gravity of this moment. Even with the darkness around him, he closed his eyes, calming his inner turmoil until it reached the serenity of a smooth but still rushing river. Will you continue to hide? Diane spoke into the nothingness. Or will you make your presence known? Diane's presence bloomed outward in full force. He knew with absolute certainty that Universe 13's core was located here. After all, he had a perfect map of this universe thanks to researcher Tun. In that moment, hidden strings of gamma chi wafted into existence as the spirit of the universe slowly awakened. Leave. I'd never allow a man who used such cowardly means to control my universe. Diane snorted at these words. A universe spirit didn't have any sort of magical ability. Its only task was to decide who could wield the faith of its universe. Still, some of them had eccentric personalities. This one was quite savage. It was likely because of this that it had attracted such a population of beasts under its charge. Seeing Diane force its people to kneel with means it believed were underhanded, it was no wonder it acted like this. However, it was still incredibly weak. Diane didn't dare to face the spirit of Soul Universe yet, as it had accumulated an ungodly amount of faith during its existence. But this puny universe spirit wasn't even worth a tenth of that one. Unfortunately for you, this isn't your choice. The spirit seethed in anger. You dare speak this way to me? If you don't give me your trial immediately, I'll be sure to feed you to another universe spirit when I get the chance. Or I could just corrupt you like the chaos universe spirit. Why you? Diane could almost hear the grinding of the spirit's teeth. But as an existence bound by the rules of the heavens, it had no ability to do anything untoward. I'll give you a trial you'll never pass. In a flash, Diane found himself in a land filled with charging beasts as far as the eye could see. He could only shake his head at the scene. In not even an hour, Diane faced the universe spirit once more. The so-called trial was nothing more than a joke. Diane chuckled at the universe spirit's tantrum. He couldn't help but find it cute. Maybe he would have it cannibalized after all. In that moment, a stream of faith surged toward Diane's body. Blinding golden lights illuminated the endless space. The first line of Diane's lineage had been forged. Diane glanced at the universe spirit as it threw a tantrum. Now that he had subdued, he could see its true form. If he had to describe it, it looked exactly how one might describe a cherub. A little chubby baby with wings far too small for its body. According to Amphrey, a cherub was actually a mighty angel with 5 pairs of wings. But seeing this little foul-mouthed little guy, Diane couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe all of the legends that circulated his home world really did have some kernel of truth to them. After seeing the mystical races and creatures of the ancient battlefield, he had already become certain of this. Diane wondered if all universe spirits looked like this or if it was just this little guy. You may think of me however you'd like, but the fact of the matter is that the 5 beast clans can never accumulate as much faith for you as I can. Be obedient or I really will feed you to another universe. The cherub grit its teeth, its small golden body bobbing in the air. The 5 beast clans had treated it with the utmost respect. But that was only because they didn't understand the secrets within universe spirits. Diane knew that their only ability was to siphon and act as a medium for the control of faith. They had no ability to act against their owner, lest the heavens lose their power. Simply put, Diane didn't feel the need to be respectful to this little spirit, especially since it was so weak. Diane ignored the universe spirit as it continued to rave, feeling the changes to his body. In truth, he knew very little about faith, mostly because he never asked. He had too many things on his mind to worry about something that was out of his grasp. However, in recent times, especially after his battle with Jiashoken, he realized that it was foolish of himself to ignore something so important. Maybe it had been because of his arrogance that he even made such a mistake to begin with. He simply didn't believe that anyone who had to rely on others could match him in battle. In reality, this was in part true. Though he had to pay a heavy price, Diane defeated Jiashoken thanks to his true domain. But that was when Jiashoken's life-saving jade activated. In the end, Diane realized he needed to know more. Firstly, faith had different degrees of strength. These degrees of strength didn't only refer to the strength a clan's size and history could provide, but there were also differences within individual clans and sects as well. Essentially, the faith an emperor of an emperor god clan could wield was very different from the faith his heir could. And the faith an heir could wield was likewise different from the faith someone further from the line of succession could. Facing Jiashoken's faith and defeating it didn't mean that Diane would be able to do the same for other members of the Jiasho clan. Jiashoken's ability to wield faith would be far weaker than his elder brothers, his father, and especially his grandfather. His faith would also be weaker than the various elders of their clan as well. What did this mean for Diane? It meant, as the de facto leader, his faith would be greater than others. At this moment, those of the Sacharo clan could feel this novel strength coursing through their veins. Clara, Madeline, and Amphrey all could as Diane's official wives. As Diane's only heir, little Aluna was also receiving the benefits of this strength. As of now, others couldn't feel it. There would need to be appropriate rituals that would need to take place in order for this to happen. But, as of now, the heavens only recognized Diane's flesh and blood, as well as his official wives. Though Luna and Diane had once shared a bed, Diane hadn't trusted Luna then. As a result, he never melded his soul with Luna's, and as such, she wasn't recognized by the heavens as one of his wives. This experience made Diane's gaze turn serious. Reason being that after conquering just a single weak universe, he could feel that his faith was already not very far from Jiashoken's. This matter sounds ridiculous, and for good reason. Jiashoken's clan was part of the 5 Blade families, a group of 5 clans who shared the Blade Quadrant. Though they were an alliance much like the Nephilim and the Transcendent Beast clans, not to mention the Devil Quadrants and the Sprite Alliance, their faiths were melded as one. From what Diane was aware, they controlled at least 80 to 90% of their quadrant, with only a few left unconquered thanks to the intervention of the Beast Protection Association. So what did this all mean? It meant that Diane, as an official king of the current King God Sacharo clan, was already near the faith output of Jiashoken, the second-in-line heir of the Jiasho clan who ruled over almost 20 universes. This meant that the faith Diane had faced was only the tip of the iceberg. The true kings and emperors of these massive clans had a level of faith he couldn't even imagine currently. A new sense of urgency overwhelmed Diane. He no longer bothered with the wailing cherub and immediately left at his fastest speed toward the remaining 12 universes. He had to conquer them all. The universe spirits of the 5 core universes were definitely far stronger. By extension, the faith they could provide was also far stronger. Diane had to ensure that all his planning didn't come crumbling down simply due to faith. However, it was impossible for Diane's action to go unnoticed. 5 core universes. The shift in faith was felt immediately. Even those who wielded the smallest faith of their clans, distant heirs not even 5th or 6th in line, felt the drastic changes. A meeting was called without hesitation, leading to the converging of several dark-faced elders. This was truly trying times for the 5-clan Beast Alliance. The hook-nosed golden crown ravens, the brown-skinned earth-skinned salamanders, the silver-haired silver needle wolves, the green-eyed and violet-haired purple-scaled king vipers, and finally the numbingly beautiful crystal-boned eagles. The faces Diane was familiar with were nowhere to be seen. Considering how slow their cultivation was, most of them were still lower celestials. They simply didn't have cachet to be a part of this meeting. In fact, only the current Grand Elders took part in this meeting. Even the matriarchs and patriarchs of the 5 beast clans were cast out from the meeting, not because they weren't worthy of taking part, but rather because a quick decision needed to be made. This matter was too important. The less people who attended, the quicker a resolution could be met. As such, only the Grand Elders participated. I've lost connection to Supreme Universe. In a dark room, around a small circular table, 5 Grand Elders sat, each old and wrinkle-faced. The one who spoke was the hook-nosed Grand Elder of the Golden Crown Ravens, Grand Elder Raven. Because of its special circumstances, Supreme Universe, which Diane renamed Universe 13, held special significance to the 5 beast clans. Due to the odd shape of quadrants, it just so happened that Universe 13 acted as a choke point. Not only did it have by far the most gates Diane had come across, it was connected to 5 universes to the north and 3 to the south. However, none of the 5 northern universes or the 3 southern universes were connected to each other, leaving Universe 13 as the only bridge. This was why Diane waited until he conquered Universe 13 to attempt a Universe Spirits trial. Only this way could he ensure the 5 beast clans kept their guards lowered to the greatest extent. This aside, the 5 beast clans chose to name this universe the Supreme Universe. As a 5-clan alliance, they had need of some checks and balances. According to their governing system, the clan which controlled the Supreme Universe had extra powers amongst the 5 of them. This was why the most powerful clan, the Raven clan, controlled it. The significance of the loss was monumental, not just in their alliance's culture and government, but also in regard to the ramifications of losing connection to more than half of their territory. Because this also led to a dip in our overall faith, it's safe to assume that no one here is the direct perpetrator. The Grand Elder continued. The room seemed to plunge into a darkness. Such news was incomparably grave. Just a few days ago, they realized that they had yet to receive the due report from the universe-touching Chaos Universe. Now this direct perpetrator? The astute Grand Elder of the Silver Needle Wolves spoke, his silver hair having long since given way to pure white. Grand Elder Raven's sharp, bird-like eyes swept across 4 gazes. You all know as well as I how difficult it is to find a universe spirit. It takes tens of thousands of years of exploration and astrological calculations. However, my connection to Supreme Spirit has been cut off. The only explanation is that there's a spy amongst us. The atmosphere grew heavier. In addition, other than our upper echelon, no one else knows just how important Supreme Universe is. Yet, it was the very first among our universes that was conquered. Am I supposed to believe that this is a coincidence? As Diane had said many times, information was one of the things that held ambitious individuals back the most during their conquests. To the 5 Grand Elders, it should be impossible for anyone to understand the significance of Universe 13 outside of their circle of people. Entering their territory should be like feeling out a maze. However, not only was Universe 13 the first of their universes to be conquered, it was important to note that Universe 13 was only connected to their own universes. This meant that whoever did this purposely skipped over several universes and specifically chose to conquer 13. Couple this with the fact they had lost all connection to their people outside of their 5 core universes, and sabotage was hard to overlook. Unknowingly, the 5 beast clans had once more begun to play to Diane's tune. Tensions only grew worse as the Grand Elders began to feel more and more faith slipping from them. One by one, universe after universe was conquered. There was no suspense about it. Even though Supreme Universe was weaker than their own universe spirits, of the 13 back-end universes, it was the most powerful. If it could be conquered by their hidden enemy, the remaining universe spirits wouldn't be a problem. The most heart-wrenching part was that they couldn't do a single thing about it. The gates were closed, all of their elites were concentrated in the 5 core universes, their teleportation formations no longer worked. They could only watch without a single idea of what to do. In the end, they made a decision. All of their people and infrastructure were still within those 12 universes. They believed that the enemy had snuck in with inside information and directly challenged their universe spirits and hadn't actually subdued their people. With this reasoning, they still had a chance. In 7 months, they would make a swift counterattack and force whoever it was to regret their foolish actions. As Diane plundered the faith of the 5 Beast clan, His pieces within the Weta clan were moving as well. With Diane's help, Abraham, Dravel, Kagan, and the rest of the sons and daughters systematically moved the chess pieces as Diane saw fit. With Diane guidance and resources, provided over several decades, Dravel had established himself as first celestial son. Such a title resulted in him taking the former first saint son's title as heir apparent, not to mention his wife, the former first celestial daughter. In a quadrant so weak, the title of celestial held more weight than one could imagine. Dravel alone controlled more power within the Weta clan than even his father did despite having yet to enter the Tao realm. Of course, this wasn't because he wrested it away. Instead, King Weta willingly ceded this control to his son, looking forward to a bright future and being none the wiser about the brewing plot. There was only a single hiccup to the progress of this plan, and that was the birth of Abraham, a genius that even Diane's resources couldn't overshadow. Back then, despite being able to break into the Saint realm, Kagan remained at the Essence Gatherer realm in order to maintain control over the Essence sons and daughters. However, it was then Abraham's meteoric rise occurred, resulting in Kagan losing his seat as first Essence son to Abraham. Seeing how talented this son of his was, King Weta began to hesitate. What if Abraham shone brighter than Dravel? King Weta began to pull the reins in tighter on his elder son as of that moment. One had to remember that King Weta had sent his previous heir, Baldric, to find information about the epistemic tower. Yet, he easily tossed that son of his away with the appearance of Dravel. Simply put, he wasn't a kind-hearted man. After so many years stalling out at the peak of King God clans, he was willing to do anything to break through. Luckily, that was when the heavens smiled down upon Diane. Due to the betrayal of the Amen clan, the Weta entered Diane's home universe without any resistance, leading Abraham right to his front door. Back then, Diane was an essence gatherer. Abraham, who was also an essence gatherer, had never lost to anyone of his power level in the whole of his life. So, blindly self-confident, he challenged Diane, only to lose miserably and become yet another one of Diane's puppets. Now, Diane didn't just have one celestial son under his control. With the exception of Nora, a woman who shared a name with Madeline's biological mother, was the former first celestial daughter and Dravel's current fiancée. He controlled all remaining 4 celestial sons and daughters. Abraham had broken through and become third celestial son immediately. Dravel was obviously first celestial son. Silver, a woman-loving daughter Ree had battled during her and Diane's first campaign, had become fourth celestial daughter. And finally, Makai Weta took the mantle of fifth celestial son. Believing he had so many talented sons and daughters, King Weta practically died of happiness. But it soon became a headache. He had settled on Dravel before, but now there was Abraham. Plus, he couldn't just keep passing Nora around like she was worthless, right? After pulling the reins on Dravel, he decided to let the siblings figure it out themselves. Under Diane's machinations, the Weta upper echelon split in 4 directions, with Abraham and Dravel having the biggest pull. Together, they waged war against Ragnar's and the 5 Beast clans, but they also waged war against each other. The skirmishes between the 2 princes became the entertainment of the Weta clan. Despite the bloodshed, for a clan who had slaughtered their former twin clan, Aladar's family, in cold blood all for the sake of power, would they really care about such things? All that was left was for Diane to effectively use these chess pieces of his. Should he just take down Weta territory in one sweep? Should he use the key to use the Weta to attack? Maybe pincer the 5 Beast clans or launch a surprise attack on the Ragnars. Diane threw the latter thought away immediately. The Ragnars were on a completely different level than the Beast clans. Such simple tactics wouldn't work so easily on them. However, this didn't mean Diane wouldn't make a move. In one sweep, Abraham and Dravel led their armies on a conquering spree, taking control of all gates bordering Ragnar territory with them being completely unaware. Then, they moved on to Diane's true ask of them. By Diane's scouting, the Ragnars controlled 29 universes, the Pakals controlled 26, the Weta controlled 24, and the 5 Beast clans once controlled 18. If one added Chaos Universe and Diane's universe, that made 99 total. This meant that other Diane's home universe, there was actually one other completely unclaimed universe left within this quadrant. This universe was sandwiched between Pakel and Ragnar territory, and was likely the only reason they were constantly at each other's throats. This territory was shared between the two, neither seemingly capable of taking the upper hand on the other. In the end, they split the resources amongst themselves, with the Ragnars taking the upper northwest of the quadrant and the Pakals taking the northeast. Just like Supreme Universe or Universe 13 was a choke point, so too was this universe in question. It acted as a bridge that connected Ragnar and Pakel territory. This universe was pointed out by Pathfinder Nixie. As long as Diane took it, the likelihood of conquering Celestial Quadrant within 5 years would skyrocket to 60%. Abraham and Dravel's task? It was precisely to take this universe under Diane's name. Though it was their task, Diane didn't hesitate to give them a helping hand first, conquering its universe spirit and giving Abraham and Dravel the advantage of suppression. With this, Diane had taken control of 13 universes fully, and one more in essence. While the 5 beast clans were sweating about Diane's coming attack, Diane was already planning far beyond them. Though the 5 beast clan alliance was waiting for the end of the 7-month period, Diane had no intention of waiting that long. There were now less than 110 years left until the ancient battlefield descended, but Diane understood the importance of building up the strength of his territory. Before they began that battle, he had to ensure that both the culture and strength of the mortal alliance was perfect. However, even though he was in a rush, Diane wasn't a fool. He had just absorbed several 100 million warriors into his army, but his true core force only composed of 30 million. Why did Diane not directly conquer Universe 13? What was the point of him starting from the edge of the 5-clan beast alliance and rushing to conquer 13 universes in a month before their elites noticed? It was because he didn't have enough people. Without the swelling of his army that occurred as Diane conquered one universe after another, he wouldn't have had the strength to take Universe 13 to begin with. This alone showed the massive problem Diane was facing. He didn't have the level of accumulation these clans that had existed for thousands of years had, and now he was running to catch up. However, as much as he wanted to lean back and take his time to digest the gains, he didn't have such luxury. Diane got to work immediately. After conquering the pincer universe between Ragnar and Pakel territory, which he quickly named Universe King, representing its importance among his chess pieces, and securing his 14th universe, Diane worked in earnest to organize his forces. Under Monet's coercion, the beasts had no recourse. The scary strength of Heaven's children shone through as Monet didn't seem to have a limit on the beasts she could control. Diane scrapped his previous organizational structure. As they ventured deeper into beast clan territory, they ran into more and more beasts and less humans. The more this occurred, the less sense it made for all of the beasts to be taken under Geralda's wings. Though Diane had introduced a military organizational structure during the first mortal meeting, this wasn't the appropriate situation to make use of it since these individuals weren't truly his citizens yet. Diane's army had swelled to 1.5 billion strong. Without hesitation, he split them among his demon generals, giving each 500,000 to command and temporarily naming them Demon Corps. Within each of the Demon Corps, 450,000 were saints and the remaining 50,000 were celestials of varying strength. Pseudo-Dao experts were incredibly rare. Aside from the 6 Diane captured in Universe 1, the next few only appeared once more within Universe 13, bringing the total to 10. Diane assumed that this was because the true elite forces were concentrated in the 5 core universes. Over the next 2 months, Diane held nothing but military exercises. He drilled his philosophy and tactics into the minds of these newcomers. He worked them so hard that they hardly had time to think of rebelling, not that Monet's abilities would allow them. The newcomers were aghast. This leader of theirs actually had the train within the harsh environments of the gates under maintenance for months on end. To make matters worse, he had raised the gate's threshold to the celestial realm despite the vast majority of the army being saints. In these months, the citizens of the 5 Beast Clan Alliance came to know Diane's strength. It wasn't impossible to see Diane summoning thousands of clones, all to decimate an entire demon corps alone. Again, Diane roared in the skies, watching emotionlessly as his army of 10,000 0.5% clones beat yet another demon corps into submission. After forming his Tao heart and awakening his full talent, mastering techniques became far easier. The first technique Dian used his new ability to flood his brain with soul chi on was the Florence family technique, allowing him to master it to a new level and create 5% clones despite his vast increase in strength. However, Dian was only using 0.5% clones now in order to give them Demon Core a chance. React faster. You're cultivators. Dian's voice of disdain peppered down insults. When I say turn to the west, you about face to the west. When I say the east, you pivot to the east. Did I say to take a step forward? So why would you? Dian's system was the same it had always been. With his soul, he was able to personally speak commands into the ears of five-man squadron leaders if he wanted to. Controlling an army to such fine detail in this way was likely something only Dian could do. Daddy, they're so bad. Aluna sat on Dian's shoulders playing with his hair. Daddy alone is beating them all. Hearing a little girl basically call them trash, the army felt bitter. Damn it all. If you can make so many of yourself and so powerful at that, what the hell do you need us for anyway? Plus, how do you expect us to work together as well as literal clones can? On top of all of that, you're the one giving us the orders, you're clearly cheating. You know what's coming, so you're reacting to it before we can even do it. Dian nodded, his serious expression vanishing as he smiled for his little girl. Little Precious could definitely do better. Yup. I'm very strong. Little Aluna giggled. The army below nearly spat up blood as the demon generals smiled bitterly. They could only pray for the boy who fell in love with that little girl. He would definitely go through hell. In truth, Dian's purpose wasn't to just train these men. He wanted them to understand his strength. He wanted them to feel that he was infallible, that he could do anything. He wanted them to revere him. As he pounded the demon core into the ground one after another, this lesson was being ingrained into their very souls. Their leader could defeat 500,000 of them without lifting a single finger. This was what they were all thinking. Soon, Dian felt that their improvements were satisfactory. Maybe for mortals, just 2 months of training wouldn't be enough. But cultivators innately had greater mental capacities than mortals did. This was especially so for beasts talented enough to take on human forms. Of course, the vast majority of these armies were saint beasts. Considering they were only of the earth and heaven grade, they couldn't take human forms, which was actually part of the problem Dian faced in training them. But it was eventually a hurdle he overcame. When the end of the 2 months came, Dian no longer hesitated. He turned his ire toward the 5 core universes. While others might start with the weakest of the 5, Dian had no such intention. The first he would conquer would be Golden Crown Raven territory. At this moment, a young hook-nosed man was sprinting as though he had his life on the line. His speed was far beyond that of a mortal, covering several hundred meters in just a few blinks of an eye. But even then, he didn't seem happy with his progress. He slipped and stumbled, crash falling across a dirt road along a barely cleared section of forest. Even still, he hardly noticed what happened, rolling and pushing himself up, only to launch himself into the air and morph from the form of a man to a dark feathered bird. A sharp cry sounded through air, alerting the scouts up ahead in an instant. The young man was in such a rush that he didn't have time to think of the consequences of his actions. Entering his beast form and even flying above the quickly approaching city were all forbidden within this district. It was a way of separating the upper echelon of society from the lower, as the humanoid form was seen as a status symbol. But the young man couldn't care for such things now. Numerous attacks suddenly pierced his wings, but his calls continued as he crash-landed before a well-built city. In most cultivation lands, building walls was useless unless they acted as an anchor for a formation. Likewise, this city had walls, but its gates were perpetually open. Who would dare to attack the core city of the mighty Golden Crown Raven clan? Attack! Attack! The young man crumpled into his human form, bloody streaks filling his body. The call of a celestial was truly booming. If a celestial focused their entire being into a shout, their voice wouldn't dissipate for several thousand miles. Like this, the young man's voice blanketed the city despite his terrible wounds inflicted by his own people. City guards charged forward to subdue the young man, only for them to be shocked by his identity. This youth, he was the patriarch's illegitimate child and a talent that outshone even the late Baylor who Dian killed. However, due to his status, he was shunned and sent away to the lesser planets of their core universe. If they remembered correctly, wasn't he supposed to be ruling a small plot of the southern galaxy cluster? What was he doing in the northern cluster? The southern cluster is quickly falling. Enemy attack. No matter how much those of Raven City might have wanted to ignore the clamor, it was simply impossible. The young man fused every last bit of his strength into his voice. What is going on here? A booming voice came from the distance. It didn't take much for the nobles of their society to realize that this was the voice of Patriarch Raven. Over the last few months, Patriarch Raven have been in a foul mood. First Universe 13 was conquered. Then their faith began to drop by large margins for several days until they could only feel the faith of their 5 remaining universes. To make matters worse, they didn't dare to tell the Ragnars about their plight for fear those shameless bastards would take advantage of this opportunity to attack them as well. If the Ragnars found out they had lost so much faith, they would likely throw them away as an ally immediately. But now, here was the shame of his existence. His own bastard son, screaming and yelling in Raven City of all places. How could his already foul mood not grow worse? Patriarch. The young man grit his teeth, having long since stopped calling this man father. A strong enemy is sweeping through the southern cluster. To make matters worse, it seems much of their army is made up of beasts of our 5-beast clan alliance. I believe we've been betrayed by the other 4 clans. Hearing these words, the patriarch calmed his anger. No matter how foolish this bastard son of his, he wouldn't lie about something like this, right? He stared into the bloodied young man's eyes, as though trying to confirm something. In the end, he grit his own teeth. Bring the healer here. Don't allow the messenger to die. Maybe this would be one of the few acts of kindness he would ever receive from his so-called father. Begin preparations for battle. Raven Universe was suddenly embroiled by war. The actions of Patriarch Raven's bastard son gave them a glimmer of hope to respond. Their armies came together quickly. Though some were still licking their wounds from the last campaign against the Wuxia, a good majority had already recovered after 3 months of rest. Those who hadn't were far too mortally injured to have been of much use in the future anyway. In that moment, the whole of the Raven clan banded together, coalescing their fighting force at speeds they never had before and charging toward the southern cluster with a momentum fueled by rage. Patriarch Raven and his elders knew well that they couldn't allow this to continue. Much of their fighting force was concentrated in the northern cluster because the gates to Ragnar territory bordered along that region. Somehow, this enemy had managed to ignore their closed gate and make their way here. In addition, Jizzle's report, the bastard son of the Raven clan head, noted that much of the army was made up of beasts from the territories of the other 4 clans. These matters sent the Raven clan upper echelon into a whirlwind of confusion. Could it be that, from the very beginning, they had been betrayed? And if they were betrayed, did that mean some within their own clan were part of the conspiracy? The most likely candidate for such a farce would be the Patriarch's bastard son. He had every reason to be dissatisfied with his father. Plus, the invasion began in the cluster he was given free reign over. On top of all of this, he was the only one who managed to make it so far to pass on the news. Where were the pseudo-Dao experts under his command? Where were his messengers? Why had he come from the wilderness instead of from the teleportation formation? The elders of the Raven clan watched on coldly as the healer wrapped the Jizzle's wounds. Large swaths of powerhouses shot into the skies, filling the space around planet Raven with experts as far as the eye could see. It could almost be said that the only ones who remained near the surface of the Raven City was the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and several dozen elders. Jizzle seemed oblivious to the odd atmosphere as he winced in pain, allowing an old lady to dress his wounds. Soon, he stood up and lightly pushed the healer away, looking up into the skies toward his father. Patriarch, please allow me to fight. These wounds are nothing. I can be of great help. Jizzle's black eyes shone with a flicker of rage. The people who did this, he wanted to grind their bones to dust. Of great help, Patriarch Raven replied blandly. Just like you were of great help to the southern cluster I entrusted you with? Jizzle was taken aback. Why did he sense such hostility in his father's voice? Why were the elders looking down on him like this? No, wasn't this the way it had always been? Somehow it was his fault that his father couldn't control that stick in his pants. Because his father took his mother for a single night when he knew he shouldn't have. Somehow this was now his cross to bear. Maybe this was why he hadn't noticed the odd atmosphere. It already wasn't much different to what he had been dealing with his whole life to begin with. I've treated you with more respect than you deserve. But to think I was raising a dog willing to bite its owner. Patriarch Raven sneered with disdain. What did they promise you? A corner to piss in. Jizzle was so shell-shocked that he couldn't speak a word. But the blood seeping through his recently dressed wounds told the entire story. His body was trembling endlessly. The only reason I haven't let you bleed to death is because I want you to personally witness your plans fail. You'll rot for the rest of your life in a dark cell. You don't know because you've never been qualified to know. But our Raven clan could have taken the whole of our alliance's territory for ourselves long ago. Those 4 pitiful clans, even combined, are no match for us. Spend the rest of your time reflecting on your failure of an existence. Jizzle suddenly chuckled. His rage boiled over to the point where he couldn't even feel anger any longer. He felt his body relax completely. Entrusted? He had been entrusted with the southern cluster? No, he had taken it. His strength and talent, his perseverance and work ethic, were all so great that he pushed through the lack of resources, the lack of care, the lack of love. In the end, he became one of the youngest overlords of their Raven clan, all under the hateful watch of his father. Respect? When had he ever been respected? His earliest memories were of his father feeding his fragile mother from a stainless steel dog bowl. The sound of clanging metal hitting the damp, muddied floors of their room still rocked him to sleep at night. He locked them in a cage where he had to watch his mother die of malnutrition after giving up her share of food one too many times. He used his mother like a tool for relief, even allowing the only boy he truly as a son to do so as well, as though she was something worse than an animal. If it wasn't because he somehow gained a human form without ever having stepped into the celestial realm, he may have never left that cage in his lifetime. But now his willpower had been boiled down to something he was handed. His years of hardship were summarized as benevolence. And after risking his life to bring news of enemies, he was being branded as a traitor. As Jizzle was thrust into the depths of the Raven clan's dungeon, he met his father's eyes one last time. Make sure you keep me in here. His voice was as cold as ice, almost forcing his father's steps to freeze in the air. Don't be soft-hearted. Don't allow me to leave these walls, or else I'll rip you apart with my own hands. Battles in the depths of space had a level of planning and forethought necessary that battles on land couldn't compare to. One might think that the atmosphere itself would lend to more disorganized and chaotic battles, but while that might be true, that didn't also lend to the idea that scheming and tactics didn't matter. The reason was simple. In the depths of space, there was no energy to pull from. Diane knew from the very beginning that he was at a severe disadvantage. Though saints reached the minimum threshold necessary to survive without an atmosphere to sustain them, it was exactly that, a minimum threshold. However, this disadvantage also gave Diane an advantage. He knew that the moment his enemies realized he was using their own people against them, they would definitely choose to come out and meet him precisely because of this disadvantage. The Raven clan believed that they were getting out in front of the problem and stifling Diane, when the reality was that they were doing exactly what Diane wanted. How could Diane, after so many months of compiling information, not know the importance Jizzle held to the southern cluster? How then would he allow a mere celestial to escape under his nose? Not only did Diane know of Jizzle's existence, his depth of information went so far as detailing the strain between him and his father. Diane knew that if he allowed Jizzle to escape, he would go to warn those of Raven City. Obviously, when Jizzle did so, he would mention the kind of enemy they were dealing with. By doing so, the Raven clan, who had already been primed after Diane conquered their supreme universe to believe there was a traitor amongst them, fell headlong into Diane's trap. Believing that they had an understanding of the enemy, the Raven clan would know that the vast majority of Dian's army were saints. And because they saw that Jizzle escaped, they would think that Dian didn't have the ability to circumvent the protections on their teleportation formations, although he obviously did. As a result, they would think that Dian would have no choice but to cross their universe by foot and suffer the disadvantage of having several weak saints under his wings, all the while being completely in the dark about the fact Dian wanted them to think this way. They had not a single clue that they were walking into a battlefield Dian had personally prepared. Their arrogance and overly confident self-belief led them to giving up the greatest advantage they had: an at-home playing field. It wasn't long before had streaked across the universe. Though they could have teleported to the southern cluster through various other means, moving billions of warriors like this was far too expensive. It had to be said that Dian was spoiled by having planet-grade arrays powered by origin crystals. They didn't believe they needed to rush. With a depth of 2 billion warriors strong, they took their time, not allowing their fighters to wear themselves thin. By the time they made it to the edge of the southern cluster, having crossed through the center cluster, they found that Jizzle hadn't lied. There were endless seas of beasts they recognized all too well. All of these various races of middling Earth-grade beasts. Patriarch Raven, though, couldn't help but frown. He had expected to see the shameless smirks of the other clan patriarchs, but no matter whether he swept forward with his eyes or his divine sense, he couldn't find any of them. "Will you shameless bastards continue to hide? Come out and fight like men!" Patriarch Raven's voice boomed. Grand Elder Raven had seemingly disappeared, allowing his son to take charge. Maybe he felt that his action was necessary, or maybe he was adjusting his state, believing that he would soon have to fight the other 4 Grand Elders alone. Though the void of space didn't allow sounds to travel under normal circumstances, cultivators were anything but normal. With the use of their chi, projecting their voices was an easy task. When Patriarch Raven swept his gaze once more, his confusion only deepened. Not only did he not sense a single realm about the pseudo-Dao realm, the opposing army didn't seem relaxed at all. In fact, they seemed incredibly nervous and fidgety. Though there were some among them who held a dignified air, the vast majority were sorry excuses for warriors. Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed the Patriarch's mind. Could it be that they were here against their will? If that was the case, it would be impossible to say that it was the other 4 clans betrayed them, no? A bad premonition overwhelmed the Patriarch. If this wasn't due to betrayal, how could this have happened? Just what occurred after Supreme Universe was taken? Because he believed with all his heart that he was betrayed, Patriarch Raven hadn't sent a message to the other 4 clans for support. In addition, he didn't inform the Ragnars either, worried that they might take advantage of the situation to claim more universes for themselves. But could that inaction have been a mistake? No, the hook-nosed Patriarch shook his head. Even if I was wrong about this conspiracy, the lineup here is too weak. We have 2 billion warriors to their 1.5 billion. We have over 500 million celestials to their mere 150 million. We have over 10,000 pseudo-Dao experts while they have 1. What kind of joke is this? The Patriarch found each passing thought more ridiculous than the last. He hadn't even gotten to the fact that they had 5 Dao experts while the enemies had 0. He couldn't help but clutch his stomach in laughter. Charge! Put these sorry creatures out of their own misery. Suddenly, the singular pseudo-Dao expert spoke. His words were so ridiculous that the Patriarch almost fell into another bout of laughter. Sure, you can charge. But only warriors below the pseudo-Dao realm. Don't blame me for what happens if you don't listen. Dian could very clearly see the pitiful appearances of his so-called warriors. Aside from the demon generals, it seemed as if everyone else was made of cowards. But Dian wouldn't think of them as such. It was normal for individuals to feel nervous during their first true wars. Plus, it was impossible to forge battle-hardened warriors just because of 2 months of training. However, this reality still worked in Dian's favor. The more they underestimated him, the better. Dian's words became akin to an egg smashing into an ancient rock. Unlike his warriors, the elites of the Raven clan were battle-tested and strong. Their strength was something that couldn't be measured by simple number differences. Even if they had less of an army in comparison to Dian, they would still be stronger. With this being true, they weren't even fazed by Dian's words, nor did they hesitate. They charged forward like a fog of blood, their confidence unmatched. This was the first time they got to truly battle on their home turf. Knowing that their enemies would be suppressed to a mere fraction of their strength, it was no wonder they were so confident. Like a torrential rain, they flooded into the ranks of Dian's army and a bloody slaughter ensued. Dian stood above it all, not lifting a single finger. He watched as his men fell one after another. It was quite a pathetic sight. Despite being drilled repeatedly for 2 months, they seemingly forgot everything in the span of a single minute. Squads fell apart, forgetting their best chance at survival was staying together as one. Their discipline within the sphere formation bordered on ridiculous, allowing pincer attacks to accumulate from the bottom, sides, and top. To make matters worse, they were timid in the face of their enemies. The vast majority of the Raven Clan's elites were heaven-grade beasts, but the majority of Dian's army were mere earth-grade beasts. The suppression they faced was twofold, both from the universe and their enemies. Seeing Dian's in action, the morale only seemed to plunge further and further. Weren't you so high and mighty when you were fighting us during those 2 months? Why aren't you doing anything to help us now? Many were completely enraged. But what could they do? Under Monet's ability, they were compelled to stand their ground. The beasts believed that this was because after controlling so many of them, Dian was limited in refining that control. But the truth was Dian didn't give them any more commands through Monet because he didn't want to. He wanted to see the true abilities of these beasts. Whether they liked it or not, Dian already saw these warriors as his own people. He didn't plan on having Monet control them forever. What kind of leader would he be if he did something so ridiculous? He simply wanted them to show him their potential. But the reality could only make him sigh. To now, Dian was flooded with talents all around him. His wives, his friends, his subordinates, each seemed more outstanding than the last. Maybe due to some good karma he had accumulated in a last life, he had always had people he could rely on around him. This was the first time that this wasn't the case, and it greatly troubled him. Could he face the other tower quadrants with such a pitiful lineup of subordinates? What of the outer powers? Even worse, what of the descent of the ancient battlefield and the countless conspiracies brewing around it? No. Could he even face the Ragnars with these individuals as his foundation? Dian sighed. He was definitely right. Setting a distant 110-year timeline would be foolish. If he didn't fundamentally change the makeup of this quadrant, they would have no chance once the battlefield descended. Just like the previous timeline, they'd be wiped from the face of the mortal plane. Suddenly, Dian's head looked up from the battlefield, watching a single figure rush toward him. It seemed the pseudo-Dao experts were laughing amongst themselves. But an elder must have told them that they wanted to end the battle early, so they were forced to move. While the rest of them moved to slaughter the easy pickings that were Dian's warriors, a single one rushed toward Dian. They probably disdained to gang up on Dian but somehow found slaughtering saints and celestials perfectly acceptable. Dian frowned. Weren't my words clear enough? I said that no one above the peak celestial realm can participate. The pseudo-Dao expert rushing toward Dian sneered, his hooked nose wrinkling with disgust and disdain. It was at that moment that Patriarch Raven suddenly realized something. That face, he recognized it. Wasn't that? I said. Dian's voice boomed. A shock wave of sound pushed outward so fiercely that the pseudo-Dao expert who disdained to answer suddenly felt his ears rupture. In the next instant, his head began to vibrate uncontrollably. Everything was happening in a mere split second, but his thinking speed was so fast as a pseudo-Dao expert that he felt every moment of his head splitting like a watermelon. That no one above the peak celestial realm will participate. A barrier of chi suddenly appeared before the near 10,000 charging pseudo-Dao experts, sending them flying backward in a rain of their own blood. Patriarch Raven trembled in both shock and rage. This was the man who killed his beloved son. The elders stood frozen in shock. Even the 4 strongest amongst them, the only Dao experts of their clan aside from their grand elder, were unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Could they repel 10,000 pseudo-Dao experts so easily? The answer was a resounding no. He's the bastard who killed my Baylor. How is that possible? Patriarch Raven roared with rage. He couldn't be controlled. Even though the clan elders wanted to stop him, he charged forward. TCH. Diane's lips curled with disdain. If it was so easy to make their leader come out in this way, what did he waste so much time preparing for? He knew that the patriarch of the Raven clan was a hard-headed fool who only knew who to act on his impulses and probably couldn't even spell logic, let alone use it. But did he have to make such a pitiful display? Diane's current battle combat strength was beyond imagining for this small patriarch. Diane believed that, even now, he could battle a 6th-stage Dao expert without losing out. If others heard his thoughts, they might faint from shock. A single stage in the Dao realm was an inconceivable difference. The gap was more exaggerated than even the difference between a lower and middle celestial. For Diane to be able to fight ahead by 6 stages while being a pseudo-Dao expert, it was enough for one to curse the heavens for being unfair. One had to remember that the only reason Amphory was able to defeat Glorian Ice was because Glorian Ice faced heavy suppression within Soul Universe. But Patriarch Raven probably felt that he was infallible. He was a mighty middle Dao expert at such a youthful age. He was barely over 300,000 years old. Such cultivation speed was unheard of, only matched by his son who Diane had killed. Unfortunately for Patriarch Raven, when Diane measured his own combat prowess as a peak middle Dao expert, he wasn't comparing himself to a middling 2nd-grade Dao formation cultivator like Patriarch Raven. He was comparing himself to 9th-order geniuses. Not only was Diane of the 18th order, his presence was fused into every aspect of his being. In addition to this, the Raven clan's universe was too weak, and as such, its suppression was perfectly negated by Diane's inner world even without him projecting it outward. To add on top of this, Diane now had his true energy cultivation talent, allowing him to perfectly fuse his chi and vital chi. So, what would happen if a 2nd-grade Dao formation beast charged toward Diane in a fit of rage? Patriarch Raven suddenly felt as though he was gasping for air. He couldn't understand what was happening. He was in space, wasn't he? Why did he feel like he needed to breathe, like he wanted to breathe? Wait, what was this? This pain around his neck. It must be the reason he felt this way. Maybe if he just pushed with his chi to move out of his odd space, he'd feel fine again. He still had to kill that bastard who killed his son. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Their mighty patriarch seemed completely oblivious to what was happening to him. But they could see it clearly. Diane's hand was firmly wrapped around his throat. In an instant, Diane had executed 1 inch. 1 mile. His movement speed was so fast that Patriarch Raven hadn't realized what happened even after blood stopped circulating to his head, causing his vision to blur and swim. Continue. Diane glanced back toward the battle. His words, once ignored by those of the Raven clan, suddenly became undeniable law. The scene was almost comical. 2 sides were forced to fight a war that had clearly already been decided. Dissatisfaction was inevitable. As those on Diane's side died one after another, how could they not feel resentment? Their leader was actually making them fight a battle he could win on his own. It was then that the demon generals, who had remained silent until now, raised their weapons and beat them against their black as night armor. Fight! They roared, a raging demonic chi flooding the battlefield. The sage has already done so much for you, yet you still ask for more? There'll come a day when the sage can call the whole of the mortal plane his territory. Do you want to raise your heads proudly and say that you helped him? Or do you want to lead a pitiful life without purpose? Fight! Diane casually held Patriarch Raven's neck, a calm smile on his face. I'd prefer you not awaken your ancestors. The sudden message caused Grand Elder Raven, who had just been sneaking away from the battlefield, to freeze. A shiver trembled up his spine. Though he was more powerful than his son, it was impossible for him to beat him as easily as Diane did. He knew from the beginning that he was no match. If you do, you'll simply be wasting their chance at garnering karma. I'd prefer to save them for a future date. The blood of the beasts felt agitated. In their hearts they were warriors, but it was simply too difficult to fight their innate instincts and battle those more powerful than them. It was for this reason that humans were always chosen by the heavens to defend against the failed clans. It was for this reason that the eras were divided by human rulers and not beasts. They suddenly remembered those months they spent being peppered with insults by Dian and his daughter. What had it all even meant? To conquer the mortal plane? Their gazes turned toward Dian. The months he spent ingraining his infallible power into their psyches suddenly clicked as they watched Patriarch Raven flail about like a fish out of water. In that moment, billions of Earth-grade beasts and a singular Grand Elder looked toward Dian as though he was an immovable mountain. But their reactions to such thoughts were far too different. To the latter, he fell into a pit of despair. He didn't even dare to use his faith, knowing well that the Pakal clan's faith far exceeded their own. It was a beautiful misunderstanding indeed. To the former, it was as though they had suddenly gained an anchor for their confidence. Dian understood people well, a gift he was given by his mother. If he couldn't forge these pitiful subordinates into fearless warriors, why not allow them to lean on him? Why not allow them to be confident with his back protecting them? Since they didn't have their own confidence, he would lend them his own. The heavens knew well he had far too much of it. The Battle of Raven Universe took a slight shift, the morale of both sides seemingly flipping on its head. However, this oddly made everything the much more balanced test Dian wanted. With the morale of the Raven clan army at an all-time low, they took a step back in their fierce attacks, allowing Dian's cobbled-together army to begin to fight back. In the end, although it was still lopsided in the favor of the golden-crowned ravens, it gave some special talents a chance to shine. Dian always had a keen belief in his demon generals. Though he had left them far behind in strength, he would never stop seeing them as the backbone of his warriors. They just needed some more time to grow, and Dian was prepared to give them that. It was rather the others that Dian's had questions about. A chance to gain experience like this in large-scale warfare was rare, so Dian didn't rush to end it, even allowing the battle to persist from several days. Dian needed to know who was worthy of being bestowed the legacy of his people. Ethically speaking, maybe it was wrong to think of using Luna's abilities to pass on the talents of the mortals of Earth to those it didn't belong to. But Dian didn't have the luxury of placing morality first among his priorities. Those individuals had long since been dead. In addition, the new births born to Dian's people were innately birthed with this talent. They didn't need to be given another set. If Dian allowed billions of those energy kernel talents to sit and stew while knowing full well he could make use of them, he would be betraying his own goals. He had already decided that his demon generals were first in line. Though he had only given the Vice Commander Marshal St. Pills, that was because of the scarcity. But, on top of the fact it could be argued that the talent of Dian's people was more valuable, he actually had billions of them to use. This talent would become reward for service. Even though he was in great need of talents, Dian had no intention of wantonly spreading the legacy of the mortals among any and everyone. As such, he kept a keen eye on those around him. The Mino clan, King Mino, now known as Patriarch Mino, fought valiantly. From beginning to end, regardless of whether it seemed like they would lose or not, he charged forward. Not just him, but the Minus in general were good seedlings. Dian hadn't expected much from them, but there was likely a reason the Minus birthed King Mino. Though he hadn't appeared due to the involvement of the Shruti clan, if one thought back, King Mino was actually the objective strongest expert of Celestial Universe during the World Tournament. That was likely due to the support of the Shruti, but it was the truth nonetheless. With seeing his daughter's mother in mind, King Mino fought hard for Dian, believing Dian to be his key to bringing his family back together again. The Belmont clan. King Belmont, now known as Patriarch Belmont, was quite a talent himself. After all, being picked by Madeline's biological mother as a disciple, he had to have some good qualities about himself. This was especially true with the origins of Madeline's parents becoming more and more mysterious the more Dian learned about the martial world. Maybe because he was using the betrayal of his son as fuel, or maybe it was the years of being corrupted by curse magic, or maybe even a combination of both was pushing him forward, but he too fought hard. These two clans were without a doubt the most outstanding of the original Celestial Universe if Zabia's and Amphrey's clans were ignored for a moment. They clearly rose above the rest not only due to their leaders but also their heirs. Stella and Aoife. Even to this day, the two girls competed. They didn't seem to understand the danger of the situation at all, constantly struggling to strive for more kills than the other. The Jafari clan. Diane's Dao experts didn't participate in this battle. He was saving them for the war against the Ragnars and Pakals. But that didn't mean that the Jafari clan was suddenly devoid of talents. Sarid, his own god's son, swung two massive double-headed axes, reaping dozens of lives with every blow. His stature had grown to match that of his father, though he still lacked the power. Despite his usually shy and honest disposition, on the battlefield, he was no different from an Azura, a battle god the likes of which could hardly be matched. Diane smiled as he watched Stella and Aoife constantly send glances toward his valiant figure. To those who didn't pay attention, it seemed that Stella and Aoife drove each other, when the truth was really that it was Sarid who drove them both. Neither wanted to fall behind him. The Pakal clan. There was obviously no need to speak of Amphrey, but it couldn't be forgotten that the Pakals had another outstanding talent. Kedlam, wielder of the Azura faith seed. If Sarid seemed to be an Azura, Kedlam truly was one. His red skin made it difficult to distinguish his own flesh from the blood of his enemies, thoughts of revenge against the Pakal clan fueling him with each passing moment. Diane noticed some other good seedlings among his home universe's people, but he could only sigh when he found his own people struggling. Diane should have noticed the outstanding talent of his people long ago, but he hadn't precisely because his hope in Allura, Sybil, and Kedar, the first three babies born after the shattering of the seal, had never been realized. The three came to the martial world, full of confidence and hope, but the reality of this cruel rule shook them all deeply. Diane didn't blame them. In fact, he blamed himself. He had uprooted them from their world, but then he disappeared to go and deal with his own problems. Was that the disposition a leader should have? Their matter reminded him eerily of his failure to help Mia and Bella. Though the twins were alive now, they had no memories of the past and even acted differently in comparison to their former selves. It was nothing but a moral victory that their bodies still existed in this plane. The reality was that the Mia and Bella Diane once knew had long since died. The three of them were geniuses, but they never reached their full potential. To a cultivator, one's mentality was just as important as their talent. If not, why would Dao hearts exist? Why would comprehension be such an important part of progressing? Diane left them to their own devices, believing they would find their own way just like he found his. But in doing so, he had failed them. Diane could only watch as they cowered along the back line of the army. They should have died long ago under these circumstances, but they were being heavily protected by Thaddeus, who paid special attention to them. Knowing that they were his people, Thaddeus likely felt he couldn't allow them to die like this. Diane sighed once more and turned his attention away. He didn't have an immediate solution for the problem they faced. He could only try to slowly change things in the future. Maybe he could try to pick a disciple amongst them. The people of Celestial Universe weren't the only talents Diane had under his wing. There were also the people of Soul Universe. Unseen Peak, Slaughter Peak, Holy Peak, Gliding Peak, and Blooming Peak had all fostered some good seedlings. They weren't quite good enough to join Soul Rending Peak, but they were definitely a step above the normal talents of the Five Beast Clan Alliance. However, the talents of Soul Rending Peak were outstanding. The contrast between their performance and that of the mortals made Diane nod with satisfaction. At least not everything was going poorly. Ryu, Geralda's son and a young man who was a mute, was a particularly gratifying talent. His control of natural breath reached a depth even his mother couldn't match. It was as though his silence allowed him to be more perfectly in tune with his surroundings. Others couldn't notice it, but Diane realized that Ryu was actually communicating with the universe's gamma energy with his every movement, using it to fuel his strength. Normally crystal dragons would have to breathe their natural breath to use this ability, but Ryu's understanding seemed far deeper. Though he remained in his base human form, his strength was undeniable as he swung the solid black rod in his hand. The other two S-rank talents aside from Ryu weren't yet mature enough to take the battlefield, but Diane had hopes for them as well. Verver, who had recovered long ago, once more wielded his saber with a fiery passion. His experience with the Sapientia had made him swear to himself that he would never be in a position again. His fighting style was odd. Diane wondered how he managed to appear like a saintly monk despite reaping several lives in succession. The Keeds clan. They once ruled over Soul Universe alongside the Jafari clan until they allied with the 99 Universes and the Cathedral to chase them out. But now, they had their own talents bolstering their position, namely Donari, wielder of Assassin's Symphony. As one of the few constitutions that could be upgraded, Donari was in a special position on this battlefield. Absorbing the air of killing intent made him feel right at home. If Diane continued to war, it likely wouldn't be long before Donari reached the heaven grade of his constitution and led his family onward to glory. It seemed Diane's decision to take key-wielding responsibilities from him had lit a flame beneath him. Diane also faintly remembered that Donari's mother was a commoner his father took a liking to. She seemingly had the ability to birth great talents. But, because she didn't truly love Donari's father, she didn't birth any children for him after Donari. After some investigation during Soul Universe's census and the distribution of the soul tags, Diane found out both mother and son had constitutions with multiple iterations across the earth, heaven, and God-grade boundaries. It turned out Ilei Keeds had the fruit of life constitution. The good news was that this constitution wasn't only useful for birthing talents and had many other applications. This gave the Keeds clan 2 talents Diane found to be worth nurturing, though Ilei wasn't on the battlefield currently. Finally, there were the Devil Path geniuses. Diane had no need to watch over them. After planting the Devil Vein within Chaos Universe, Lilith had shown great leaps in strength. From the lower celestial realm, she reached the higher celestial realm in just 2 years. Such speed was astounding. Still, until he took control of the Devil Path cultivators for himself, Diane had no intention of passing on the talent of mortals to them. Like this, the battle came to a close and Diane pointed his spear toward the 4 remaining core universes. Without suspense, they all fell. A group of stunned individuals sat in a familiar grand room. The large oval shape, the somber maroon and dark brown colors, the several thrones that sat at its head. This place was none other than Soul Palace's mortal meeting room. As for the stunned individuals, they were the various members of the upper echelon of the 5 Beast Clan Alliance. They honestly couldn't believe the reality of these matters. In just 3.5 months, a foundation they had built for thousands of years crumbled to dust. They could only look toward the young man paying more attention to the 1-year-old little girl in his arms than them. "Daddy, I want ice cream today. Can you read me Snow White again?" When the young man seemed to hang on the little girl's every word, they couldn't help but cringe with disdain. Is this how a man should be acting? Children should be under the care of women. Who had ever heard of a man so powerful no less, taking care of his child so early on? To make matters worse, it was a little girl. At least if it was a boy, you could justify it as rearing an heir. These men were quite lucky they kept these thoughts to themselves and didn't dare to say it aloud. Or, rather, they should thank Lila for not divulging their inner thoughts despite the fact she stood to Diane's side currently. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Diane placed little Aliuna on his lap and turned to face the newcomers. The once rowdy little girl who was happily being spoiled by her father suddenly became a silent and elegant little princess. She sat in her father's embrace with a calm expression beyond her years, her little purple dress complementing her aura along with satisfying her love for her favorite color. Ever since she found out blue and red could be combined, she was enamored by their result. Diane scanned the room, his eyes suddenly landing on Silver Fong. He smiled, greeting this old friend of his. Well, maybe calling Silver Fong an old friend was exaggerating a bit. It was more accurate to say that the two had met and had a good impression of one another. Back then, it was Diane who helped Silver Fong witness the true essence of the human path. Currently, he was a genius surpassing even Baylor, who Diane had killed. Silver Fong smiled bitterly toward Diane's greeting, bowing his head slightly in respect. He had always thought Diane was very powerful, but he didn't know that it was to this extent. Though he would probably be shocked if he knew that when he first met Diane, it was actually him and not Diane who was the more powerful of the two. "This isn't a formal meeting, so you should relax," Diane said casually. Currently, He was meeting the upper echelon of the Beast Alliance clans alone with only Lila by his side. Without the other clan leaders here, it couldn't be counted as an official mortal meeting. Dian just wanted to show them a bit of his mortal alliance's grandeur. They had definitely never seen such a magnificent piece of architecture. As you all might have guessed by now, I am not a member of the Pakel clan. This was just a useful lie I told you all in order to push this quadrant of ours to war. A silence fell. Though they had already guessed them much, the various elders and geniuses of their 5 core clans couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in their hearts. If this was just a single plot, how many more plots did this young man have? From this day forth, you all will be a part of my mortal alliance. However, for now, this title will only be a name. The reason I've called this meeting is to inform you all what the others already know. The conquering of your territories was just the beginning. Within 2 to 3 years, I plan on taking down the Ragnars, the Pakels, and Wiedas. A sharp breath seemed to be collectively taken in. Though they found such a prospect ridiculous, were they really in a place where they could refute? Their territory, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, crumbled in just 3 months. Though they were the weakest of the 4, wasn't this much proof enough of the possibility? Speak your concerns now. Until you are properly ingratiated into our alliance, it's impossible for you to receive the same benefits as those others under my charge. But I'm willing to listen to your opinions now as we prepare for the next battle. Dian fell into silence, waiting patiently as they gathered up their courage. One of the biggest problems with suddenly gaining new subordinates was that they didn't understand his disposition as a leader. So they would always feel as though they were walking on eggshells. By now, it was too late for them to even think of retaliating. By the time they realized Dian wasn't actually a Pakel and didn't have access to their massive stores of faith, he had already conquered their universes, stripping them of their only means to fight back. It was then that everyone's gaze fell on the bitterly smiling Silver Fang. It seemed they wanted to rely on his relationship with Dian to negotiate softer terms for themselves. Silver Fang suddenly understood why Dian had smiled at him. To think he was being used to soothe tensions. What a funny circumstance. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. Esteemed leader, though you are indeed powerful, we're also aware that you've used some profound technique to take control of many of our underlings. Do you plan to continue this? How can we, as your new subjects, trust you like this? The elders suddenly regretted letting Silver Fang speak. The elders of the 5 beast clans suddenly tensed up, several nervous glances landing upon Dian. It had to be said that Patriarch Raven wasn't the only one who suffered at the hands of Dian. Though the other patriarchs were more cautious and joined the battle at later and more strategic timings, their endings were fairly similar. They were very aware of the fact Dian only didn't kill them because he had use for them as subordinates. Nothing more, nothing less. Considering his power, Dian could eradicate them all single-handedly. Surprisingly, though, Dian didn't seem to lose his temper. Or maybe he didn't particularly see a reason to. Was there a need for a god to become enraged at the ramblings of an ant? But his words truly surprised them. He seemed to be justifying himself. Your concerns are valid, so I will share my thoughts. Dian nodded toward Silver Fang. The control I've exhibited over your fellow beasts can simply be seen as an act of war. I will not apologize for the means I've used to subdue them, nor will I feel guilty about. As for moving forward from now, you should be aware that I have no plans on continuing to do such things. The only exceptions to this rule will be those who don't intend to listen. As for those wild characters, I cannot afford to have them act as they please, so they will be sealed under my abilities. As of now, the only person who falls under this category is Patriarch Raven. The rest of you will remain under the control of your own free will, but will have to sign soul contracts that bind you as members of my mortal alliance. Once the war has concluded, your illegitimate status will be lifted, and you will be properly assimilated into what will then be our mortal empire. The soul contract we will sign will have the stipulation attached to it as well, so you don't need to worry about my reneging on my word. Though Dian's explanation was concise and even understandable, it was no surprise that those of the Raven clan had ugly expressions on their faces. The impulsive patriarch Raven couldn't control his temper. Diane had long since placed a seal within his mind, so he was unable to attack, but that didn't stop him from lashing out with his words. Do you expect us to believe that you are some sort of god? Patriarch Raven raged, his temper flaring. Wild characters? Do you get to pick and choose who you want to control as you please? It's obvious you want to control me as a deterrent to these weaklings. Don't think you're fooling anyone. Diane didn't even need to respond. Even before the remaining 4 clans could express their dissatisfaction for Patriarch Raven's words, Lila had already acted. Neil Raven, 303,409 years old, has had 1 wife and 1 son in his life, followed by an illegitimate son. At least, this is the story the Raven clan peddles. The truth is that Neil Raven has had hundreds of illegitimate sons and daughters. In order to escape the scrutiny of his clan and their strict laws, he's always had both them and their mothers killed. As for who these poor women were, Silver Dima, Silver Ginny, and Earth, Kisa Earth, Taborda Crystal, Arola Crystal, Jexi Viper, Alice Viper. These are just 8 of the most notable women that have disappeared in the last 100 years. Each and every one of their fates was more disastrous than the last. And all of them died after being forced underneath this sorry excuse of a patriarch. Do you still feel the need to question my big brother? Lila sent a sharp gaze towards Silver Fong, but the latter was already ashen-faced. Silver Dima, Silver Ginny. Both of them were his beloved older sisters of the previous generation. He had thought the both of them died tragic deaths within Chaos Universe, but to think they hadn't died warriors' deaths but instead had been forced into this scumbag's bed. Silver Fong's rage caused his blood to boil. A bestial growl escaped his lips that sounded as though it came from his true enlarged form, rather than his far smaller human form. It wasn't just him. Members of the Earth, Crystal, and Viper clans all looked toward Patriarch Raven with an unbridled, seething rage in their eyes. Why you? How dare you slander me? A pressure descended from the skies. The presence was so fierce that Patriarch Raven fell from his seated position, his face crashing into the marbled ground below. Oddly enough, the blow wasn't fierce enough to crack the ground despite being strong enough to treat a Dao expert like a ragdoll. Diane's control over his energy had reached untold heights. Neil Raven will be nothing more than a dog. Once the war is over, he and everyone else responsible for unforgivable crimes will be sentenced to death. Hearing Diane's words and seeing Neil's cheek pressed flush against the ground, though the various upper echelon members couldn't say they felt good, they at least felt much better. A mournful howl left Silver Fong's lips. Maybe under the moonlight, such a sound would be beautiful, but Diane could only see the sorrow in his face. Little Aluna silently gripped her father's large hand. Only then did she feel secure. Her thoughts were simplistic as she was still a child, but she knew she never wanted to see her father act in this way. Did you have fun? Luna smiled, scooping the small bundle of joy that was Aluna into her frail arms. The little girl really was spoiled too much. Wherever she went, she was showered with love. Aluna wanted to reply with her usual enthusiastic yes, but for the first time, she looked back at her father with sad eyes. She wanted to say no, but she thought she would hurt Diane's feelings if she did. She didn't want her father to think that she didn't like spending time with him. Diane smiled, rubbing her little head. It's okay, you can say no. Remember, honesty is important for a princess. Little Aluna relaxed under her father's assurance. Today was sad, Mama. A lot of big boys cried today, but it wasn't a happy crying like Daddy either. Aluna's large hazel green eyes slightly watered, causing Diane's heart to tighten. But he shook his head. He knew he couldn't continue to be too soft. He saw Aluna as his heir. With how the martial world functioned, it was very possible he would never have another child in his lifetime. He didn't want to treat her with kid gloves just because she was his daughter or just because she was a girl. He had meant what he said. If he told his little girl in one breath that women could be strong too, then treated her differently because she was one, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Diane also didn't want to raise a child who only knew how to rely on him. He would spoil Aluna with everything he had, but he also understood the value of being a bit hard-hearted at times. Aluna was only just about to reach her second birthday, so Diane wouldn't go too far in this regard, but he trusted his little girl to grow up strong. Luna understood Diane's intentions, so only silently listened to Alana's feelings. The little girl had a gift for storytelling, even making a question for painting colors seem lively. So, when she was talking about something that affected her deeply, though her vocabulary was simple, it had a way of making people feel how she felt. "What do you think, little precious? How should big bad guys be dealt with?" Luna asked. Aluna fell into silence. She didn't know how to answer. She could only pout. "Why can't everybody just be good?" she said in a weak voice. Diane sighed inwardly. "Come, that's enough for today. You wanted ice cream, right? Dad will take you little ones to go get ice cream." The seemingly depressed Aluna suddenly livened up, excitedly squirming in her mother's arms. "I want cherry ice cream." Diane smiled, though he felt uncomfortable inwardly. It seemed being a parent was even more difficult than he thought. Though Diane always set aside time every day for Aluna, his clones were constantly working. In addition, after leaving Aluna to Luna, Delia, or any one of his wives depending on the day, his main body would set off to work as well. When facing the Ragnars and the Pakals, and eventually the Weta, Diane didn't want to use the same tricks. At least for now, he kept it in his back pocket that he was able to attack the Ragnars and Pakals even when the gates were closed. As of now, Diane controlled 22 universes: Chaos Universe, Celestial Universe, Soul Universe, Universe 1 through 18, and finally King Universe. Among these universes, he had conquered the spirit of 19 of them, leaving only Chaos Universe, Celestial Universe, and Soul Universe untamed. Chaos and Soul Universe had universe spirits Diane felt might still be too powerful for him to handle, while Celestial Universe had its universe spirit taken over by the slumbering entity. If Diane had tamed all 22 universes, he likely would have made a quick push to conquer 3 more to officially step into the ranks of Emperor God Clan. If he could do this, his chance of success against the Pakals, and especially the Ragnars, would skyrocket. Unfortunately, he was 6 universes away, not just 3. One had to understand that though major divisions in faith, depending on how close to the main line you were, existed, there were also the divides between tiers of clans and sects. The faith wielded by a peak king god clan like the Weta was vastly inferior to faith wielded by even the lowest emperor god clan. Of course, there were also differences in quality even among clans that controlled the same number of universes. For example, both the Golden Crow sect and the Flaming Lily sect controlled exactly 25 universes, but the former was much more powerful than the latter. This was all to say that Diane didn't feel relaxed now that he had conquered the weakest of forces within his home quadrant. There was too much work to do. First, he had to stabilize the commoners of Universe 1 through 18. Someone of his stature would usually ignore these people because they were seemingly of no use, but Diane understood that if he had the hearts of the commoners, it would be far more difficult for the 5 beast clans to betray him. He had 5 months remaining until the gates opened, so he set off to complete a few major tasks. He wanted to vastly improve their quality of life, ensuring that they had proper food and water. He wanted to provide them opportunities, and that was linked to opening academies across the 18 universes as well as businesses for the sects. And he had to protect them, not allowing them to be bullied by a perceived lawlessness. 5 months wasn't nearly enough to do this perfectly, but it was enough to show the commoners that being ruled by him was far better than what they had experienced previously, and that was just what Diane wanted. Diane first split the army. After conquering the remaining 4-core universe and renaming them 18, 17, 16, and 15, he gained an additional 8 billion warriors. Though the 4-core universes had the same 2 billion total of warriors the Raven clan had, their overall quality was far inferior. In comparison to the Raven clan's 5 Dao experts, each remaining clan only had 2. In comparison to the Raven clan's 10,000 pseudo-Dao experts, the remaining clans only had 2,000 each. And, in comparison to the Raven clan's 500 million Celestials, each remaining clan only had about 100 million. This left Diane with elites that totaled in 900 million Celestials, 18,000 pseudo-Dao experts, and 13 Dao experts. Of course, this was in addition to about 9 billion saints. When coupled with the 1.5 billion strong army, Dian entered the original Raven universe with 150 million of which were Celestials. It was a great improvement from his previous middling 30 million strong army. However, Dian didn't hesitate to do away with the vast majority of them. First, he directly expelled any saints below the pseudo-celestial realm out of the army. Giving them the title of Guardians, they were the first among the new population to receive soul tags. As Guardians, their duty was the well-being of the people, and they were used by Dian to ensure that the laws of the Mortal Alliance were followed. Considering saints, especially the saints of the elite 5 beast clans, held special statuses. Dian knew many would feel dissatisfied in being used as glorified bodyguards. So, he took 2 steps in mitigating this displeasure. The first step was holding a selection, using their own abilities as a gauge for who could and could not make the main army. Diffused much of this displeasure immediately. The second step was the previously mentioned soul tag. The soul tag's original purpose was both to act as a census of the people and to monitor merits and demerits. Dian informed them of the demerit system in order to deter their thoughts of subterfuge. But he then lay the merit system down as a carrot. After learning it was possible to earn prestige through even their jobs, much of the dissatisfaction diffused with the wind. Second, although Dian dispelled the saints from the army, he didn't ignore their improvement. He set in place training regimens that included regular visits to Chaos Universe and mock campaigns to be held when gates opened. He split the Guardians into teams by regions designated by the planets they guarded and added a ranking system that was contingent upon commoner satisfaction and their performance in these mock battles. He hoped that over time, new talents would begin to bloom, all while commoners led safer lives. Third, Dian began to train the main army once more. Unlike Guardians, their training would be held on a real battlefield against true opponents that would only seek to eradicate them. Now, Dian had a total of just over 1 billion Celestials, 18,000 pseudo-Dao experts, and 13 Dao experts at his disposal. Of course, this Dao expert count didn't include the title spirits or Glorian Ice and Amphory, nor did it include the former weapons guild head of Sapientia City. Dian began to drill them in the same way he had drilled the Earth-grade beasts just a few days back. However, they responded to his training far better. Maybe it was because many of the beasts here followed the human path, but they were much less cowardly in comparison to the lesser beasts. Dian nodded with satisfaction. The elites of the 5 beast clans didn't disappoint him. Still, what shocked these clans was that it wasn't just them who had to train, but they also had to witness their clan heads and grand elders training under Dian as well. The experience was far too surreal. The months began to tick by one after another, and soon the 5th month was upon them. "How are you feeling?" Dian wrapped his arms around Madeline's waist. They were currently only planet 14-1, the former planet Raven. Many had gathered here because the gates would open in just a few more days. This time, Dian's wives would participate in the war as well. For now, there would be no more large schemes, it would be a battle of who had the largest fist. The night sky was quite beautiful. Planet 14-1 had 9 moons, and each seemed to reflect different colors. To the left, there was a beautiful red moon that reminded Dian of Mars, but to the right, there were a few silver-blue moons that reminded him of Rhee's soft hair. It was truly a gorgeous sight. Dian and Madeline stood on the planet's tallest mountain. It seemed to have great cultural significance to the Raven clan, and considering the sight you could behold on its peak, it was worthy of such praise. Madeline had only come here on a whim, but considering Dian's divine sense range, was it really difficult for him to find a person on a single planet? Madeline's hands lightly gripped Dian's forearms, a light smile playing her face as she leaned back into his chest. "It's hard to believe," Madeline said, instead of answering Dian's question. "Just 30 years ago, we lived on a small planet that had to put forth its whole effort just to hold back a small portion of the Wheata's strength. Our fates were played with by the Ragnars as though our lives weren't worth much of anything. But now, we actually control so many universes." Her light giggle filled Dian's heart with warmth. Who would have thought the little boy who serenaded a sick little girl like me would ever hold the world in the palm of his hands like this? Ragnars? Pakals? The Wheata? Even if the enemy was the Nephilim Alliance, Madeline couldn't ever see Dian losing.
Diane smiled lightly, looking up at the 9 shining moons while holding Madeline in his arms. He remembered the first time he met Madeline. Back then, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her black hair was done up in an elegant bun. She wore crystal-framed glasses, and her eyes shone with a delicate golden light. However, she had also been incredibly sick. What should have been a rosy complexion was marred by a pale white death, as though the Grim Reaper was holding its scythe to her neck. Diane remembered being enamored immediately. It wasn't just because of Madeline's beauty, but it was rather the strength of her heart. Even with death looming over her young life, she still managed to smile, playing the role of big sister for Delia and Maying. It could be said that Diane's and Madeline's relationship was fast-tracked. Considering Diane's personality, the moment he decided he liked someone, he would never let them suffer any grievances. This led to him foolishly risking his life for a girl he had only known for a few weeks. But could that really be said to be his fault? Was it really on him that Madeline's so-called elder brother tried to take his life without proper cause or reason? If Diane had to point to something that truly ushered him into the martial world, it was that moment. It was that moment where he realized that human lives weren't worth much in this world at all. "Tell me the truth, Madeline. Do you want me to drag your parents back to your side?" The question was so sudden that Madeline froze. In all these years, not once had Diane ever directly spoken to Madeline about Nora and Amel. After his outburst in Belmont Palace, he hardly thought about them at all. But Diane felt that maybe this topic had been avoided for too long. This wife of his remained silent on so many things, quietly enduring. She was like an invisible pillar that acted as the emotional backbone of the Sacharo clan. Maybe she had never stopped being a big sister at all. Part of Diane realized that maybe his choice to push Amel and Nora away wasn't entirely sincere. He thought he was just acting on Madeline's wishes. But was he really? After reaching a calm state of mind, there were many things Diane realized. Among these things were that he simply owed his wives too much. "You don't have to answer immediately," Diane said softly. "I just don't want to be the reason you never reconnect with your family. I know that my Madeline is a forgiving person, almost too forgiving. And every relationship you've ever completely severed seems to be because of me. You abandoned your foster family because of me. You abandoned the Sapientia because of me. You severed ties with your former master because of me. And now you're even refusing to acknowledge your own parents because of me. I don't want to be the reason anymore. I want you to do what you want to do." Diane realized just how true this was barely a few months ago. Madeline was a kind-hearted soul. She was innately an understanding individual, almost to a fault. So, how could this same Madeline cut off ties with so many? It was Diane's disposition to cut off those who crossed his bottom line. Not Madeline's. It was because her foster family tried to kill him that Madeline cut ties with them. It was because the Sapientia clan tried to scheme for her wedding with Prince Belmont, taking her away from him, that she cut ties with them. It was because her former master tried to kill him and that she cut ties with her. And it was because Diane hated parents who abandoned their children that Madeline ignored them. Diane no longer felt it was appropriate for him to make that choice for Madeline. Until now, he had done it too many times. Madeline deserved to make her own decisions. He didn't want her to lose herself because of him. He had already experienced that once with Ree. He loved Madeline for who she was, not because she followed his thoughts to perfection. Diane suddenly felt droplets of water on his forearms. He didn't need to look to know they came from Madeline as her grip tightened on his forearms. "Diane," Madeline whispered. I want a family." Diane felt his heart tremble. Whatever calm disposition he had gained seemed completely useless. It was only now he understood just how much longing was hidden away in Madeline's heart. He only knew the bad of Madeline's foster family, but wasn't it true that they had done everything just to protect her? He only knew the bad of Madeline's master, but wasn't it true that they had done everything just to protect her? He only knew that bad of Madeline's parents, but wasn't it true that they had done everything just to protect her? Madeline had grown up with her foster family. She had a father, a mother, 2 brothers, and a stepmother. Later, she gained 2 little sisters. Even after the Sapientia clan abandoned her when her talent seemingly dried up, they never left her side. Even her master left her lofty post to silently work as a maid by her side, all to protect her. Maybe it was only now Diane truly realized just how much having Madeline by his side had stripped from her. Diane turned Madeline around to face him. He could faintly see the tears in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. He cupped her face, wiping them away with his thumbs. "Whatever my empress commands, this serenading little boy shall do." A light giggle escaped Madeline's lips as warm tears continued to spill from her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Diane's broad back, finding comfort in his chest. "Can we build proper Sicharo clan lands? I feel like we're too distant living in Soul Palace." Diane nodded, continually rubbing Madeline's back as he listened to her asks. She was right. They were rarely together in Soul Palace. They technically all had a room they shared, but they rarely used it. Oftentimes, Amphrey would be with the Pacals and Ree would be with the elves. At the same time, Clara would be with the mortals, leaving an empty void in the palace. Plus, was a palace any place a little girl should grow up? It was too strict and conforming. The Sicharos needed a better, more warm land. "We need to be a bit more forgiving to branches of the Sapientia clan. Many of them don't have any real connection to the main clan, especially in Celestial Quadrant, which lost connection to the rest of the Tower Quadrants. You can't continue to send them all away." Diane had sent the Sapientia away, not allowing them to enter Soul Universe with the rest. In fact, there were branch Sapientia clans within the 5-clan Beast Alliance as well. It was just that Diane didn't have time to properly deal with them just yet. That said, "Oh, that?" Diane smiled a knowing smile. Madeline pushed off Diane's chest to give him a skeptical look. Diane's grin widened. "Let's just say the Sapientia and Chenglei's Dayu clan will be pretty useful soon enough." "Didn't you send them all away?" Madeline blinked in confusion. "Well, Chenglei technically left on his own, taking the other black jade dragons with him. And though I did send the Sapientia away, it isn't as though they will be useless to us." Madeline pouted. "So mysterious." Diane sighed. "I gave this mission to your former master. If I'm being honest with myself, I took advantage of her. I promised her that if she performed well, I would allow her to live with Ree's uncle in peace and not ostracize her any longer." Madeline blinked in surprise. She really didn't know Diane had planned so far ahead. Diane only hadn't told Madeline about this because he likely felt subconsciously that she was still hopeful toward her clan and her people. It was just that he selfishly ignored those thoughts. In addition, with plans like this, the less people who knew, the better. Or rather, that was what he told himself to push down the guilt. "But, can she really help you that much? My former master is just a saint. And I'm not even certain that she was of the first grade." Much like the others of Celestial Universe, Madeline's former master was obviously talented, but the energy density was so scarce that it was impossible to expect much. In truth, even if she was far more powerful, my ask of her would be incredibly difficult anyway because of Connery Sapientia. Connery. It was a name Madeline hadn't heard in a long time. He was the leader of the Sapientia in Celestial Universe. According to what she knew, he was of common birth and worked his way up the ranks of the Sapientia to eventually rule them all. When we came back to Celestial Universe and began to migrate everyone, the one person we never found was Connery. A person can't simply disappear like this, especially if the search range is an entire universe. I know there has to be something amiss. In all likelihood, the Sapientia are paying more attention to this quadrant than we think. Jade's information is useless in this regard because nothing survived here after the ancient battlefield descended. This quadrant is too weak. Because of that, whatever plans the Sapientia had set up here were likely abandoned in the end. But, just because they did so back then, doesn't mean they'll do it again. Madeline's eyes sparkled. Sometimes she forgot just how amazing her husband was. It had to be remembered that back when Diane laid out this plan, he hadn't been certain that the Sapientia were an enemy because he had yet to learn about Jade. This meant that he would have been prepared even without Jade's help. Such forethought bordered on impossible. Diane! Diane, who had fallen into his own thoughts, suddenly snapped awake. Seeing the fiery look in Madeline's eye, he felt a fire light up inside him. "Let's get started on the family you promised me." Her voice was like delicate droplets of rain, a faint flush overtaking her soft cheeks. Diane didn't need to hear anything more. That night, the snowy caps of the Raven clan's tallest mountain completely melted. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Several dozen mortals stood before Diane, their heads hanging low. They didn't need to be geniuses to know that Diane was disappointed in them. Though they had some resentment because Diane brought them to this world, then all but abandoned them, they couldn't bring themselves to shamelessly say this. Had he ever let them starve? No. Had they ever wanted for anything? No. Had they been treated with love and respect? Yes. But any resentment they might have had vanished into the air when Diane spoke. "I've failed you all." They all stood in the plain gray landscape beneath Soul Palace. The large space had remained relatively unused. In fact, Diane planned on turning this location into the Sicharo clan's land as Madeline asked. With some effort, bringing beautiful soil, plants and trees here wouldn't be difficult. Also, it wasn't impossible for Diane to add a reflection of the sky to cover the bland gray walls as well. But for now, this wasn't what was on his mind. He needed a solution for the mental hurdles facing his people. The issue was that this was a matter of culture. How many from the mortal world could pick up everything and live life in a world filled with slaughter? Maybe only a very few rare minority could. Although these kids were born in harsh conditions, relatively speaking, the reality still stood that the weak legacy worlds they had lived in couldn't compare to the real martial world. This truth was depressing for them. Allura, Sybil and Kedar hung their heads lowly. They came with such confidence but had greatly disappointed their own expectations. Somehow, hearing Diane blame himself, they only felt worse. "You all have power within you far exceeding anything many of the martial world could ever imagine. Each and every one of you is talented beyond belief. It's just that you don't believe in yourselves as much as you should. This world is a cruel place. You grew up instilled with beliefs about equality of the genders and races, about the basic human rights of every person, that murder is bad and turning the other cheek was good. However, now you're in a world where everything has been flipped on its head. The powerful rule everything. Nothing is more important than your blood and lineage, and death follows even the slightest of slights. I understand. It's jarring. And you shouldn't have had to face that alone." Kedar smiled bitterly. "It's a nice excuse, but you don't seem to have that problem, brother." Kedar was the only male of the 3 first geniuses birthed to the mortals. The poor guy fell in love with Clara at first sight, only to then learn that she was Diane's wife. He vowed then to grow strong enough to defeat Diane. But here he was, displaying his cowardice in full view. How could Clara love a man like him? It was obvious that only someone as valiant as Diane was worthy of her. Images of him single-handedly winning the 5-clan Beast Alliance war still played in his mind. Diane sighed. It was true he never had that problem, but that was because he was arrogant beyond belief. At least that was the simple answer. He simply refused to allow anything to affect his mental state. This was why the matters surrounding the Chaos Flame were a blight on his heart for so long. However, Diane didn't say this. If his response to Kedar's words were that he needed to be more arrogant, he might as well stop trying to be a leader altogether. That wasn't what they needed to hear. "Do you know why it seems that way?" The youths slowly raised their heads to meet Diane's gaze. Diane slowly began to project some of his memories. "When I first got to the martial world, I got the shit kicked out of me. In fact, if it wasn't for Demon General Ava Sicarius, I would have died that day." Seeing images of Diane getting his arms broken by Darius then spit on by Red and Blue sent the emotions of the youths into a spiral. "Soon after, I met my first wife and her elder brother tried to kill me. After that, I was forced to battle for my life against 11 God Clan geniuses and could only allow my wife to be taken by her master. I lost count the number of times I almost died in the Elven Kingdom. My own allies tried to kill me during my first campaign. The Ragnars descended and had plotted everything. King Belmont actually thought he had the right to test me to decide if I could marry my own wife. The tower, the trials, the cathedral, the Valley of Geniuses.
The youths watched what seemed like Diane's life story. I don't seem more well-adjusted than you all because I'm better than you. I was simply thrust into a situation where I had no choice. We humans, especially us mortals, have always been creatures who quickly adapted to changes. Even after having our cultivation talent stripped from us, we all saw how beautiful and grand the society we built was. Who would think that mortals could build towers over a kilometer tall? Who would think that mortals could walk through space? Who would think that mortals could do even half of what we succeeded in doing? Do you know why I insisted on calling us the Mortal Alliance? Why I will call us the Mortal Empire? It's because these are our roots, this is our history. Remember where you came from. Remember what your ancestors before you were able to accomplish without even a fraction of your current strength. Hold your heads high. The hearts of the mortal youths pumped despite themselves. They couldn't help but feel their faces flush with excitement. For the coming battle, you will all follow me. I'll show you the way. Together, we'll get revenge for what the martial world did to us in our infancy. Diane's eyes scanned them one by one. Are you with me? Yes. A cry without hesitation rang through the hollow space. A cry filled with hope. The atmosphere was full and bright. However, contrary to what one might expect, this place wasn't within Diane's territory. Instead, it was Ragnar territory. One would never expect that these warriors were preparing for war. Some of them held exaggeratedly large wooden jars of ale. Others groped voluptuous women or handsome men to their sides, while still others placed bets amongst themselves. This border to the Beast Clan lands didn't often have so many people. For obvious reasons, the Ragnars were reluctant to spend so many resources protecting against such weak lands. However, today was a special occasion. Or rather, the last few years had been. Ragnar territory could be described as the easiest to defend among the four powers of Celestial Quadrant. To their southeast, they bordered along 3-5 Beast Clan Alliance universes. But, other than that, the only other place they bordered another power's territory was in King Universe, where they and the Pakals fought for control. This meant that despite controlling the largest number of universes, the Ragnars actually bordered other territories the least. This was in sharp contrast to the Weta, who not only bordered 2-5 Beast Clan Alliance universes, but also practically shared their entire eastern border with the Pakals. It was no wonder the Weta could never set their minds to conquering Diane's home universe and becoming a true Emperor God clan. They were always focusing their forces on protecting against the Pakals. Finally, there were the Pakals who shared their western border with the Weta, and the Choke Point universe, King Universe, with the Ragnars. Considering the 5 Beast Clan Alliance had to share a border with both the Weta and Ragnars, it was safe to say that the Ragnars had the best territory within their quadrant. Due to this state of affairs, the Ragnars never set their minds to conquering the 5 Beast Clan Alliance. This was because if they did so, they would suddenly share a border with the Weta as well. There was always such a thing as stretching oneself too thin. Until the Ragnars were confident in stomping out their one true rival, the Pakals, they would never do this. Obviously, then, this sea of warriors wasn't in place to conquer the 5 Beast Clan Alliance. After all, they were in an alliance with the beasts. They were here to repeat what they had done for a few years running now. Once the gates opened once more, they would be allowed into 5 Clan Beast territory. From there, they would begin to help them launch attacks against the Weta. Of course, such a thing was bound to make the upper echelon of the 5 Beast Clans nervous, so there were numerous failsafes in place. For example, they were limited in the number of warriors they could bring, they were limited in the areas of the 5 Beast Clans they could visit, and they were under the command of the Beast Clan generals. And the final measure was of course a binding blood essence contract. With this, the Beast Alliance felt secure in allowing their allies to enter their territory. But what the Ragnars didn't know just yet was the 5 Beast Clan Alliance was no more. Therefore, the contract was already null and void. Commander! Within a large floating ship that seemed to be shaped like a large silver blimp, the atmosphere was just as lively as the grass plains below. One would think that the leaders of these groups of ruffians would at least be a bit more refined, but they seemed to be even more brazen. The women and men who walked around as servers couldn't even be described as scantily clad. They wore nothing but a numbered tattoo plastered to their lower backs. their breasts and various private regions completely exposed. To say they were being taken advantage of was yet another understatement. It wasn't surprising to see the food they served tossed away, all for them to end up being ridden by a man or woman wearing a lascivious smile. It was a place of carnal sin. Even the lustful Norville family of the elves would have to bow their heads in respect to such a display. The commander in question was a tall man, standing at over 2.5 meters. His long blonde hair flowed to the small of his back, his blue eyes shining with a piercing color. Considering he sat facing away from the large man who called him, facing the large glass windows that looked out onto the grass plains and the soon-to-open gates, he seemed to be more refined than the others of the blimp. Well, that was until you changed your perspective and saw that hidden behind his tall, seated frame, there was a beautiful amber-haired woman with a collar around her neck, on her knees between his legs. It seemed the whole of the Ragnar clan, including their commanders, didn't hold back. "What is it?" The commander replied lazily. "The gates should be opening soon, but we haven't received any message confirmation by the 5 beast clans. Do you think those bastards are up to something? Does it matter?" The commander all but yawned, grabbing the beautiful woman's amber hair and shoving her deeper into his crotch. The sound of choking and flying spittle was like music to his ears. A familiar ecstasy overcame him as the faint sound of gulping could be heard. The issue was that beautiful amber-haired woman gulped several times more than she should have. It was either this commander was far more fertile than any man should be, or he relieved himself of something else entirely. This entire war started all because a mere heir of a Raven clan died. The commander released the woman. Having her throat finally relieved of a heated rod, the woman fell backward, doing her best to control her innate gag reflex. If she lost control, made a sound, or God forbid throw up, she would be killed on the spot. Despite her horrible life, she was still unwilling to leave this mortal plane. She forced herself to crawl back forward. If the commander had to remind her to clean up his member, she'd be punished again. As horrible as the commander treated her, being passed off to his subordinates was a far worse fate. She wanted to avoid it at all costs. "Do you really believe our Ragnar clan cares? Do you really think we have to ally with those beasts? We could hold off the Pakals and Weta alone, they just make things more convenient. This is about the epistemic tower. Nothing more, nothing less." The subordinate of this commander smiled lewdly. "I hear Miss Hella came back and confirmed the epistemic tower is being shared between the Weta and Pakals. After young Master Loki's confirmed death, Miss Hella doesn't seem to have a fiancé anymore." The meaning behind his words were clear. The commander's eyes blazed like a fiery ember. As long as the woman wasn't of the Ragnar's main branch, he could have any amount of them he chose. Even the women of branch clans had no choice but to climb into his bed at the behest of a single finger motion. But a woman like Hela was on a completely different level. How would it feel to ride a woman who held so much power? The amber-haired woman between his legs suddenly felt the slack rod between her lips become stiff once more. She could only feel resigned to her fate and begin bobbing her head again. That slut, always strutting around with her breasts and ass hanging out every which way. The commander scowled. He had seemingly forgotten that he and Hela had a cousin blood relation between them. Well, considering the horrible acts of the Ragnars of the past, maybe wishing to bed a cousin was listed toward the bottom of their sins. Though the commander didn't see it, his subordinate's eyes flashed with disdain. "If you list the promising talents of our Ragnar clan, you wouldn't even be ranked in the top 100. Even if Hela was forced to take on a new husband, you wouldn't have a chance. You don't even have the right to touch the Fae, let alone touch Miss Hela." It was only right his subordinates felt this way about him. He was a useful idiot in that he allowed them to do as they pleased and gave them all the women and men they could hope for. But that was all. Consider this for a moment. The title of commander didn't exist among the Ragnar clan's military. It was a title this so-called commander made up to give him some prestige, insisting his subordinates call him as such. He was given this task only because no one else would want to be commanded by beasts. As such, only he didn't have enough face to avoid the task. The true Ragnar ranking system was very different. At the bottom were the normal warriors, known as the thrall. These warriors had no right to command. Under most circumstances, they would never leave this rank as they were commoners usually used as cannon fodder. A step above were the carls. They shared a status a step above the thrall, but they were still normal warriors. Though, as those of higher status, they had the right to move forward to greater heights. Above them were berserkers and valkyrie. They were the true backbone of the Ragnars and their power. They were powerful one-man armies who usually had exceptionally high battle prowess. There were once berserk warriors, twice berserk, and thrice berserk warriors. Through secret experimentation, the Ragnars were able to find a way to multiply the strength of their warriors. The method was quite vile, as one would expect from this clan. Once berserk could multiply their power by a single fold, twofold for twice berserk, and three for thrice berserk. Valkyrie were women of the Ragnar clan who carved out places for themselves. Their bodies weren't usually suited for the berserker technique. However, there was a very special spear technique of the Ragnars that could seemingly only be practiced by women. This spear technique had the same effect of multiplication of power, separating themselves out into 3 stars. 1-star Valkyrie, 2-star Valkyrie, and 3-star Valkyrie, experiencing the equivalent power amplification as compared to berserkers. In rare cases, there were women who could both become berserkers and Valkyrie. These women were simply known as Hellas Fae. They were the personal fighting force of whoever inherited Hellas' faith seed. Though matters weren't so simple, as Hela didn't have unilateral control over them. Of course, if this was the highest ranking amongst the Ragnars, it would be ruled by women, not men. If this was the case, Hellas' marriage wouldn't be commodified like it was. The highest ranked warriors of the Ragnars, equivalent to only the Fae, were the champions. Many of this commander's brothers held this title of champion. In fact, he wasn't even a berserker. By all rights, he was technically still a member of the Carls. There were many in this very blimp that ranked far higher than he did. The subordinate inwardly snorted. "Commander, my ass." It was then his attention was diverted. 2 large pillars in the distance began to vibrate. The gates were opening. Aladar twirled a coin between his slender fingers. His dark gold hair waving slightly in the wind while his oil paper umbrella was held in his other hand. This coin didn't have any particular significance. In fact, it was quite useless. It was the former currency used by the Gautama clan back when they co-ruled Weta territory. By now, the Gautama had been wiped from the Weta history books. The common people who remembered probably thought him and his family were traitors, while many had long since forgotten about them. This coin had the picture of 2 prayer beads, intertwined as one into the sign for infinity. It was meant to represent the everlasting relationship between the 2 clans, which was exactly why it was likely useless by now. The Weta had probably melted down all of the coins with this image on it and formed a new currency, all to further wipe the memory of the Gautama clan. When Aladar escaped and lived with his little sister within the dangers of the gates for all those years, he had taken what remained of his family's legacy with him. Among those materials there were countless coins just like this, each more useless than the last. When he lost to Dian in the fight for the key, he had fallen into depression for a long time. He had suddenly become someone else's slave. All thoughts he had toward revenge had suddenly become useless. He couldn't even control his own destiny anymore. Who knew that over 30 years later, his day of revenge would be so close? Dian, the man he used to hate with every fiber of his being, was actually giving him the chance to slaughter those Weta bastards. Aladar closed his eyes, collecting himself. A sudden heavy slap to his back shook him awake. He didn't have to look to see who it was. His trouble-making little sister was back at it again. "Now's not the time, Kyera. You have troops to command. Go back to your post." Such a downer. Kyera pouted. From a little girl, she had grown into quite the beauty. She had delicate tan skin and a tomboyish appearance, even wearing loose and baggy clothing. She was the object of affection for many, but this overly talkative girl was oddly attracted to a mute. "Shouldn't you be cradle robbing?" "Ah!" Kyera gasped. "Big brother just made a joke?" Kyera grinned wildly, her short hair bobbing up and down. "Wait, what did you say to me?" Suddenly registering what her brother said, She slapped his back again. Little Ryu is a grown man now. How dare you treat me like this? Aladar sent a calm gaze toward his sister. When he was 5 years old, you were already over 20. I don't want to hear such nonsense from you. He's not even 20 years old yet, have some shame. Bully! Aladar shook his head. His sister was too much. She had acted as an instructor of Ryu when he was attending the Soul Universe Academies. In fact, she was the one who approved his S-level grade. Now she was calling him a grown man. He felt like disowning her. Suddenly, Aladar sensed movement in the distance. Currently, only he and his sister were in the air, overlooking the tower to their back and several 10 million warriors below. Maybe only Kyera would dare to spit in the face of this arrangement and leave her ranks like this. It had only been several hours since this gate opened, but Aladar had already captured 3 key towers, taking the number the Beast Clan Alliance once controlled from 1 to 4, resulting in half of the gate falling under their control. He came up against no resistance. This wasn't because the Ragnars were weak, but rather because they hadn't been there to defend in the first place. The Ragnars were under the impression that they were in an alliance and were likely waiting for confirmation by the Beast Clans, not knowing that that confirmation would never come. Aladar and the other armies took advantage of this, quickly recapturing several towers. It was likely that the Ragnars only just realized that there was something amiss. What is the meaning of this? Have the Beast Clans forsaken our alliance? A blimp hovered in the distance, a familiar commander sitting at the helm. But the one who spoke was his subordinate, once Berserker Bjorn. The bear-like man's voice bellowed, making his power clear. This was a celestial gate, but the imposing aura made it clear the Bjorn was a pseudo-Dao expert. The alliance is over, Aladar replied plainly. Kyera didn't continue to be unruly, immediately returning to her troops. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. That hair, those eyes, the Weta, but... Bjorn's gaze looked toward the army. As he guessed, he had sensed several beast auras. Did that mean the 5 Beast Clan alliance had fallen to the Weta? Or did that mean that they had betrayed their alliance? The Beast Clans had an enmity with the Pakals, but they shouldn't have one with the Weta. According to reports, Miss Hella confirmed that the epistemic tower is within Pakal and Weta territory. But the only reason the far more powerful Pakals were willing to share was precisely because the tower was in Weta territory. Does that mean the Weta are dissatisfied with the arrangement and want to use the support of the Beast Clans to resist against the Pakals? But why would they attack us, then? Kill these monkeys. As Bjorn was trying to understand the conspiracy behind these matters and confusing Aladar for Weta, his brainless commander didn't seem to care. It was already too late for Bjorn to stop it. The Ragnars marched on the mortal alliance. Aladar raised an eyebrow toward the opposing commander. Is this guy mentally disabled? By all rights, it made no sense for the Ragnars to simply attack like this. The first and foremost reason is that Aladar had already taken control of the tower, meaning that the area of effect boosts and debuffs were both in effect already. This gate focused in on environmental changes. This particular tower gave Aladar the advantage of gravity. Since it was a celestial gate, accounting for the power of the experts that would enter, the gravity was 10,000 times more than normal. Trying to fly in such a space would only result in... It was then that the charging Ragnars realized their commander's mistake. They plummeted to the ground, their chi completely unable to sustain their flight. It was similar to Dian when he first entered his constitution's world, except in this case, their bodies were nowhere near as strong as his, nor were they meant to withstand such a drastic spike in their weight. Bjorn watched on with an ugly expression on his face. He knew that his warriors understood their commander's temperament. After an order was given, even if it wasn't going well, they didn't dare to turn back. They could only continue to trudge forward, pulling their own bodies along. Aladar smirked. He sent a series of commands through their communication channels, mixing in verbal commands so as not to allow the enemy to understand their supreme communication abilities. If the Ragnars assumed that their methods of communication were as limited as their own, it would lead to more mistakes down the line. A rain of long-ranged attacks pummeled them down. Arcs of fire, ice and arrows filled the skies, blotting out the high-hanging sun. Bjorn's jaw clenched. He knew he had to go, but the enemy's actions were making him uncomfortable. By logic, if they knew their enemies couldn't fly effectively, shouldn't they be taking advantage of this? Why was that dandy holding a woman's umbrella the only one in the sky? The more he thought about it, the more logic told him that the opposing commander was also an idiot. But his instincts screamed something different. Their army was too organized, the way they launched attacks was too smooth. Even the commands the dandy called out were short, concise, and riddled with code. This was either the greatest theater play of all time, or the opposition was an excellently trained militia, the likes of which Commander Ragnar couldn't hope to measure up to. It was then he saw just how correct his instincts were. When the armies clashed, it was as though the Ragnars were being swallowed whole. Seemingly sturdy lines of defense collapsed on the Mortal Alliance side, leading to fervent charges in response by the Ragnars who believed they had gained the upper hand, only for them to be swallowed whole and cut off from their own backline. The Mortal Alliance army could only be described as an amoeba eating its food. It ebbed and flowed with ease, biting off portions of the Ragnar army and conquering them piece by piece. All the while, Commander Ragnar was throwing a fit. He tossed his amber-haired beauty aside, not caring for even a moment that she lost consciousness, banging her head against the floor. He stood and screamed at the top of his lungs, admonishing his warriors for being useless, but that only made the situation worse. For the thralls of the army, they knew that today would likely be their last day. They had little more status than a slave to begin with. Just what would that commander do to them when they returned? If they returned at all, would they too become like the amber-haired woman? At the very least, they should die on the battlefield, right? They remembered memories of their childhood, when their parents would tell them tales of Valhalla. If they died a warrior's death, they'd be able to go there, right? The mighty gods of their past, their ancestors of old, they wouldn't forsake them like the Ragnars had, right? Maybe that was all some of them needed. A faint hope, a light at the end of the tunnel. Their lives were holding on by the thinnest of strings imaginable. It was then that a shocking thing began to occur across the battlefield. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of thrall began to seemingly give away their lives. Some accidentally let their weapons fall. Others pushed forward valiantly, leaving the front line of their army so far behind that they fell under a sea of piercing weapons, and some simply stared off into space, light smiles on their faces as their lives were ended one after another. Bjorn was absolutely appalled by what he was witnessing. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened on a Ragnar battlefield, but it had been so long since the last. The last time this happened, the dukes and duchesses. The invasion of the dukes and duchesses, those young geniuses that handed the Ragnars the greatest humiliation they had suffered throughout the whole of their history. It was against a battle against them that the thralls responded in this way. They were tired of giving up their lives, tired of being commanded to do what their superiors didn't dare to do. The ironic part? After the dukes and duchesses returned to their lands, the thralls were punished once more, as though their Emperor God clan was blaming them for their own failures. The current emperor, Emperor Odin VI, he was rotting their empire from the inside out. Retreat! Bjorn's roar sounded over the battlefield. Commander Ragnar's head snapped back, his eyes reddened with rage. Did I say to retreat? Bjorn responded with a savage chop to the back of the young commander's neck. Although nepotism was clearly rampant among the Ragnars, it didn't mean there were no fail-safes. The task of keeping the Weta in check was too important to the war on the Pakals to leave to this bumbling idiot alone. He was no match for Bjorn. He likely didn't even realize what happened before his world went dark. In truth, this was already the fourth time Bjorn was forced to do this. Aladar coldly watched as the Ragnars scrambled to retreat. In the martial world, there were very few people who had Dian's acknowledgement. Among them was Aladar. There was a reason he was the de facto command-in-chief of the Mortal Alliance army when Dian wasn't present. As an intelligent individual, Aladar knew that there were deeper secrets behind the demise of his Gautama clan. It was simply logic. How could two clans who co-ruled end in one so suddenly having a massive upper hand on the other? Aladar was too young back then and didn't understand enough about the clan affairs. As a result, he could only speculate, he had no way of knowing for sure. but he would be willing to bet his life on the fact there was a third party involved. Now, whether that party was the Ragnars, the Pakals, or maybe some other unknown power, he had no idea. But what he did know was that he had no intention of letting any of them off. "Forward!" he roared. Suddenly, the Mortal Alliance army that only seemed to know how to fight on the ground launched into the air, pushing forth with another bloody massacre. It didn't take a genius to figure out Bjorn's destination. He believed the only way he'd be safe would be to reach the next tower and flip a disadvantage into an advantage. Unfortunately, since he knew that, how could Aladar not? In their maneuvering, the Mortal Alliance army had constantly retreated in a bid to feign weakness and surround the Ragnar army. Now that the Ragnars were retreating, they were now realizing just how deep into the gravity tower's domain they had entered. They tried to retreat as quickly as possible, cutting through the flat dry plain as best they could, but they could only be demoralized after seeing their enemies shooting into the skies. While thralls continued to allow themselves to be killed, would the Carls react in such a way? Of course not. Unlike their thrall counterparts, despite being mere foot soldiers as well, the Carls still had matters to live for. It was as though history was repeating itself right before Bjorn's eyes. The Carls suddenly began to lash out against their thrall counterparts. "You spineless bastards! Fight back! Cowards!" The Carls practically dried their mouths of liquid, spewing out every insult they could think of. In the end, they even tried to appeal to empathy to get the thralls to think of their children and wives. But how could they know that even that wouldn't work? Some of the thralls laughed in the faces of the Carls. They finally felt it, some modicum of satisfaction in their dreary lives. "Ha!" they thought. "You need our help, but we won't raise a single finger." The human psyche was a complex thing. Maybe the Carls knew that it wasn't the thralls to blame, but rather the trash commander who gave them the command to charge. Or maybe it was even worse than that, an infectious disease that rotted their lands to the core. But still, in the end, they chose to blame the thralls, to lash out at them even. Aladar watched these matters from the sky coldly, inwardly shivering at the depth of Dian's knowledge and scope of his briefings. The wars to conquer Ragnar Gates would not be easy. The initial assault levied by Aladar took out less than 5% of their army. Bjorn reacted quickly, forcing them to retreat. Under normal circumstances, Bjorn would likely have to give up another 5 to 10% of his army in a retreat to the next tower, leaving about 90% of the army. Of course, though these percentages were small, we were talking about tens of millions of warriors in this given battle. Giving up 10% of them was giving way to the deaths of millions. But, in the grand scheme, it was a minuscule number for a territory which had orders of trillions of people. Understanding this truth, Aladar would never choose to pursue the enemy. He would first regroup, consolidate their gains before planning the next attack. However, Dian emphasized that he must strike swiftly and decisively, and that he had to chase them down and grind them away. Before, he had questioned it. Was it even possible to understand the psychology of such a large group of people so easily? Yet here it was, before his eyes. Bjorn grit his teeth. It would be helpless if he didn't take action. "On me!" The elites of the Ragnar army, who responded sluggishly to the commander's orders, snapped awake immediately to Bjorn's call. "Looks like it's our turn." Two dazzling beauties with violet hair and sapphire eyes appeared to Aladar's sides, their sexy figures writhing with excitement. Dian finally let the dream panthers loose. "Little Aladar, you're no fun. Why didn't you let us come out and play earlier?" The beauty to Aladar's left breathed into his ear. Aladar felt a headache coming along. If it wasn't for his strong soul as an innate aurora wielder, he would have fallen for the tricks of these pair of sisters long ago. The legends about the dream panthers and the succubus weren't for nothing. "Look at him, so handsome." The beauty to Aladar's right stroked his chest with a wondering hand. "Is this sexual harassment at the workplace?" Aladar looked up into the skies, lamenting his misfortune. He himself was quite the genius. However, because he focused on taking the ethereal permeation trials on the ground floor of the epistemic tower, his cultivation progress wasn't as fast as it could be. Currently, he was only a lower celestial. Because he was so weak, he couldn't possibly be a match for two pseudo-Dao dream panthers. In fact, even if he was at that level himself, it would still be doubtful as to whether he could win. The Dream Panther's title as Supreme Beast was not empty. Don't be so frigid with us. Wouldn't you like to take both us sisters to bed at the same time? Aladar felt a shiver down his spine. It wasn't cold, as one might expect, but it was rather warm. It took him too long to realize that this was because the right beauty's hand had traveled far too low. Aladar cleared his throat, pushing the two sisters away. He had an obligation as the last male heir of the Gautama clan to reignite their bloodline. He couldn't possibly take Dream Panthers for wives considering their low birth rate, not to mention the fact it was impossible for them to mate with anyone other than a Dream Panther. Daria, Dima, they're almost here already. Can you two focus, please? During the antics of the two beauties, Bjorn had already covered a distance of several kilometers, narrowing the gap to just tens of meters in an instant. A long silver spear, ranging just about 3 meters with a thickness of almost 4 inches, was grasped in his hands. Just looking at it made one feel heavy-footed. Who knew how Bjorn had entered the range of 10,000x gravity with it held so confidently in his hand? To his back, he was followed by 36 warriors, each of whom also wielded a spear. Aladar wasn't surprised by this. The spear was used by the overwhelming majority of the Ragnars. Very few would choose another weapon, and even then it would most likely be a polearm as well. 37 pseudo-Dao warriors. Aladar sent a glance toward the sisters. In this army, they were the only experts of such caliber. The other pseudo-Dao warriors of the 5 beast clans were allocated elsewhere. Why? Because Dian said just 2 of them would be enough. If the Ragnars heard this, they would laugh so hard they might even rip the muscles that held their core together. The only reason the Ragnars only sent 37 pseudo-Dao experts was precisely because they also believed their warriors were of higher quality, especially when compared to the 5 beast clans or the Weta. This was even before one even began to consider their berserk states and Valkyrie techniques.